And then the second match, when does that start? The second pair of teams? Oh. Wait, but didn't you just say that board 1 starts 2 minutes, board 2 starts 2 minutes after board 1, and board 3 starts 2 minutes after board 2? Yep. Yep. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So both matches, Spanish-Hungary and the other one, they start at the same time. Okay, so when you... Eduardo versus Soka, does that start at the same time as board 1 and the other match? Or it... Okay, great, that makes sense. So the 2 board 1 start at the same time, the 2 board 2 start at the same time. Alright. Jeez.
We have waited patiently for 4 years, and after a long hiatus, the Pro Chess League, one of the most long-awaited events on the chess circuit, is officially back and commentating the very first event of this long and incredibly exciting circuit. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, FIDE Master James Canty. James, good morning to you. How excited are you to be commentating the very first Pro Chess League qualification event?
Let me tell you something. It's Pro Chess League. The pros come out. This is the best. You get these free lessons. You see money on the line. It's big boy chess. It's the chat. It's energy. You're here. I'm here, bro. What else is there to do, right? I'm so hyped here with Pro Chess League. Commentating with the man. Self.
Oh. Well, I am hyped as well, and we are going to get tons of exciting action today. But first, let's go through some logistics. What exactly are we commentating today? Well, there are 16 total teams in the Pro Chess League. 15 spots have already been filled, and today we are commentating the finals of the qualification for the final spot. There is one more spot that one team can secure. Yesterday, a ton of teams competed for that final spot, and only 4 of them remain. Those 4 teams are going to be contesting the final Pro Chess League spot today, and the 16 teams are going to be competing over a 5-week season through February and March. Tons of games, tons of matches. That's going to be incredibly exciting. 8 teams are going to advance to the playoffs. 4 teams are going to compete at the Team Chess Finals. And obviously, James, there can only be one winner.
Right. There's going to be one winner. There's a lot of chess, of course, to be played today with these guys. You got different teams. Yesterday was a bloodbath there of just fighting and trying to get their spots, or at least qualify for today for the knockout. And then after the knockout there, then you go into, obviously, the big boy chess with the rosters and everybody playing against, like, the Canada Chess Bras. You got the Charlotte Cobras. You got the Garden State Passers. There's so many teams here, so much money on the line. And of course, it's just good to see the PCL back. Of course, we've been waiting for it. People have been waiting for it. And now it's here today, so we got some chess to look at.
We most certainly do. Let's go through the format for today's event. As you pointed out, there are 4 teams remaining that will be contesting the one final qualification spot. They all feature very exciting players, and we will go through those teams, what cities they represent, and what players they feature. The format today is single elimination. So one team must survive the single elimination bracket. First, we have one team facing the other. 4 teams total, then 2 teams remain, and then only one team can withstand the single elimination. The total prize pool available for the 2023 PCL is $150,000. So, James, the 2 things I'm most looking forward to, obviously the prizes are very hype, and just the range of different players that we're going to get. Magnus Carlsen, I mean, everybody is playing in the PCL, and we get a chance to profile, particularly today, a lot of players that chess fans might not be as familiar with.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, as I see teams from, as I take a look at some of the Chinese team there, it's very, very stacked. As you say, there's only one, it's a super GM on the team. Only one out of the 4 teams that are playing today. 27-16 is his classical FIDE rating. Pretty strong stuff here, obviously, as you see. Then we have the ferocious tacticians here. A lot of the AZE players here. Vasif Dirabali, very strong player. Actually, a Noah Webster phenomenon. So, I mean, it's a mix-up there. I think there's anything that can happen. Obviously, China, I think, is a big favorite, I think, out of these. But no.
Well, we're definitely blaming Mittens. We all know who is behind this, but we are back at the Pro Chess League. We are about to start the games. Once again, there is one spot that remains to be contested. 4 teams are going to contest it. The time control in today's single elimination bracket is 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. Let's go through our lineups for the very first round. We've got the Spanish Maniac Shrimps facing off against the Hungary Hunters. Grandmasters all around. On the Spanish side, Canty, Iturizaga, Santos Ruiz, and Ibarra are all grandmasters. They're very strong rapid players. And on the Hungary side, Banush, Erdős, and Kozak. So 3 GMs for both sides.
Right. 3 GMs for both sides there. As I'm looking at the rating differences there, not much. I mean, this is actually a mix-up, I think, there at the 4th board, definitely with the WFM there for the Hungary Hunters versus IM, the International Master Karina there from Russia. In fact, that's actually right up your territory there, Disky. Maybe something's in the air there, of course, for the Russian side, but very strong.
For sure. And we start with these matchups: Iturizaga against Gall, Santos Ruiz against Kozak, Ibarra against Erdős. You can see that board 1 faces board 4, or 2 faces board 3. And the way that it works is that everybody plays everybody. So every player on each team faces all 4 opponents on the other team. But for the context of this qualifier, the first team to reach 8.5 cumulative points wins the match. So that can happen as early as round 3. If you think about it, one team could go 4-0, and in the second round 4-0. The moment a team reaches 8.5 points, they win the match. So there we have our round 1 pairings with Spanish Maniac Shrimps facing the Hungary Hunters. And on the other side, we have the Chinese Kung Fu facing off against the ferocious tacticians from Azerbaijan. Again, 3 grandmasters on both sides. Gulnar Mamadova, very, very strong female player. And of course, Vasif Durarbeli Kanti is the captain for the Azerbaijan team, a very familiar name to most chess fans.
Absolutely. Very strong. He plays a lot. We've seen him at Webster. We've seen him at world tournaments before. He even streams a little bit too. So he's out there. But of course, he does have to bring all the tactics with him with this Chinese Kung Fu. As you see it in movies, now you're going to see it on the board here with Yu Yangi and, of course, a squad behind them right now.
And as far as I know, Yu Yangi is our only 2,700 plus player for today. But that Chinese team is terrifying because Liu Shanglei and Zhu Yinglun, they're both grandmasters. They're super solid players. And in order to reach 8.5 points, James, it's not enough just to win one individual game. You got to be a solid team player. Everybody has to contribute.
Everybody has to contribute. You also have to be fast here. I mean, at 10 minutes, 2-second increment, you have the pressure on you. You want to fight for your team. There's 4 players here. Am I looking at the games? How are they doing? I need to win. There's emotions here. 10 minutes is not a lot of time. After that 5 minutes of thinking, you already down in the blitz territory where that 2 seconds is not a lot of time at all, especially if you're not playing a lot online. Hopefully they are.
Hopefully they are, and some of them most certainly do. We are almost ready to start the games. We will be covering both of these matches simultaneously, jumping through all of the games as they begin. The start times for each game are staggered, so we'll be able to bring you the openings in most of these games. But obviously, James, just like in the RCC, there's so many games to cover, so we're going to be giving you a whirlwind tour of both of the matches as they're going on.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what happens here. Of course, there's going to be lots of tactics, lots of fun, lots of positional play, lots of speed. Let's see who is on their best game today. 10 minutes, 2-second increment. Again, is not a lot of time here. After one quick think, I mean, you could be in time trouble. That could cost you the game. Lots on the line here. Somebody's trying to qualify today.
I really think that 10 minutes plus 2 seconds is the new standard for rapid play. It's really, I wouldn't go so far as to call it rapid. I wouldn't go so low as to call it blitz. I think it is the sweet spot between blitz and rapid that produces a very high quality of chess, but still gives us a lot of time scrambles. And we don't have to wait very long, James, for these games to reach a super exciting moment. I really like 10 plus 2. I'm a big fan of that time control. Do you feel the same way?
Absolutely. Big fan of it. I think it's a very interesting. Of course, I played in PCL first time 2019. It was nice to be able to play in that time control, see that setting, see people actually move very quickly, but also like very accurate at the same time. 10 minutes, it's not a lot of time at all in that 2-second increment. You may think it's a lot of time. When you got 3 seconds on the clock, 4 seconds, you're blundering everywhere to 2 seconds. Really didn't matter there. You have to use it very strategically here.
They most certainly do. We saw what lack of experience can do to players in the Rapid Chess Championship. But these teams, they're pretty evenly matched. And what makes the Pro Chess League so exciting this particular year isn't just the participation of Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja and essentially name a grandmaster, they're probably playing in the PCL, the addition of many new teams. And we're going to be going over some of the new teams that we're going to have in the PCL this season as we commentate this qualifier for the final spot. But once again, remember that the team that reaches 8.5 points first makes their way to the next round. This is a single elimination bracket, so there's only one spot left, Canty. It's like you've entered the parking garage. There's only one parking spot to be found, and there's a lot of cars on the road.
Ooh, right. Exactly right. There's only one left, and well, hopefully you got some car insurance, because this is not going to be easy. This is going to be a really rough ride for these guys today. Of course, nothing's coming easy. At least we hope not. We do want to see some fighting here. Sometimes you never know. Sometimes you just get a little lucky. Things don't happen your way. Maybe get caught in some prep. You only got a few minutes on the clock here too. But we do have time to make up 8.5. That is, that's a lot. That's a lot of points there. But they all can strike at each other, I think. So we'll see what happens. Games should be starting in a moment here.
They should indeed. We will start with the Spanish Maniac Shrimps against the Hungary Hunters. Board 1 for the Shrimps is Eduardo Iturrizaga, originally from Venezuela. Very strong grandmaster and an incredibly strong blitz player. He faces the Hungary board 4, Shoka Gall. And the game starts are going to be staggered, so we'll be able to bring you the openings in each of these games. But for the board 1, James, it's incredibly important to deliver when you're facing the opposing team's board 4. The thing is, everybody's so evenly matched. I mean, we've seen so many upsets throughout the PCL seasons. You just have no idea how these matches are going to go.
Absolutely. Of course, it's only, that one game, 10 minutes, 2-second increment, play something fast or something that you're not familiar with, maybe some new theory, something in the files might get you off guard here, of course. It also matters that you're in a good mood or you're in the zone. As you see, Eduardo up there is in the zone, as it looks like he's at the dentist's office or his dentist's office. Maybe he's a dentist there or a doctor, but definitely it's not. He's definitely not at home there. And then we see Zoka here, actually. Is that a fitness in the background? It looks like a little.
That does seem to be right? Yeah, that does seem to be I don't know exactly what that is, but a fitness device. Shokagal is the #1 Hungarian women's player. She is a women's grandmaster and definitely not an easy opponent. So the pressure is on for Eduardo Iturrizaga, who has to deliver and get the Spanish Maniac Shrimps off to a good start. The maximum score that you can achieve in any individual round is, of course, 4 points. But that is incredibly rare, James. For a team to go 4-0 in any particular round, I've only seen that a handful of times.
You know what? Actually, what's funny is I was actually only thinking, weirdly enough, I was only thinking about 4-0s here. For some reason today, it just felt like 4-0s, some sweeps were going to happen. I guess because lots of pressure here, lots of intense games. Speaking of intense games, they are off.
Here we go.
What was this?
They are off. This was a knight f3, g3 with black playing an early b5, a pretty fashionable line. Shokagal has the white pieces. Eduardo Iturrizaga with black, an early trade on d4, and a very solid system by the Spanish Grandmaster here as the Fianqueros' light-scored bishop.
It looks like a Queen's Indian or some type of b6 system here with just the b pawn way up here on b4. Lots of space here. You have activity. You can move the knight a6, c7, d5. You can also go knight c6 and play d5 in many cases, but that blocks the bishop in. Flexibility is huge here. d6, knight b to d7, play for e5. There's so many things that I can do with black. So I like his position, but white also has options. Space. Look at that, a5.
a5. Speaking of space, Gall drives her pawn up, preventing black from playing a5. But this pawn on b4 is incredibly hard to play against. It fully restricts the knight on b1, which can, of course, come out to d2, but then you're blocking your dark-scored bishop. So black's minor pieces on the queen side are tripping over each other a little bit. So Gall decides to develop her bishop as a first order of business. I like that. Iturrizaga slows down the a-pawn by playing a6 himself. He also might bring his knight out to c6 and just go after that pawn. But Canty, very common idea here for white is to put the queen on a4, where it defends the a5 pawn and pressures black's queen side. White's knight is potentially heading into b6.
Absolutely. That is a hole there, of course, as you called it before. In fact, it's carving squares. After a5 here, the b6 square is actually carved out. But we can now put the knight on b6, landing on a very strong outpost. Queen a4, as you mentioned here, is a beautiful move. You could also go knight c4 now, followed by queen a4 and then knight to b6 here. Almost some type of Catalan hybrid here, like a Catalan type position. And the knight is we can go e4. We're trying to get e4 in. The a pawn is weak. b4 is kind of weak too. Wow, Engine says they immediately hit
White's position.
Yeah,
knight f to d2 looks Knight f to d2 also looks really good here to put some pressure on the knight. You could actually bring the other knight over to b6, keep the knight on b3 to protect your key assets on the queen side and in the center. Knight f d2, rook c1. White's position does seem quite a bit easier to play. I think +1 is a little bit over-optimistic, but Gall continues to put the pressure on as she brings her queen out to a nice spot.
Queen d3. I mean, just natural moves here. Of course, great chess. You can see, of course, Bobby Fischer says tactics flow from a superior position. A lot of times you get these superior positions, of course, just from playing good moves, or I believe, and not the psychology, but good moves is what Bobby Fischer says, right? So making good moves here, queen to d3, knight b3, as Nerdisky mentioned here, too, rook to c1, put the rook on the c file, open the bishop up with knight f to d2. We can play e4 when we want to, flexibilities there. b4 is actually still weak as well, which is the only piece defending it is the knight on c6. So if we can eliminate the knight, it makes b4 very weak as well. Lots of play here, we would say, for white, and good on time. I think she's definitely showing a level of strength here right now against the strong grandmaster.
Good on time indeed. Let's go to the board 2 matchup in the same match as Adam Kozak from Hungary faces Miguel Santos Ruiz from the Spanish Shrimps. That game has just started, and they are in a what's called a Carlsbad structure. This is a queen's gambit decline where white trades on d5 early. It's a structure that I don't really play for either side, but I respect it. It's very rich in positional ideas. Adam Kozak has the white pieces here.
Absolutely. As I see Adam Kozak playing knight f3 here, I like to, of course, we just like aggressive chess. So I have seen it recently in some recent files here, strangely enough, queen to c2 and actually just playing for g4, believe it or not. I've actually just been seeing this wild stuff. I mean, even Shaq likes to play like this too in the knight f3, e3, b3 systems. But queen c2 casting queenside and trying to get g4 in. Knight e4, classic idea. Yeah, I'm not getting any of that off. The knight's on e4 now, and this is like classic QGD. Very nice move for Miguel. That was nice.
He says, you want to go g4, you want to attack my king side, take this. And he forces a bunch of minor pieces off the board. The idea is that if you take the knight on e4, black can actually take that bishop out on h4. And the thing is, black's pawn structure is ridiculously solid in the Carlsbad setup. So all of the minor piece trades are generally in black's favor. I faced knight e4 a couple times in Blitz. I never seem to know how to respond, and neither does Adam Kozak, as he's already a minute behind on the clock. Maybe he can take the bishop and then play a move like queen d1 to c2, try to put some pressure on the knight. If black plays f5 here prematurely, he gives up this very important e5 square. So queen c2 might be a nice way to test black's the integrity of black's knight on e4, and it's played.
There it is, queen to c2. Now, where do we play about this queen c2 here? Do we play f5? F5 is definitely tempting me to play knight e5 and rook e8, right? Rook e8, knight d7, knight f6 is the usual, I guess here.
Maybe bishop f5 also, but then there's like knight d2, and that bishop on f5 is really loose.
Right. So maybe just rook e8. I guess it's rook e8 anyway. Castle queenside. I really want to castle queenside. Like, just don't even care. We want the full point here, guys. Bishop f5 is on the board.
Okay.
Is it anyway?
Bishop f5 on the board. Knight d7. Looks pretty solid for black, doesn't it? Miguel Santos Ruiz playing a nice opening, getting a nice time advantage. Adam Kozak has a lot to prove here, but the board 3 matchup has started as well. Jose Carlos Ibarra Jerez, who plays often and plays very well in Title Tuesday, that should be a familiar name, faces off against Viktor Erdos from Hungary. And what is this, Canty? H3, A6? Is this how modern chess is played now?
You know what? They just don't care, right? They just like, we're just going to play whatever. You're going to play whatever, I'm going to do the same thing. And that's actually like a really just ballsy move there. You played H3, I'm going to play A6 right after that, just to give it right back to you to see what you're doing here. That's very strange moves there from these guys. Very strange, right? On the opposite sides of the board, too, which is very funny.
Other than that, we have a normal 4-knight scotch, so I really wonder which side benefits from the inclusion of these moves. I think it's white, because if you think about the theory here, white brings the queen up to, usually the knights are traded, which is what Ibarra is doing. Bishop comes out to d3, and later the queen comes out to f3. So the move h3 is actually very, very helpful for white here. It prevents bishop g4. I feel like Viktor Erdos might not have realized why exactly h3 was played. He kind of made a waiting move in his own right. But this seems to be an improved version for white.
Yeah, that's funny, right? I mean, a6 is there, just kind of gave him a free move. And now we highlight the fact that, well, now the bishop can't come out. I mean, I can't go to a6. I can't try to trade. I have to play a5 now if I want to even try to trade the bishops here. kind of really a wasted move in a way. Now, it's not terrible. I just even the engine says things are still equal here, but we could have used that extra move for something else here. So it's white to move now. Do we go e5 or do we just castle? We just e5, right?
Or
e5
we can
d4,
take on
though.
d5.
Take on d5 and castle, right? Take on d5.
Yeah, I think
d5.
take
Castle.
d5. Black takes back castles. Yeah, I think takes immediately is normal. I mean, if you castle, you have to reckon with bishop takes c3 and de. He goes e5, so you called it.
I mean, e5, it's possible, but d4 is strange too. d4 is like a weird looking move. Maybe it could possibly happen. Now, oh, here we go. You smell something here, right? Wow, castle's going for it, baby.
I'll tell you what Black is not going to do. Black is not going to take this pawn on e5 because of rook e1 followed by f4, picking off the knight. But if Black castles, you're going straight into the lion's den here with queen h5 on deck. The bishop could come out to f4 to protect the pawn. This looks like a really nice position in the early going for Jose, who goes by JC Ibarra on chess.com. Definitely should be a familiar name to anyone who watches Title Tuesday.
That's what it is. Okay, I was wondering who it was. Okay, knight c5, hitting the bishop. That's a good move. That's a very good move. The bishop is very annoying. So we just develop her. Maybe bishop e2 should just be, but he takes on c3 and knight e4. Is that a thing?
Yeah, bishop e2 takes knight e4. Maybe go c5 if white's bishop comes out to a3. I like knight c5. That's exactly what you need to do. I've played Erdos OTB. He is a very positional player, incredibly solid.
Wow.
And I think the Hungarian school of chess in general promotes solid positional play. Lajos Portas was one of the best players to ever come from Hungary. He was a world champion contender and one of the strongest positional players in the 70s and 80s. So Erdos definitely has that kind of grinded out Karpovian style, and that style can be very hard to face in rapid.
Ooh, yeah, definitely. They trade the pieces off and just grind the games down. I've actually been studying that type of chess lately. It helps. Sometimes you fall asleep, but then at the same time, later on, you can be able to do these type of things to your opponent, which is really nice. I actually still like white here, as we do have the bishop pair. Not for long. It can be snapped off, but that's going to fix my structure after c takes d3, and we just could, basically grind you down. You have dark square weaknesses, maybe on the diagonal of the a3, f8 diagonal. I also have a pawn on e5, signifies space. I can do some type of kingside attack still with Scotch Gambit type tendencies, f4, f5, f6, just trying to go for mate in these situations.
I think we're both looking at the same types of ideas here. We're both thinking only in one direction. I'm playing on the king side, thank you very much. I'll take king side for 300, Alex. The queen could also come out to g3. Bishop could come out to f6. So as solidly as Erdos is playing, he's definitely worse. And it's a very promising king side situation for Ibarra, who could very well bring his queen out to f3, or you could play with your pawns with f4. He also has a 2-minute time advantage. But board 4, James, has started in this match. So let's cover the opening moves of that game between Hungarian Grandmaster Tamás Vanusz and International Master Karina Ambartsumova, the board 4 for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps.
Okay, let's see what we got here. What is Karina? What was this opening? Oh, Nimzo. Okay, Nimzo. Herc variation. Never heard of that one. You ever heard of that one before? They like mix the openings there. Nimzo Indian, but the Herc variation.
But not the perk defense, which is e4, d6.
Right.
This is apparently the perk variation of the Nimzo. I had no idea that existed.
New openings every day. They be just making up stuff these days. A5. A5, okay. What was the perk variation? C4, E6, nice to do with C4. C5, take, castle. Knight A6. Interesting.
I've seen this type of structure before. I just didn't know what it was called. A5 is a great move. Black wants to drive the pawn down to A4 and essentially lock white's queenside pawns in place. That bind on the b3 square is incredibly tilting to face in these types of positions.
Yeah, it's actually, how do you even deal with this? You actually have to like rook b8, b4, but you can't do that. You have to move the knight back around to d2. Black's doing very well, in fact. Besides d6, though, the d6 pawn is actually backwards. So I guess that's my whole plan, is to just bully the d6 pawn, because, I'm done for. A4, knight b3. I'm going to have to play knight d2, but then the bishop doesn't get out. So I have to play something like bishop d2, bishop c3, knight d2, and rook d1. Like, it's too many things to do here. So maybe, exactly, castles, rook d1, and just, hey, whatever. You can have your a3, a4, knight b3. I'm going to bully the d6 pawn.
Yeah, but I don't see how white really gets that done. I think black should go a4 and then meet rook d1 with queen b6. And one of the additional issues is that if you slide your queen at d2, you get forked on b3. So even though white has the bishop pair, I think this position's a great illustration. The bishop pair isn't always a good thing. Look at that bishop on c1. It's hemmed in by the e-pawn. It has no place to go. I think maybe Karina should have considered the move b3 instead in order to meet a4 with b4. Now, if black plays a4, b4 meets with en passant. So you're never going to get that b-pawn out of the gates. A good position for the Hungarian grandmaster who has to deliver in this game, and he gets his bishop out to g4 instead.
Bishop g4, he may, this is obviously developing, but also something like bishop h5 to g6. Just that whole diagonal, the light squares, also knight b3 again being a thing. And a4, you see this a lot in the French win hours and some other variations with black, but bishop h5 going to g6, hitting the queen on that whole diagonal is a thing. Really, we don't care too much about taking this knight at all, really giving up the bishop pair. Also, the whole diagonal from h1 to a8 we give to white. We really don't want to do that. So, but it's a nice developing move. Bishop d2. Figured that was coming.
Okay. Karina brings her bishop out. As you said, I think she's trying to bring the bishop out to c3. Ideally, white wants to go b4 and open up the queen side, but this might be the last moment to hop on the opportunity train if you're Banuj and play the move a4, but maybe he played this a little bit inaccurately and gave white's pieces a little bit more breathing room than he should have. A4 could also be met with bishop b4, so it does seem like Karina has solved a lot of her opening problems here. A4 is played, and with 6 minutes on the clock, white has to continue playing fast and accurately. But James, we have an entire separate match that is going on in parallel. Of course, our second
got another match.
We do, between the Chinese Kung Fu and the incredibly strong Azerbaijan team.
Yeah, of course. You got the Chinese Kung Fu. Now, first off, the name already is absolutely just next level. Chinese Kung Fu. That's a great name. Then you got the Tacticians, and that is for real. They actually are real tacticians. If I was pick one, I would probably choose the Tacticians just because of the name, because it's fire and I love tactics, obviously. But that doesn't mean anything against these Chinese, this Chinese team. It's super strong. What was this opening? What do we have here?
This was a French, believe it or not. It was an unconventional Rubinstein French, where black took on e4 early. And Liu Shanglei for the Kung Fu has his bishop out on c5. Material is equal. Vugar Rasulov, another one of those players, James. His FIDE is low 2500s, but he's a ridiculously strong blitz player. He's won Title Tuesdays, and he is a great asset to have in a rapid tournament.
He's actually very underrated. In fact, I've seen him beat Hikaru before. I've seen him actually. You've lost to him before, but you've also
a million times,
right? But I've seen it in like crucial times where I was commentating Title Tuesday, and I'm like, "Let's go, Danya," and then somehow Vugar do something tricky, and like, how did he win this game? Right? It's insane how underrated he is, right? So in this position as well, we'll see what happens. I like white here, though. I do like the two bishops. I think we have activity, active pieces over material. Trumps material most times is what Gary says. So it's very nice to have the activity.
Well, we remind you that the time control for the entire PCL is 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. That is not a long time. You do not have time really to take more than one long think. That's what I found. I mean, look at the clocks already. We're in a blitz game. They're in an end game, 3 minor pieces each with a pair of rooks on the board. White seems to have the initiative. Bishop b5, bishop f6 comes to mind. But the problem in these types of positions is that black really doesn't have any targets. And Vugar Rasulov, g4, he is not messing around. Knight h4 gets forked with bishop g5. Where is the knight going to go?
Yeah, exactly, right. Knight d4 only move looks like, and then but if the knight d4, isn't there a bishop e5 and an a5 there? Oh my goodness. Ooh. You are get the man off the board. Sheesh. Where do you put the knight? How is this not just lost right now? What does the engine say? Knight h4.
Point 4. This does not seem like point 4. This seems nasty for black.
Yeah, knight e7 only move. That's crazy.
Rasulov, he might deliver in his very first game for the Ferocious Tacticians, the aptly named, I should say, Ferocious Tacticians. Well, we will leave Liu Shanglei to figure out how to coordinate his pieces in this unpleasant endgame, because we have 3 more games to cover in our Azerbaijan-China match. On the second board, we have Zhu Yinglun, Grandmaster from the Kung Fu, against Aydin Suleimanli, who is a very strong young Azeri Grandmaster. And Xu Yinglun is already down to 3 minutes after only 14 move, James.
Ooh, man. An opening here says a reverse Sicilian in English shear-off counterattack. Interesting. Okay. They're just coming up with all these names. This is the English opening. Reverse Sicilian, Kramnik shear-off counterattack.
Jeez.
Say that 5 times.
More names?
Right? Okay, nice. So, but it was an English opening here. I do like the bishops, how they're swiping the board there. Black's development or lack of is definitely showing there. but we don't have the activity we need. I think we actually need the rook. In fact, the rook needs to be lifted. Rook lift. Do you even rook lift? Is making sure we get our rook up to the third rank if we can. G3, H3, H4. But it's not possible here. I'm not able to see how white is able to finish the attack.
And so England has to speed up here, and he does. Suleimanli tucks his king in the corner, knight to D2. Where's the knight going? Probably to C4, maybe hit that bishop, maybe to E4. Play on the king set as you recommended. Maybe your idea, F4, rook F3, something like that. But that could backfire because the bishop on E3 is going to be loosened up if you push the pawn to F4. Aiden Suleimanli, by the way, perhaps not a very familiar name to a lot of people in the chat. But this is, again, what I love about the PCL. He won the Aeroflot Open, one of the strongest open tournaments
won the Aeroflot
annually.
Wow.
He did. I think this was 2 or 3 years ago as an international master. Since then, he's become a grandmaster. He's close to 2,600. Huge asset to the Ferocious Tacticians team.
Beefy out here. Yeah, that's an underrated matchup right there. Nobody knows about. I mean, he's still potential there. That's scary. Still growing and getting better. Already strong as he is here. So queen takes D5 on the board and then knight to C4 played. Okay,
can you take a second pawn on D4? What exactly is wrong with that? Is it bishop E4?
Bishop E4, queen C5, B4, queen
A7.
What is
also,
going on?
I should point out that H7 is hanging, so you could get checkmated, like bishop H7 and then like queen G6, queen H5 can come really fast.
Ugh. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Oof. Knight to
maybe
C4.
You should consider developing some pieces.
You're right. Yeah, maybe just knight C6. Right. I'm definitely a fan of development here. Got to get your pieces out to attack. I mean, we'll give up as many pawns if we need to. There's even some lines in many openings we know of. We give up pawns for initiative. Very nice. So I see the initiative definitely, practically speaking, not engine-wise, practically speaking, definitely going into white's favor for the practical chances of attack.
Well, I should point out that in the other match, Jose Ibarra has drawn his game against Victor Erdos. He wasn't able to create any chances on the king side. So that's our first result in the Hungary match. But we have one more really fascinating board in this match to cover. Gulnar Mamadova, international master, one of the top female players from Azerbaijan for the Tacticians, is playing Chinese number 1, Yu Yangyi, the only 2,700 plus player we have today. And we already have an endgame, James, with 1 minute for both sides. Here we go.
Wow. And let's see. This was actually a C3 Cecile for the kill. Is what I like to call it, of course. But it's the Alapin, depending on how you play it. Will be a C3 Cecile for the kill or not. I know you like Alapin yourself as well.
I do.
Which is hate playing this as the Sicilian, right? Sicilian players hate it. So Alapin's really nice. I think White got a nice position against Yu Yangyi. I mean, hey, look, you made it this far. Like, this is great. But you do actually need to move a little bit faster here. And what's going on here? Maybe it's just Queen G6. I mean, it's hard
Queen
to
F7,
tell.
I think you have to play.
Yeah.
So material is equal. This does seem like a balanced endgame, but they're basically playing a bullet game. I would prefer black. I think black's knight is a little bit more active, and Yu Yangyi can try to get to these weak pawns on the queen side. The issue is that his own king is in a little bit of trouble. The moment he moves his queen back, Gulnar can take on F6, re-deliver that check on G6. So this should be a draw with best play. Let's strap ourselves in and see how they handle this time scramble.
Absolutely. Time scramble here. And, hey, that 2 seconds may seem like, oh, I get the extra. Oh, I get the, the 2 second increment. That is nothing, right? When you get lower on time, you forget about the 2 second increment. What we got? Time scramble.
By the way, Canty, we have a crazy time scramble in the top board of the other match, Iturizaga against Gal. Can we go to that one really quickly? This is
let's go.
The other match between Spain and Hungary. Let me click on that one because Eduardo Iturizaga is up a knight, which White just blundered, but she's got 3 pawns that she's pushing off the board. She's losing all of them.
Oh, my goodness. So, who's going to win? I think, you know what, in these situations, yeah, it's a draw, correct, on paper. Daniel.
On paper.
On paper, right?
On paper.
How many times have we seen you do these little things, right? In your 30-second little matches, and we sitting here watching, and you're like, how did he win this? And, like, it's a magician, right? So it's the same thing here, I think. 8 seconds on the clock here. I'm going to press this boy until infinity, right? We're going to keep playing every move out, take both of the pawns if we can with black, and try to win a drawn endgame.
So you're going for a knight fork. You're going for mating constructions against this king. Move the rook away if you're Iturizaga. Threatening rook knight G4. 6 seconds for Gal. Where is she going to put a rook? She moves it up to H8. If you're White, I would try to give up both of my pawns ASAP so we could start the 50 move counter. You don't want to play this for 150 moves because you're going to blunder eventually. Okay, there she goes. King
One.
up to h3. Draw.
Draw.
Let's see if Shokugal, no, board 4 for the Hungry Hunters, can hold this endgame against the Torizaga. I'm looking around the horn. We've got a couple of other fascinating games. Perhaps we should leave her to her devices. There are time scrambles on almost every board, James. I'm like, right. I don't know where to go.
Yeah, definitely. Right. Oh, man, it's exciting stuff.
A draw, by the way, in Mamadova against Yu Yangi in our other match. So she did manage to hold that endgame.
Mm-hmm.
And if perhaps we can go to, well, let's stay on this match. Let's stay on this match for now.
Okay. So we have, how do you actually get this pawn? Oh, you go knight. No, you can't move that. Wow. Might just be it. You don't try,
I don't see how you win this pawn off the top of my head, because if you go knight back to g8, you're actually allowing h7. You could lose the game if the rook moves away with check.
Right. Okay, wait a second. Now do we have rook h something? Probably could have played rook h1 there and grab the pawn. Check. h4.
Don't blunder a fork if you're Gal. Keep a distance between your king and your rook. So we've got one draw in this match already. I'm also keeping an eye on Ambartsumova against Tamash Banush, but that's a less interesting position. Looks like Banush has a big advantage in an endgame there. That might be a win pretty soon for Team Hungary. So it's important for Gal to hold this position. If she loses, then they definitely lose the first round.
Yeah, this is tough. It's tough because it's all down to this. You know it's a draw, but they're going to press, and here we are. And here we go. This right here is the scariest part of chess, right? It's even scarier when the knight's off the board. When you're time scrambling, it's king rook versus king rook, and you might think it's a draw. But in practical chances, online play, something happens every time. We see it all the time, especially when these big matches like this, sometimes even Title Tuesday, when $1,000 are on the line. Of course, you're going to play every move out here every single time.
You have to. Especially, James, because we have a second result. It was a pretty insipid game. Miguel Santos and Adam Kozak, two grandmasters, they draw their game pretty straightforwardly. So 2 draws. The live score is 1-1. Tamaz Banuz is probably going to beat Karina Ambartsumova. Now, we remind you that just because you win 1 round doesn't mean you win the match. You need to get 8.5 total points among all of your team members. So this game is really important in the early going. In our other match, we've got some fascinating time scrambles as well. But let's stick to this game for now, because I think this is the most interesting one we're going to get. Is White going to hold this with just 1 second to make each move?
Where was the pawn capture at? I go to see where the 50 moves is, if anybody was counting there.
Move 67. They've had 17 moves thus far. Okay. So 33 to go only. But Gal doing a great job. This is exactly how you hold this, by the way. You keep a rook on the side of the board. Every time Black's king steps away from the pin, you give it a check and you force it back to e4. It's actually pretty easy to hold this.
Yeah, it's doing a great job because you can't make the progress. And I think she has figured it out. It's looking good. Man.
And in our other match, Vugar Rasulov has messed up that endgame against Liu Shanglei. He's going to lose his game.
Wow, he was doing so well. Oh, man, that's insane.
He was.
That's insane. I could have never saw that one. So, Greg Shahadi.
Perhaps we should leave Shokugal to her own devices. I think it's safe to say she's doing a great job of holding this. If we could swing to our other match, because we've got one very important game that's still going on, an endgame in Xu Yinglun against Aiden Suleimanli. So I'm going to bring us over to Kung Fu against the Ferocious Tacticians. We have Xu Yinglun of the white pieces here. Queen and bishop versus queen and knight, boys.
Here we go. Studying games. I'm taking the bishop. Taking the bishop here. We got a lot of targets. Active queen. Draw by repetition.
Oh, come on, guys. Give us a game. Give us a game. And the Ferocious Tacticians are leading.
Right.
And that means we only have one game remaining, and it's an end game between Karina Ambartsumova and Banush for the other match. So this is the final game. Ambartsumova is going to lose this, though.
Oh, yeah. 2 rooks, pigs on the 7th, as they call it. What do we have? Where's the threats? I mean, what do we do now? Daniel, is there something nasty here? Nothing. Maybe it's just knight f2.
Take e3.
Take e3. Okay. Take e3.
Or knight f2.
I guess they both work. Yeah.
I think knight f2, knight takes g4. Just take all the pawns here. Also works.
Spink.
And this is going to be a win for Hungary. Shokugal does hold that endgame against Iturizaga. So 3 draws right now, and this is going to be the final game of round 1. This is going to give Hungary a small lead.
Very small,
That's
right?
it.
Hungary is hungry for it. They want it. They came for it today. And of course, hey, it's still a lot of chess left. 8.5. It's first 8.5, so a lot of chess. Yeah, this is just over.
Knight takes e3, I think, yeah.
Knight e3, yeah. Knight e3.
Just take it. What's the hesitation?
I like the fact that he's hesitating too, just showing, is there a better move? Like he really, the tournament guys were like, well, take your time and look for the absolute best. Look, he played Rook e3. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Mate.
You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, and then mate on
do.
h2. What's the best
Dang.
move? What's the engine say? Right? That's what he was looking for. So he found it.
He did indeed. The strong Hungarian Grandmaster defeats Karina Ambrosumova. That means the score after round 1 is 2.5, 1.5 in favor of Hungary. On our other side, it is all tied up. It was a draw between Yu Yangyi and Gulnar Mamadova. Great result for Team Azerbaijan there. Lu Shanglei defeats Vugar Rasulov, but Vasif Durarbeli, board 1 for the tacticians, wins his game as well. So 2 really close matches, Canty, and this is why I say 4-0 results are so rare. These are teams are just too evenly matched.
Yeah, there's just so much going on here. Of course, there's a lot of nerves, and also, I mean, you should even have mouse slips that can happen even here. Like everything is possible in these type of games. Even that position where Vucar just looked like he was playing for 2 results and was not able to convert there. It's very tough. Chess is a hard game, but of course, we have a lot of hard chess coming in. 8.5. A lot of chess left because we still need somebody to get 8.5 in both matches.
We do indeed. And on that note, let us review our round 2 lineups for each matchups. On the Maniac Shrimps Hungary Hunters side, it's Iturizaga against Kozak. It is Santos Ruiz against Shokagal. Santos Ruiz, another grandmaster. Jose Carlos Ibarra faces Tomas Banus, and Karina Ambrosumova has the black pieces against Viktor Erdos. And in our other match, we have Yu Yangyi against Vugar Rasulov. Fascinating game. Lu Shanglei faces Mamadova. Su Yinglun against Durarbeli. And Li Shuyi against Aydin Suleimanli, James. So more interesting games coming right up.
Absolutely. I'm excited for it. I'm ready for it. So, of course, guys, it's going to be more chess. Don't go anywhere. You know how it is. So, good to have everybody here, man. PCL, how you feeling, Daniel? Are you feeling good today, bro?
I'm excited to be covering the first PCL event. This is the start of what's going to be months-long action, breakneck action, and there's just one more spot to secure, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us. We'll be back with round 2 of the PCL qualifier in just a couple moments.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
welcome back to the Pro Chess League Qualifier. It is time for round 2 as these 4 teams try to secure that last remaining spot in the PCL. We are so excited to be bringing you the Pro Chess League after a 4-year hiatus alongside FIDE Master James Canty. James, breakneck action as we expected here, and none of the teams able to gain any separation. But what I just wanted to mention is how many interesting teams we are going to have in the regular season, from the Archbishops to the Chess Bras. Everybody is playing in the PCL, and these 4 teams, all of them want a stab at Magnus, Carlsen, and others.
Absolutely. Of course, as you see, you even have Hikaru's playing on the team. I was like, wow, you got Hikaru playing. We got Big Dan, the man, Naroditsky out here on the Charlotte team. I mean, I even have, there's a Jedi I spotted on Garden State Passers. Oh, that's me. Okay. Then you got Sam Savian over here. Like, there's lots of players, Chad, of course. PCL is the place to be, the biggest event, really, of the year. I mean, besides, obviously, big ones, other ones that we have, but where everybody's playing against each other with lots of money on the line and lots of fun and great chess, right? Camaraderie, pro chess. It's beautiful.
It is indeed. And I'm super pumped because Charlotte is going to have a team for the first time ever. So I'm incredibly pumped to be playing.
You are.
I enjoy playing the Pro Chess League immensely because of the format. You get a chance to play the top board on each team. Everybody plays everybody. Board 1 plays board 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right. So I can't wait to face off against Magnus, Hikaru, and others. But
I get to play you.
Stiff competition.
No,
that is what I'm dreading.
Man, you know what? Look, hey, man, look, I'm just saying, we cool right now, but we not going to be cool if we play, okay? I'm just saying it is what it is, and I'll take the L like a man.
We'll see about that. I just got to sidestep your opening preparation. But, well, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they have a little coming back to do. They are down 1.5, 2.5 after the first round against the Hungary Hunters. You can see the pairings there on the right side of your screen. Eduardo, Grandmaster Iturrizaga, he faces off against Adam Kozak, GM on GM action there. But some of the games have already begun. Let us go to the Iturrizaga-Kozak game. And we have asymmetrical English.
Symmetrical English, yeah. What is your, I'm sure you've probably played it from the black side a few times, results-wise? What do you think?
Not good. It's too symmetrical for my taste.
Right, I believe the same. I mean, OTB, I've only had 2 draws. I mean, it's still the international masters, but like the fact that, like, bro, like, it's just so boring, right? I guess what we like. So you would probably go King's Indian, I assume.
Definitely King's Indian. I usually like to have my pawn on E5 rather than C5, but this is a good setup for black. And Iturrizaga preparing central expansion with D4.
D4. This is actually very move ordery, I would say. It's kind of annoying to face with black. If your move order is off, you could literally lose strategically, I would say, actually, as a strategic loss somewhere close in the opening, because white has everything that they need if you're move ordered out of the position here. But white's he hasn't played like the 91 knight C2 93 stuff. It's not that type of position. So black's not doing so bad. In fact, we can't play B5. White can't play B4. Knight B4 is a thing. So I mean, it's lots of play left still, I think. Obviously.
Yeah, B4 is a big hole. So white needs to think twice about playing D5 and sending the knight where it kind of wants to go anyway. If I'm Kozak, I'm thinking about bringing my bishop out to F5. Don't put it on E6 and walk into the fork, but bishop F5. Maybe with knight E4 to follow, you can put some serious pressure on these 2 center pawns.
Yeah, bishop F5, knight E4, you would see that a lot from the King's Indian Finchetto variations of early C6. Bishop F5, knight E4, you would just see this lots of times, especially black has a little bit less space. It's having a little bit less space. I mean, not as much, but really just a little bit of less space. You do trade pieces in those type of senses. But I'm just not a fan of these type of positions with black myself either. I have to play very slow here. Knight A5, the panel type.
Was not expecting that here. What is he intending against B3? Maybe queen B6?
Queen B6, rook B1?
And then bishop F5 with tempo. But even that is not the end of the world. White can play rook B2. I mean, white's keeping everything nicely protected on the queen side, as annoying as it is to have a backward pawn on B3. Okay, there it is.
Played. And I mean, how do you even defend the pawn? You have knight D2. No, that's not a move. Yeah, so rook B1 is like only move to defend the pawn. Bishop F5 and only move to defend. It's like rook B2. Yeah. Nothing else to do unless we take on C5. Does that do anything? Nothing. Rook B2. Yeah, played. And here we are.
Well, that looks impressive for black. He makes a lot of moves with tempo, but once the threats evaporate, white's now ready to complete his development. The knight on A5 is obviously It's stuck on the rim. It's doing stuff. Actually, no, bishop d2 you don't want to play
C4.
because his knight takes c4. Little trap there. Typical King's Indian shenanigans.
Right, exactly right. You know, I think knight h4 from white price is a way to at least do something. Kick the bishop away, but then we need to find a good follow-up. And I'm not able to see that just yet.
Yeah, it's a weird position.
Right.
Maybe knight e4, but then you have to reckon with knight to d5. Okay, rook f8 to keep the tension by Kozak. It's a very interesting position. But we've got a second game that has started. Miguel Santos Ruiz plays Hungary board 4, Shokagal, who held Eduardo Iturrizaga in the first game. So let's go to that game and take a look at this Alekhine. Shokagal.
Wow.
With
don't care about nothing.
Alekhine action.
Some Bortnik channeling here. Wow, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Related or no Bortnik. The only person that will play the Alekhine against anybody, or the Elia can put people in the chat, right? So this is wow. I think you played this actually, right? US champ, or was that
Yeah, but it didn't turn out too well.
Yeah, it didn't go as well. It was against Ray, right? Ray.
It was against Ray. He played the 4 pawns variation. Santos Ruiz plays a quieter lines of the Alekhine, but white is still better in these types of positions. Better center control. Black's bishop has a hard time finding a great spot. I mean, bishop f5 is typically where black goes, but white can go bishop b3, rook c1, queen d2. The problem is that white's position is very easy to play in like a rapid game.
Right. I'm a big fan of this. I remember from Roman Gingi-Hashvili. And actually, d5 is an error.
Whoa.
That's an error.
Vicious.
I think something's wrong with d5. Maybe not, though. I just remember the bishop, like you mentioned, bishop e3, rook c1, b3, and like getting off of the whole diagonal.
Exactly.
Like, but here, I think there's stuff with like knight a5 and hitting the pawn, taking on c3, and then knight a5. Like there's something off, I think, with this. But it could be working. It's fine.
Knight b4 should be considered, but then white's bishop can come out, and knight c2 is not dangerous. Yeah, I like the look of knight a5. Maybe Santos wants to stick a knight in the center, knight d4, even maybe sacrifice a pawn on c4, so we could get some very tactical action here, but it feels like knight a5 has to be the move for black. Knight e5, white could trade, and when you leave your Fianchetto spot, you're allowing the bishop to come out to h6. That definitely seems not like the way to go for black.
Very sharp. And then bishop h6, f4, g4, everything 4, and go from 8. And that'd be very nice. Very, very beautiful chess there. d5, knight a5 on the board. Now, what happens? Knight d4. That's exactly what he went for too as well. Knight to d4. There's a crazy trap here, by the way. So after knight takes c4, you take on f5. You play queen b3 and queen b5 after knight a5. But he can go knight d5. Yeah, that's the usual Alekhine trap that was shown by Roman Gingi-Hashvili in his old books. Chess openings for black, white explained, in fact. But it's that's the plan. But the knight can go to e5, so it's different. It's different. After queen b3, you have knight e5, so this is a little different.
I'll show that on the board really quickly. Knight a takes c4, which I think black has to play for better or worse. I mean, you've played knight a5, you got to follow up. And here, queen b3 tries to pursue the knight to the edge of the board, but it does now have this center square. So Miguel, he might instead take and go queen to d3, but even here, there's queen c8, defending both at the same time. So this pawn sacrifice for white, he better follow it up accurately. He better have something in his pocket, as you might end up worse otherwise. But his opponent is hesitating. Gal is not taking on c4. She has not taken yet, and she's down 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a pawn sack. You have to find a queen c8 there. You have to be comfortable with it. Downtime, too, as well. It's tough. It's very, very tough here. This is what you get from these Eliakim positions anyway, though. Like, very, very provocative game.
It is indeed, and black will have to remain accurate. Since we focused on this match in the previous round, I vote that we go to an a4, by the way, trying to sever the connection between the knights. That's a great move. I think we should go to our other match and take a look at the top boards there, especially because Vasif Durarbeli is someone we haven't looked at yet. Let's give him a little bit of love.
Right.
And he's facing off against Su Yinglun.
This is another French. Here we go, the French guys here. This was like advanced, took on c5, didn't play a3 yet. So, not a Milnerberry, is it? Was it? Wait, is there?
No. Weird variation.
Right. Strange.
Yeah, you don't usually see DC on the advanced French, but white's obviously trying to get the knight over to b3 and establish control of the d4 square. So the natural move here for black is a4, but maybe Su Yinglun is a little bit hesitant about delaying the development of his king side, and maybe he's thinking about, I don't like knight e7 though because of knight b3.
Yeah,
You don't want to
this
give
looks
away your
like
bishop here.
good. Yeah, white. I mean, I'm definitely liking white's position. This is like a very good French. I mean, you got knight b3, bishop e3 is on tap. Knight b3, bishop e3 is coming very, very fast. The knight goes to d4, and then you have to defend the e5 pawn before moving the knight to push f4, f5. So somehow I have to figure out how to do that. Maybe I trade on c6, but it's all dependent upon the knight on e7, so he doesn't replace the knight on c6. It is definitely. I like it. I like the initiative for white that you usually get with the pawns on e5, and you're able to attack.
Drew Bailey, super tactical player, but Yingluon is really hesitating here. I mean, I feel like black should play a4 pretty quickly. You're already in too deep. The last thing you want is to allow the pieces to come out. He finally does. Now, the eval bar, there is this idea of going b4 anyway, trying to get black to en passant and get that knight to b3 at all costs.
Big fella, b4 for the score. Don't even think twice about it. b4.
You know he's doing it.
You know he's thinking it, chat. Maybe rook b1 too, but of course b4 is definitely a sharp move.
And if black's bishop drops back to e7, where are you going to put your knight? So unpleasant position here for black if white pushes b4 and insists on getting this knight out of the bishop's way. Great position for Durar Bailey. In the meantime, on board 2, Liu Shanglei faces Gulnar Mamadova. Crazy position here.
What is this? Oh, this is GG. This is GG. You can just smell it, right? You just glance at the board. Yeah, that's the wrap.
Smell it, but black is ready to castle here. If black gets the king out of the center.
Is white's
also
move?
got.
Oh no, hold on.
It is white's move. Yeah.
Hold on here. Come on, Daniel. This ain't mate in 17. It's not mate in 17.
I'd kill for this position with white, but maybe you just take on f7, put a rook on e1, play it simple.
Wow. Yeah, of course. Right takes, put a rook on e1 and 8-17. Now, of course, black does have the two bishops here. Very strange pawn structure with the, what is this? The hanging pawn structure. Always understand your pawn structures. Pawns on D and C being hanging, basically isolated, two isolated pawns together. Hanging pawn structure. But the two bishops are aiming. I mean, this is just, everything points to white being just better. Let's see what happens. So,
this was the same opening as our previous game. Believe it or not, this was an advanced French.
French advance.
But it went in a totally different direction. No, you got to imagine white takes on f7. Here goes rook e1. And if black puts a piece on the e-file, you just pile up on it with everything you got. So the big question here is going to be, can Mamadova castle, without losing all of her pieces? Can she get her king to safety and turn the tables on white? Liu Shanglei senses the importance of the moment. He knows that he has to deliver on the attack here and now, or else the tables might very well turn in this game.
Absolutely, 100% here. You have to strike now. And I think after take on f7 is probably, I like bishop f5 first, just to delay castling. I mean, obviously, castle runs into bishop e6 is the whole idea. I just want to put a bishop on e6 too. But rook e1's totally fine. Like, maybe do rook e1 then bishop f5. Everything's pointing to this for white. He needs to make a move, though. Definitely's coming out.
Yeah, he's down to 5 minutes, 50 seconds. So still some time, but gotta put a move on. He takes f7. Is what I'm expecting. I like bishop f5, though. That's a creative suggestion.
After take on f7, bishop f5. I was looking at 95, queen h3 there. And just chill. Just chill. Bishop coming to e6, rook e1. Good position.
Indeed. Well, we will leave Liu Shanglei to his devices here as he tries to figure out a way to continue the attack. Board 3 is Yu Yangyi against the very same Vugar Rasulov. Super dangerous opponent. Looks pretty decent for black here.
Yeah, actually it does here. First it looked, nice for white, but then we realized, oh, wait a second, there's some trades going to happen down the e-file, which probably benefits black here. 3-4-5, 3-4-5, saying we have the queen side majority. So trading, that's going to help us in an in-game. Yeah, black's doing fine. Equal, anything can happen.
Which bishop do you take here? That's not a question you ask every day. Queen takes e4 is probably what you play if you want to force the draw. There's a cute line. Well, no, queen takes e7. We're over it. Vugar Rasulov, I think, is playing for a win here. But after bishop f3, my guess is that we're going to get liquidation. The bishop's going to get traded, and we're likely going to see a draw if that happens.
Yeah, and trade them off and just chill. Like, shake hands, buddy. Good game, brother.
Yeah, looks pretty straightforward here. Let's have a look at our final game in the Ferocious Tacticians Kung Fu match. And this is between Aiden Suleimanli and the Kung Fu board 4, Shui Li. Pretty tame position here.
Shui Li. Nice. A6. What was this opening? Semi-slot. Okay, semi. Definitely like white because of the C file activity. A6 is a creative move. So if I go bishop C6, I might just take it.
Yeah.
Knight B8? What's going on with taking
Wow,
it?
bishop a6, knight b8 is a cool concept. Winning the bishop.
That's stupid. Knight B8. Wow, look at that. The bishop C6 and then rook C8 and castles. No, I can take A6 now. Oh, but Knight B8 again? No, Queen B5. I'm good. Queen
C7 there, though.
Right, or yeah, exactly. Queen C7. Yeah, and then bishop's gone. Yikes. So bishop C6, rook C8, castles. Yeah, just get out the way. White has some constant pressure. He wanted no trouble. Get out of there.
I like it. Just play solidly. You've got the positional edge on the queen side. You've got the C file. You've got the squares. No, he doesn't want to engage in these complications. If you're black, probably you're going B5, try to put a knight on B6, expand on the queen side a little bit. Yeah, this is slightly better for white, but definitely not our most interesting game. So let's go back. I'm thinking about where I want to go back to the Liu Shanglei game because that game continues to heat up as he tries to punish Gulnar Mammadova for keeping her king in the center. A rook has been sacrificed, but you can't take it because of the knight fork. This is over. You called it.
Oh, my goodness. Wow, big fella. What was the last few moves here? How did we get here? What happened? He took on F7. It was queen F7. And then he just went knight B5 and F4. Wow.
He hit the bishop. Now, if you take it, white takes back and forces the king to move. Bishop E5, F4 was blundered clearly by Mammadova. And obviously, this is game over. And again, if you take the knight on B5 first, and white takes back with check and wins the bishop.
So and also resign, start a new one. Well, of course, you shouldn't resign here. Play it all the way out, especially this is a movement. So, bishop B8.
You can't play bishop B8 because queen C8. You can't move anywhere.
Yeah.
Bishop C7 may be forced, but then white takes, goes queen E6. No, this is totally one-sided.
Nasty.
I have a crazy line for you, James. Bishop C7.
I like that
queen E6.
Hit him. Split him. Oh, my goodness. Get him off the board. Oh, my goodness. This is a family channel. Get this off the screen, Daniel. Get this off the screen.
All right, back to the live position. We need... Yeah, so nowhere to go for black's bishop.
Yeah, that's pretty gross. That was a very nice display of attacking chess. Nice to see. And something to learn from, especially against the French.
Calculation over everything.
COE! Oh, my goodness, Chad. Oh, my goodness.
So this is going to be a win for the Chinese team. Swing back to the top board. We already have no, that draw was from the previous round. Let's briefly go back to the Durer-Bailey Su Yingluan game because this looks really good for the ferocious tacticians. The bishop pair has been secured. He did end up playing B4, and he's got the B file. But how does he keep his foot on the gas pedal here? Yeah,
that's a very, very difficult question to answer. In fact, E5 looks like it's hanging. They like white by like +1 here, but like, what do I actually do? I need a plan. I have a plan. +1 with no plan. Maybe just rookie 1. What the heck does that do?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
What does it even do? It just defends, I guess, tactically, but that's about it.
Yeah, black needs to desperately bring his knight out of G8 and try to castle. The problem is if you castle, you're walking into a Greek gift sacrifice. So black's king just does not have any safe spots. Black's kind of holding by a thread, but Durer-Bailey's spending some time here trying to find the best way to punish black for his dubious opening play. Yeah, I like rook E1. I think those are the kinds of moves you want to tend to play in rapid games. Solid. Don't take too much time on them. But maybe he sees something more tactical that he's spending his time on.
I was actually considering C4, but C4 is too committal because the night before, I think. Just trying to open up the game, but there's nothing there. Bishop B5 doesn't work. Knight G5. Yeah, this rookie one.
Rookie one looks very practical. By the way, in the Alekhine game in the other match, that was a disaster for Shokugawa. Miguel Santos is going to win that game. Bishop B5, by the way, is on the board. So that's going to be a win for the Spanish Shrimps. I'm looking around that match to see if we have any interesting games that we could go to there. Let's go to Banuj against Ibarra Jerez in our other match, because both matches are currently heating up. Okay, that is a crazy position. Looking pretty good for Team Hungary here.
C5. But, he doesn't have to do anything about that. He doesn't have to take. Obviously, we're trying to get the E7 there, but it just doesn't work. 94 doesn't work either. Well, what you doing here, Donnie? What you got? Queen E4 or something?
Queen E4, I was thinking, yeah, maybe knight G5. Things get crazy. I mean, 2 minutes, 50 seconds is what concerns me. Ibarra is up 2 minutes. He's obviously, it's +3, but you got to take the evaluation with a grain of salt when the position's this sharp. I actually do like the look of C5 to try to get rid of the base of Black's entire construction.
That's exactly what we're trying here. C5, chop that boy down, and try to take on D6 or something.
Cool line. If C5 DC, white takes the knight and then takes again. And as you said, E7 square cannot be left unattended.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
2 minutes. He's working hard, but
chat like he picking his nose.
He's got to make a decision.
Who was it? Who was it, chat? I definitely missed this chat. Who was doing this? He's like, yo, he's digging for gold here. Let that man live, okay? Let him live. Let him pick his nose.
Knight E1. Okay. So where is he going? I guess he's going to E3. He wants to make sure that knight on F5 is supported, but obviously this is not all that dangerous for Black, and it gives Ibarra a tempo to bring some stuff into the game. Rook A E8 maybe coming next. This is a complete 3-result game.
No, absolutely. 3-result, right? 3-result game. Exactly. Rook A to E8. 94 still can't be played, though.
Yeah, still Queen F5. That really hurts White's prospects for the knight.
Oh, my goodness. What about G4? That's like a ridiculous move. But then knight G5. I have H4.
That might be what you need, though.
Bro. Yeah, I'm about to say, I might just go G4, bro. Just like whatever. It is what it is. I got a minute 40. I got to go for it. This is for my country and my team. G4. Just go for it.
It feels like he's losing purchase on the position, but he does play C5. Ibarra says, I don't care. He just moves his king to safety. So Banuj now playing on the queen side. Of course, you've got to be very careful. This F-pawn could get super dangerous, especially if the queens are off the board. I have a feeling that White's going to lose the thread here with only 90 seconds.
Yeah, 90 seconds here. A very sharp position, too, as well. Very sharp. That is held like glue. The knights and the bishop and the rook on E5, that whole construction is just rock solid. He moved away, 93, as you called it. He is losing the thread here. The knight, now we can go 94, though. 94.
Yeah, he's dialing it back. I'm looking around some of the other boards. The Iturizaga Kozak game is also pretty interesting. Looks like a pretty good position for the Hungarian Grandmaster. So I'll give you the vote, James. Do we stay on this one, or do we take a look at Iturizaga's game?
I like Iturizaga because of the speed, the time for both of them. Like the time.
All right.
They're both in trouble right now. Look at that. And it was just like the eval bar getting a workout, doing some reps. It was like a lot higher. And then immediately King H1 not to move.
White is up a pawn, but who cares? Because that knight on E5 is a monster, but only 20 seconds for Kozak. He's a minute down. Rook B7. Maybe trying to get his queen around to B8 and infiltrate down the B file. Black's not risking here. His position is rock solid, but can Black deliver the crushing blow? Iturizaga is just kind of going to go back and forth and milk Black's clock even further down.
Right. 2 seconds here. 12 seconds. Now he's at 14 seconds. 14 seconds.
Moves the knight back.
Right. Knight to D7. Rook B2 action. Bishop C3. Oh, I guess you kind of want to trade. Put the knight back on A5. That's strong.
Rook F3. There's Queen A1 and Rook B1. That's another dangerous idea. White has to keep tabs on so many different squares here, which is very hard when you're in time pressure. Maybe Rook B3. But again, Queen A1 after the exchange.
I mean, what a bad game for my bishops. Like, I got the bishops, but can't use them. Now, maybe just trade 95, and then it's terrible. This is completely terrible for White. The bishop on G2 is not even a piece. So you may have to move this bishop again. Where maybe just bishop D2, back it up. Or he could trade and just say, I'm worse, and I'm trying to flag you.
I think you have to trade and go Rook B3, but you do have a classic good bishop, good knight against bad bishop. That knight's going to come back to E5. No, Iturizaga keeps the bishops on the board. The bishop comes to E5. The knight says, hey, what about me?
Here come all the pieces. Bishop F4. He's like, nah, you know what? Never mind, bro. Let's trade him. My bad.
Queen F6, maybe?
Queen F6, Queen F2, G5. Oof.
There's also Rook B2 that could come at a very inconvenient moment. Iturizaga now down to 20 seconds. I don't see him holding this, but he's trying. He's trying to get some counterplay started. The knight should probably come back to E5. 2 seconds.
There it is, 95. 2-second increment. 4 point.
This is an interesting game. Okay, Rook A8. He keeps looking for active counterplay. Does Iturizaga defending the C4 pawn? 2 seconds. Queen b7, rook b2 coming.
Man, he's on him. He's on him. Stops it. Rook b1. All the pieces coming into play. No shot there. There's nothing. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Real quick, Vugar Rasulov has defeated Yu Yangyi in the other match with the black pieces. Huge win for the tacticians, but we are staying on this game because this is a fascinating time scramble. Kozak just panning for gold on the B file.
Oh my goodness. Oh, rook a7 blunder. That was a huge blunder. Why was it a blunder?
He had rook b2 winning on the spot. He missed it.
He
has it again? No, he doesn't.
He probably saw it too. Like, I even to do that again. Let's not do that. He got to move.
Too focused on not losing on time. Looks pretty stable for Iturizaga now.
Yeah, but the bishops controlling what we can. Just shuffle. You want to draw, bro? No.
Oh, no. Maybe white wants to play.
H5.
I don't know about that. G takes H5. Okay, he tosses the rook away.
Bishop G2. H5. There we
go.
Yeah, now he can play H5. Okay. Take
Bishop F4. Rook A1, Rook H1. Now, wait a second. Yeah. White could suddenly start playing for a win here.
F1, beautiful. Now we got pieces. We have activity. That's what happens in time. Trouble. Bishop C1. How do we get the pieces in? Queen to D2 over to the queen side.
Oh, Bishop G4, Bishop E6. Oh, White's better now. White's going to win.
Oh, my goodness.
Or is he?
Right. Takes.
Rook C1. Missed it.
Can I check and trade? Are you catching this pawn?
No, not with 4 seconds. He's going to try. Rook takes C4. Got to do that. 1 second. He's panicking. Rook F2, maybe.
I think it was just Rook F2, yeah.
He panicked. Oh!
Puzzle rush! Oh, my
Rook
goodness.
F7, goodbye. Sign the score sheet.
H6.
Anything. Win the Bishop E7, E8. It's over, James. What a turnaround.
I'm in trouble.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, but we got to go to the Santos Gall game, which has suddenly gotten really sharp. Shoga Gall, it was down in exchange and dead in the water. Now she's got chances.
A lot here, in fact, completely winning, but how Queen F2 check? Oh, that was dotted. That was not
Rook H4? No.
She missed it. I think she missed it.
I don't know. Oh, Rook H4 is mate.
Oh, it's mate.
What a beautiful mate.
Oh, my
Rook
goodness.
takes H4 is forced mate. She doesn't see it. She gets mated.
No. Get it.
Oh, my lance. Rook H4, Queen H2, Queen F4, Queen G5, mate.
Oh, my goodness.
Woo.
Sick.
Okay.
Puzzle rush, Chad.
Let's go to the other match. Gerard Bailey in our other match is about to defeat Su Yinglu. He's got checkmate on the board. It's mate in 2. He doesn't see it. There was mate in 2, but it doesn't matter. He's going to win. Or is he?
Wait, where's the mate? I don't see no
Where is the mate?
It's actually say mate in 10. I'm like, I don't see. It just say mate in 10 now.
Oh, my God, James. Really quickly. You know what he missed?
Rookie 8?
Bang, bang, mate. He missed it. Now he's got to find a win here, and he's got only a minute. This could turn around.
Maybe you just go F7 and just like, yo, chill, bro. I mean, he took that. I guess that works too. Right?
Also good. Yeah. He's going to win.
It's for Resi, right? Yeah.
Okay. We also have this game. Okay, this is over. This is just up in exchange. Easy clap for the ferocious tacticians. Okay. Far more interesting. No. The other game that still remains Erdos against Ambartsumova in our other match. But let's stick to this one for now and watch Aiden Suleimanli finish off the game. I think Rook H8 is unstoppable. Yes, wins.
Another Resi.
Okay, we go to our other match because 2 games are still remaining. We've got Erdos about to defeat Ambartsumova. This one's over. Yes, she's going to flag. And then we have Banuj. I think he's winning this after all.
Yeah. Whoa. Queen F4.
What was Queen F4? He's got to take that pawn. Queen E4 check would have kept the pawn alive.
And it was drawn. Wow. Interesting.
Now it's over. Or is it? We've seen crazy stuff in time scrambles. Just trade the queens, Tomas. He does.
Yo, man, I'm just tired of this, bro. Get these queens off the board.
That's it. Knight F5 takes D6 coming to a theater near you.
Yep. That's a wrap. Check up.
Just don't blunder your rook, James. How many times has that happened? Just winning everything and then walk into a fork. But no, he's not going to do that.
Yeah. That's tough.
Resign.
Rook.
Oh.
Quite simple. Push. Don't hang. Don't pre-move. What? Okay. Looked kind of scary for a second, but we're good.
Could have moved the rook first, but as long as he doesn't blunder his rook, just go after the a-pawn. I would win the a-pawn here. Oh, 93 was threatened there. But no, Tamaz Banuj is a 2600 GM. He is not going to miss a one-move knight fork.
Oh, no. Where it takes.
Rook a5, just take that knight.
A5.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Wow. Okay, so that is a win for Tamaz Banuj, which means that Hungary ties the round. It is 2-2 in round 2, and what a close match this one is. Hungary will be leading after 2 rounds with a score of 4.5, 3.5 in this best of 8.5 match. First team to reach 8.5 points wins and qualifies to the finals. So this is neck and neck. It's 4.5, 3.5. In our other match, the Ferocious Tacticians, after 2 rounds, lead with a score of 5 points to 3. They win this round 3-1, and they lead 5 points to 3.5. So, James, in the very next round, if they score 3.5, they could actually just win without even needing to play the 4th round. But that's unlikely.
Very unlikely, correct, of course. So especially as we've seen, I mean, games are unpredictable here. I mean, we even had the mate missed. We had their underrated mate where she missed a mate in 4 there, which is crazy. Then another mate in 2 miss. Like when the time scramble gets very low, when the time gets low, anything is possible here. So of course, this is great chess. A few more games left, and we're gonna have some people advancing to the finals.
We will indeed. Nothing has been decided. We will have round 3 for you as the final qualifying spot is being contested. It is being contested in such an impassioned manner. More chess, more time scramble, more action coming your way in just a couple minutes.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pro Chess League. We are watching 4 teams compete for the final spot to round off the 16 teams that will face off during the regular season. These 4 teams made it through yesterday's qualifier. So, Jane, the hardest road is still ahead. We are 2 rounds in, and, well, the players, they're getting more nervous. We're getting more time scrambles. We're going to get some craziness in round 3.
That's right. Not that the rounds never counted, but like these are very crucial now. Every game, every second matters. So of course, nerves go up a little bit here. You know, do I play this? Do I play my best here? Like literally, there's going to be lots of, I think, nerves and shakiness, but also more ferocious and attacking chess, especially for people that may be behind in the match. So we'll see.
And the Pro Chess League is back after a 4-year hiatus. There are so many players to root for in the regular season, from Magnus Carlsen to Alireza Firouzja to James Canty, to a bunch of new teams that have so many exciting grandmasters. Vladimir Fedoseev for the Gotham team. Hikaru Nakamura, of course, is playing.
New York team.
There'll be a new Charlotte team. I'm
right.
super
Who's
excited
on that
to be
one?
a part of that. I don't know. It's a bunch of these obscure grandmasters, Canty. I keep forgetting their names, though.
Is that a shirt from? Did they give you one? Is that what you're wearing?
Yeah,
right
Peter.
Now?
Yeah.
Wow.
We have a shirt. We have a full package. But there we see some of the top names for some of the top teams. And of course, California Unicorns, headlines by Sam Shankland, former U.S. champion. MVL is playing for the French team. So just so many players to root for, Canty. I mean, whoever you like, they're probably playing in the PCL. And it's just going to be nonstop action.
It's crazy. I mean, you look at that. Even Chess Dojo, Sam Shankland came out. Like, they got Sam Shank here, Magnus Carlsen, Fabi. I mean, everybody's there. Everybody's playing, man. Pro Chess League, nothing like it.
Yeah, and of course, right now, we still have one spot left to decide as 4 teams are competing. The first to 8.5 points wins the match. There will, of course, be a final, so you have to win one match, and then there will be a final between the 2 winning teams, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps facing the Hungry Hunters and the Ferocious Tacticians from Azerbaijan facing the Chinese Kung Fu. Okay, so let's start with the top game for Hungary, and then let's switch to Azerbaijan and give them some love. So let's watch the opening of this game and then switch over to our other match. Erdos against Iturizaga. 1e4, James. I know Iturizaga likes the accelerated dragon. Let's see if he plays it here.
Let's see what we got. He played e6. Okay, so he said, none of that. Oh, b3. Oh, man. This is why Sicilian these days is annoying to play. What I mean is from the black side. Like, you would love to get, your Najdorf Sicilians where you're having all the fun stuff and the real Najdorf, or like, stuff that's fun. But when you get these type of Sicilians, it makes you not want to play the Sicilian, of course, because of the strangeness here. This is fun. I already like white here just because of the possibilities and options and taking you out of your Sicilian theory.
Yeah, b3. I've played that move a lot in Blitz. It's really fun. Now here, White can actually expand his central control with c4, but instead, Erdos, he focuses on piece development. Big decision for White. Where to put this knight? You can put it on c3. You can put it on d2, which I like, because bishop to b4 is no longer dangerous. And Iturizaga adopting kind of a hedgehog setup with all of the pawns on the 6th rank. Queen comes out to c7, knight to d7. This is all sort of very standard stuff for Black.
Absolutely. You actually see that a lot in the London setup, London system setup. Roman Gigiashvili actually recommends this: knight f6, knight d7, bishop e7, and bishop b7. And you play, of course, hedgehog like even rook a7, queen a8. Very strange, but definitely something to put pressure down the diagonal, especially when White is castled. Now, White actually can go queenside. I'm a fan of that myself. Maybe bishop d3, queen e2, and going for something very aggressive. But it depends on what Black plays. Maybe even rook g1 to g4, freak attack Najdorf style. Lots of things that I can do here. Very flexible position.
Yeah, and a big space advantage for White, which is why the engine in hedgehog setups always gives 0.6, 0.7, but you should take that with a grain of salt because Black's play is actually really easy. I mean, you're basically making the same moves every time. It's good for rapid. I like this choice for Iturizaga, even if it's objectively speaking, maybe not the best. We will keep an eye on this board 1 game, but let's switch to our other match because we've got a fascinating match between Aydin Suleimanli, the young Azeri Grandmaster, and the Chinese #1 Yu Yangyi, the only player today over 2,700 FIDE. But, Canty, this is not my favorite type of position, I will confess.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, this is the basic, boring, Capablanca style here. Just like get my pieces out, develop, and if we go to an end game, cool, we're gonna play this boy out to bare kings all the way. It's what it looks like in Black's type position here. Black can play bishop d7, rock solid. Maybe even take on d4 and play b6, bishop b7, more Carol Khan style Karpov games. Have a lot of that type of structure and setup. So I mean, it's very easy for Black. Obviously, I think here, but it's white to move. So d5, like I do like the d5, getting rid of the pawn. Maybe
no,
c5. Oh man,
no,
here we go. Here we go.
No, this is not the way. Well, I guess he's saying I'm going to go b4, and I think white is a little tiny bit better here, a little bit more space on the queen side, and he can deploy the bishop to b2. Black has some issues with his light squared bishop, although he could try to do the same thing and go b6. No, instead he goes bishop d7. So passive position for Black, but obviously like ridiculously hard to win this with the rooks coming into the open files.
Yeah, this is like, I mean, you can see this straight out of a Catalan book. Of course, the bishop just is on g2 instead of c4, but this is literally, you see this in the Catalans all the time with the setup here, and the rook the F rook goes to c8, or sometimes you go rook after d8, rook a c8. And you put the rooks there, you play bishop e8, and you just trade down, and of course, Black's totally fine in these positions here. Not the biggest fan myself, because it feels like I'm just playing for a draw, but, you know, it does happen.
Well, Azerbaijan, they do lead in the match, so they can afford to play it safe. Let's see if Suleimanli goes 94 and tries to spice things up and squeeze out this small edge. Yeah, 94 and maybe then 96. But even with that, I mean, 94, rook d8, 96, rook b8. I don't really know if white can contend for anything super serious here, but we will leave Aiden to his devices. I want to go to the second board between Durar Bailey and Lu Shanglei as we see e4. So Aiden Suleimanli is going to continue squeezing this endgame. But we have a Najdorf on board too, and I vote Najdorf over Queen's Gambit accepted.
All day, every day, baby. And this is a positional Najdorf, again, one of the ones that you're just not that happy with Black. This is just not one of the ones. The bishop e2 stuff, this is probably what it was. A bishop e2 Najdorf, castle kingside, and d5, they bully the entire game. If you make a mistake with Black, you lose, and the d5 square is on grip and on tap for white to do whatever they want with for the rest of the game. Here after a5, you also play a4 early too. Basis against Fishbane and Charlotte. Knight d7, knight c4. Oh, trade everything off. C files open. This is a fine Najdorf, especially if we can get d5 in too. Pretty.
White's doing well here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Black can never really go d5. I mean, I think Lu Shanglei is trying, but you also can't go rook d8 because you're walking into a pin. That's why it's so good to have the pawn on a5.
Right. Queen to c6 is probably going to be something we try, and bishop d8, but we can't even reroute. Our usual reroute will be bishop d8 to b8 or b6. I mean, get rid of that, use it for a better diagonal. But this is like the Najdorf. Hey, you know, one of the Najdorfs we're not happy to see. Another Sicilian that is not the one that you're happy to see on the Black side.
Yeah, something has gone a little bit wrong here for Lu Shanglei. Knight a4 is a nice move. Maybe should be met with knight d7. I don't like the look of knight b6, and white could just keep squeezing with c4. That control over the d5 square, when white gets that control, you know you're in trouble on the Black side because you start running out of ideas.
Yeah, it's very tough. I think the positional Najdorf and like the strange ones are the ones that you get a lot of, by the way. In the a4 ones, you just don't get the regular, you know, English attacks you're looking for and fun stuff anymore. In the Najdorf, it's more of these pretty strong stuff. Knight to d7. Yikes.
I like
Yikes.
d3 and c4, though. Just establish fully control over the d5 square.
d3, bishop b5, c4, bishop takes a4, takes. You know, there is ideas with b5 anyway. And sacking the a6 pawn. Now, of course, that's maybe not here right now, but it's very close. I think that's why 94 was so good, too. Wow, because you can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, I really feel that b3 here is begging to be played. So the position that Durar Bailey's trying to evaluate, I'll make the moves on the board really quickly.
Right.
b3, bishop b5, c4, chop,
and
and
b5?
Yeah, b5 en passant takes.
The pawn
doesn't
takes,
seem like Black gets much here. In knight c5, maybe you could try to swing the knight, but like d4 is well protected by white. So Vasif could try to even get his rook to the d file. No, this is a fantastic position for white, and I think he should play confidently here. He's taking his time, but go b3. I think you're doing well if you're Durar Bailey.
Yeah, again, these are, I think, one of the hardest type of positions in the Najdorf are the bishop e2 positional ones, where they just want a good position, and they do get a good position many times if you make any type of errors due to the d5 square being so vulnerable and the backward d6 pawn, where the bishop has to sit there and defend the entirety of the game unless you play rook d8 or get the bishop off, move it to b6, and work to d8. b3 on the board. Bishop b5. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we
c4 very likely, and Durabeli has a great position out of the opening. Now, an important game for Team China to deliver on. Xu Yinglun faces Gulnar Mamadova, who is incredibly strong, and she is riding a streak of good tournaments, but she struggled in the last game. She got crushed by Lu Shanglei, so let's see if she can come back with a solid performance with black here. Another Queen's Gambit accepted structure, this time with the queens on the board. This one also looks a little bit more pleasant for white, but Mamadova will be able to get her king out of the center this time.
Yeah, definitely. Get the king out of the definitely, right. That's very important. Get the king out
Unlike
of the
the last game.
That's not, you don't want to think about that one. So get the king out the center here. Of course, white just has probably a very small edge here just because of the first move advantage, and my pieces are developed. Looks pretty pleasant, but of course, black is fine too. Bishop on e7. I have a nice, strong, light square bishop. I've played c5 and challenged your center already. I can take and play rook to c8 at some point. I can play queen c7, queen b8, queen a8. Very easy idea to understand and remember. Common idea. So, I mean, lots of things for black to do too.
Yeah, DC on the board. The D file opens up, and he could stick a knight on e5, put pressure on d7. Another thing you have to be very careful about when you're black here is if you castle and there's a trade, that bishop on b2 opens up, and there could be tactics related to the pawn on g7. The white queen you could envision later coming out to g4. Again, this is after white's played knight e5, knight takes d7. Right. So Mamadova has some problems to solve here for sure.
Absolutely, of course. In fact, right now, that's actually really strong. Bishop takes knight e5. I was looking after, but there's knight d7, knight d7. You can't go bishop g7 because rook g8 and rook g2. So that's like ridiculous.
Oh.
Yeah,
this is before black castles. I see what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, I was looking at, obviously, with, well, first off, we have to capture back on c5. So how do we capture? Bishop or pawn? Pawn looks ridiculous. Bishop takes probably the standard. Knight e5 puts pressure on d7, so maybe we go queen e7 just to get out of the pin. If take on d7, take, and then we can play rook g8 eventually. Yeah, I think it's just okay. Like, you can just take on c5 and chill.
Yeah, it's important not to overthink this, because this is where you burn, 4 or 5 minutes, and then you leave yourself with 2 minutes in a crazy middle game. So Mamadova has to be confident. The line you're mentioning, okay, I won't have to put it on the board because they're likely to do it themselves. It is on the board, and now you were mentioning knight e5, get out of the pin with queen e7, and if white greedily takes the pawn on g7 at the end of the line, you could see the eval bar dropping precipitously because white's going to lose g2 with a mating attack. So Xu Yinglun, he wants none of this, and instead, as we go back to the live board, he goes knight c3, just developing.
Just developing. So he did. He took on c5 and knight c3, right? So knight to c3 there. And then maybe we just go queen e7 or castle. What you thinking? What would you do? Maybe just castle or just queen e7? I mean, maybe
I think
both.
Castle is fine. I think castle is fine because knight e5 you can always... Okay, she plays queen e7, also reasonable. No, I actually think black is doing completely fine here. Good stuff by Mamadova to sort through the complications, and black should be essentially equalized at this point.
Absolutely. I think black is equal. No weaknesses. Okay, maybe we'll say b6 and a6. Like, they're kind of weak, but not really. But and then we just castle and say, hey, what do you have? This is going to be a test of strength here. Show me what you have.
Yeah, we'll see if Xu Yinglun is able to whip up complications. But Team China is down by 2 total points, so it's important for them to have a big round. We will keep an eye on this match. Let's switch over to the Spain-Hungary match, which is getting really interesting. And in particular, the Erdos Iturrizaga game is heating up big time.
Woo-wee! King on the C file with a smile. And then you got E5 here, the pawn in the... Is this the Sicilian game with B3?
It is. Believe it or not, it's that same game.
Yeah. I remember we talked about that castle queen side too, and just go for everything. That's exactly what he did. He castle queen side, and he about to try to tear his head off here. I am with it all day, every day. Oh my goodness, tactics. All right, he played 94.
Yeah, but this looks awful for black. I mean, he's not castled. He's getting hammered in the center.
Wow.
And he's got not much going on the c4 square because the bishop hangs, so you can't play BC here.
And it's funny, the engine only gives us 1.6, but as a human, right, practical chances is why it's very important to think on your own, right, guys? So it's good to think on your own here. I mean, it just looks terrible for black, but Inja's like, I mean, it ain't that bad. It's okay. It's only like a pawn. But no, it's not. In fact, bishop wears C6 or B7.
What I would not do, I would not take the knight. I would not give up the light square control here. That's not what you need if you're a Terizaga. I'm dropping the bishop back, maybe bishop C6, and kind of ask white, okay, yeah, your position looks impressive, but where is the infiltration?
That's a good question. And then maybe
King B1 or something. I don't know.
Oh, you're right. Chill, right? King B1. My position's so good. Yeah. King B1. F6, G5. I mean, yeah, anything. Really G5 first, but then F6. But that is ridiculous. If you play F6, that's a crazy looking move. I mean, maybe you could play it, though. So maybe I have to go F6. They take. Let's see what he does first. You always react. Let's just see what they do.
Yeah, we'll wait for a move here, and then we'll take a look at some of the other games in this match. But this is fascinating. And then Terizaga, you cannot have this position with 30 seconds. You'll lose it in 2 seconds. So let's see if he can arrive at a decision. You also have Queen C6, kind of a creative move.
That's a ridiculous move. Queen C6. I'm gonna play.
I feel like he might play it.
I'll play Knight B6. Oh man, Oof. Knight B6. That seems crazy. Like Bishop E5 almost works. Maybe
almost.
Can I go G5 anyway, and then BC and Bishop E5?
I would consider still King B1. I mean, I don't know why, but I like the idea of moving the king out of the way. But then, of course, black already takes on C4. That's the whole point of Terizzaga's last move.
Which is why I like G5. There's definitely something wrong with G5. So it's
2 minutes.
Something wrong with G5.
By the way,
maybe just go for it. But...
Oh, and by the way, Dura Bailey in our other match, he drew his game against Lu Shengli. He took a draw in a better position, but he feels that the match situation warrants it. They're up 2 points. Yeah. He says, listen, we can squeeze a couple more half points. We're going to win the match. So that game is already over.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. All right. Well, we'll leave Erdos to contemplate his next move. He's only got 2 minutes to do it, but we've got a couple other games in this match. Magnus against Santos Ruiz on board 2. What do you make of this?
I do like white for the activity, but I like black for the dynamicism of the H file, H4. I have a rook lifted already. I have ideas of Bishop G4, Rook H5, Bishop E5, sacking almost, mating. Like there's some stuff. There's definitely some stuff here, maybe, but I think white's holding and doing pretty well with the pieces we have right now. It is black to move, queen's hanging, so I have to move the queen. So where am I going is the question. Queen G5? Queen G5, Bishop D4, maybe.
What about E3?
Whoa. E3 is spicy, big fella. Hold on to your hats. Yeah, you know what? Just because E3 I don't even know what's going on there. You don't even want to calculate that.
Exactly.
You don't even want to calculate that.
And I think Santos Ruiz, I can sense that the wheels are turning. I think he's contemplating. It's on his radar. Yeah, Queen G5 is the other move. He's played Queen G5. He wants to go for mate on the king side. Magnus could snag the pawn, but then most certainly black will play E3. And that looks unpleasant.
Now we talking. E3 is looking real cute here. I'm liking it, and the queen has to move off, or maybe just Bishop E3. I'm a big fan of tempo, but do things with tempo. Very nice. So Bishop E3. Let me see. Yeah, Bishop E3 is pretty strong. Go Queen G4, H3. Wow, it's almost trapped. Queen H5, G4. What the heck is that?
It's a funny line. Yeah, no, I would go Queen H5 straight away there.
Yeah, Queen H5. Okay, Bishop E2, Queen H5. And we're just chilling. I like black. Wow, strangely enough. I think white is okay, though. Maybe we just trade. Bishop D4, move the rook, take the bishop. You sack the exchange. I don't think that's enough.
Practically, I like black. I feel like in the context of a time pressure situation, black's kingside play here looks pretty juicy. There are 2 more games to go through in this match, so let's quickly have a look at the positions. We've got Ibarra against Gall in a game that does seem to be going off the rails for the Hungarian women's FIDE master.
Whoa.
This looks, ugh.
Whoa. What was this opening?
Caro-Kann.
Okay.
So Caro-Kann.
Yikes. I need to develop still. Bishop G7, Bishop H6. Oh my goodness. There's Knight F7 everywhere.
I don't see a way to stop it.
Position? Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
Oh, this is terrible for black. Yeah, this might be close to GG. She does develop her bishop. I mean,
Going for
C3 by
counterpunch.
Ibarra is a practical move. Just don't
Mhm.
need any complications here.
Right. Yeah, because knight f7, there's bishop b2, and like, yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, I get a few pawns and like some weird stuff going on with the king. C3 played. Now we can at least get out of the knight f7 threat by doing.
Yeah, but there's also knight e6. Like if you play rook hf8, knight e6 wins,
Right.
then knight on g4 will hang.
Right.
No, this is lost. This is completely lost. And 3 minutes down. So this one's gonna end, I think, pretty soon.
It's tough.
And finally, we have Amber Tsumova against Kozak on the last board. Another hedgehog, just like the Turizaga game, but this one has remained relatively quiet.
It's crazy. Whose move is it here? It is
Black's move.
Kozak's move. Okay, so what do you do? Yikes. H6 is like, I mean, G4 is screaming. We also have knight B5 coming on tap with D6.
Oh my gosh.
What?
By the way, can't see something crazy just happened. Iturizaga won that game. White lost a bunch of his pieces in the time scramble. Erdos got too low on the clock, and the complications got the better of him. So Iturizaga swindles that Sicilian.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
That's a win.
Wow. That's
Spain.
a win. I can't believe that. That's crazy. It's a crazy
So they
game.
tie the match. It's
impressive.
the live score 4.5, 4.5.
He's known for that. So Turizaga can definitely pull out some stuff. He had a game of the year, I think, in the semi-Slav. I think that was last year. Game of the year. I think that was him, Turizaga. Semi-Slav.
Yeah, he is.
Santos.
He is definitely knows how to weasel his way out of a tough spot. But this game is pretty chill. We definitely have more interesting action on some of the other boards. So Ibarra's going to win, and that's going to give Spain most likely a 2-0 lead in this round and a 1-point lead in the match. So it's up to Tomas Banuj and Adam Kozak on this board to deliver for Hungary. But let's go to the other match because most of these games have calmed down. I think we should go to the top board in the Azerbaijan-China match, which features Suleimanli against Yu Yangyi. They're in a time scramble, and it looks pretty winning for Suleimanli. This might be another win for Azerbaijan.
That's a very strong sequence. Yes, I am down a piece here, but I mean, these minors are not coordinated well enough. You also have two knights. If it was two bishops, this evaluation, I mean, it may be equal.
Oh, and more bad news for China. Rasulov on board 4. It was a completely one-sided game. He won against the board 4. So it's 6.5. Azerbaijan needs only 2 points. And if Suleimanli wins, they could end it in this round.
Right now. They going for it, chat. Look at that.
But Mamadova would have to beat Su Yinglun, and that seems, well, I think she's got a good position. Let's stay on this game, though, for now.
Ferocious tacticians are living up to their name.
Oh, just go rook. I don't know, 20 seconds. Can you win this? He has 2 pawns and an overwhelming position. Ooh, that wasn't the move, apparently. Oh, that allowed 96.
Because the knight can chill. Wow. And you can't really... I mean, this is still practical. Oh, he has 19 seconds. Yeah, that's tough.
Bishop d5. I would go bishop d5. And then if rook b5, knight a5 to c4. Hit the bishop.
Oh, yeah.
Create complications.
Take the 2 knights versus the rook. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Bishop c4 instead. Can Yu Yangyi save this game? He has to save this game. If he doesn't, I don't see Azerbaijan. I mean, all they will need in the last round, even if Mamadova loses, is a point. But progress is being made here defensively for Black. He's got his pieces nicely consolidated now.
Yeah, defended. They're defending each other. Yeah, this could be a draw. I mean, you can mess this up. I don't think you can really mess this up as white. It is possible due to time. The time is very, very low. Yu Yangyi, 30 seconds here. 2-second increment, guys. We do have the increment.
Well, as long as he doesn't miss a fork, I think white doesn't run the risk of losing. There was a fork threat there. But anything can happen with the last seconds.
These knights, right? Rookie 1. Blunder!
Exactly.
3, okay. Bishop D2.
Okay.
6, yeah.
Get the rook into the game. No, this still looks very nasty for Black. Like rook e5 takes g5. If you lose the g-pawn, I think white wins easily with those 3 extra passers.
Absolutely. Maybe
rook e8.
Here. Yep. Rook e8's beautiful.
6 seconds.
Gotta move.
4 fixes the weakness. He wants king g3 and then h4, I think.
All right, king g3, h4. Take that. Push the pass pawns. Last pawns must be pushed. Be very careful, man. These knights are close proximity. Like you can
2 seconds.
Feel the fork there.
Oh, great play though by Suleimani. Knight c2, bishop to c1, defends a3. He hits the bishop instead. With 1 second left, bishop b4.
Oof.
Defending a3. Black can trade. And he probably should.
G3, down. He grabs a little bit of time.
King g3. Nope. Check and rook f5 maybe.
Gain a little bit of time. Gain some time. Nice. Nice sequence.
No draw.
No draw.
But knight d4 could be nasty, James. If black can take b4 and then win that b4 pawn, it becomes a 3-result game.
Wow.
Uh-oh, here comes the knight to d3. Wait a second, it's a draw now.
It might be if he don't move. You know, make it move, Knight d3, okay.
h4, you gotta create the passers.
There they are. Knight takes. Check up, king d2, hit him with tempo, knight d4, forking coming.
Go
king
f4.
d3.
Do not go f4. Okay.
Okay, come on, bro. There we go. Yeah, we take the. You want the draw, bro? You earned it.
Yeah, good save for Yu Yangyi.
Wow, what a game.
Okay, I'm switching back to the last board. This is a game China really has to win. If they don't win, and then again, Azerbaijan puts themselves in territory where they only need a point in the final round. Right now, they lead 7-4. We remind you that if they hit 8.5 at any point in the match, they win. So white is better here, 2 bishops, but can Su Yingluan convert this endgame advantage against Mamadova?
With a time edge as well, slight, but of course better than nothing. And we do have the 2-second increment. We need to make some progress. So king e3 played.
Yep. And looked pretty unpleasant. Bishop a2 and f4 is one idea, but that a4 pawn is being targeted right now.
He's going to take that. Take that very quickly. Bishop a2 takes f4, g6, f5, take knight f5. Good. We could play g4 with an f5. Take. Yeah.
1 minute and 30 seconds for the Chinese Grandmaster. Rook b7, by the way, easy thing to miss. Skewering the bishops, like if you go rook c4. Yeah. I don't love bishop c2. There's rook b7. Okay, stopping bishop b3.
Bishops. These bishops put them on a better squares than they were before. All right. They look pretty good. f4 still a nice move, I think. Rook d1, maybe put the rook on the d file. Try to edge it out. Maybe even get the king to c5. The king c5 and just be annoying. And if you move the rook, you have king b6.
Milk the clock down if you're Yingluan. Just like try to keep forcing black to make decisions. Just go f3, keep the tension. This is hard to defend with 40 seconds for Mamadova. That knight is so restricted by the e4 pawn.
For sure. And after takes, you can just go king d4 and king c5 and work f1. I mean, yeah, you could just play this position forever.
Yes, you can. Bishop d7. So far, so good for Mamadova. She's holding pretty strong. The eval bar creeping up. Maybe g4, keep expanding on the king side.
There it does. G4.
Nasty. Needling black.
They take. Now we got some weaknesses. We play g5, rook h1. He plays h6, stopping it. g5 anyway is possible.
Yeah, this is definitely getting better for white, but can he deliver the hammer blow? Maybe throw in a5. He goes back to d1. Okay.
He's making moves here. 20 seconds.
Bishop e2 deserves consideration, but then black will definitely snap off that a pawn.
I love bishop e5 too. Just centralize the bishop. Try to restrict the knight a little bit.
This is great endgame technique by Yingluan. Now a5. Oh.
And that does it.
Bishop e2.
So what's the... Oh, it's just bishop e2, yeah. And a6.
Too many threats. Black's just too passive here. Yeah.
Bishop d4.
Exactly, and rook c7.
Yeah.
Okay, she gives up the pawn. Ooh. But maybe don't take it yet because of rook a7. Nice little trap there for
black. You know what I'm saying? Right. Look at that. Little tactinos. Rook c7, take. Bishop c8. Perfect.
Oh, that is savage. Here comes the king.
There it is. We talked about this
It's
idea
over.
before. Get the king involved, especially in the end game here. And you see domination here.
That was very impressive play by Xu Yingluan. So he's going to win this game. The score is going to be 5-7. So still, China will have to come through in the last round with a huge result in order to save this match they will have to win with a score of 3-1 in order to tie the match. And we will talk about what happens in that case if we get there. But first, they need to get there.
Yeah, first they need to get there. That's going to be tough. I mean, the matchup, what color do they have? Who's playing who? Right?
Okay, this one's over officially.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can go back to our other match because there's still one game left in Hungary against Spain. This one's pretty much decided. Okay, let's King C7 ends the game immediately. All right, so we go to Amber Tsumova against Kozak.
And move is on Kozak. Black to move. Okay. Okay, black to move. Yeah, like what do you do? Rook C2, maybe double the rooks. He goes for it. C2.
Yes, huge round for Spain. They have won 2 games in this round with 1 draw. They lead by 1. So let's see if Adam Kozak can right the ship here. A win for Hungary would tie the match at 6 apiece going into an epic final round.
Fire. White to move. Rook A6. Played hitting the pawn on B6. Very good move. That's a strong move.
I like this for Amber Tsumova. She's got 20 seconds. That could be a problem, but this is better for White, I think.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, B6, you feel you have an edge. Bishop E3, trade them boys off. That's a beautiful move. Takes, and then play on the B file. Oh, F6 is coming too.
Ooh.
I trade them boys off. Be careful.
Feels like White is in control. That bishop on D7 is terrible. It's restricted by your own pawns, your opponent's pawns.
Right.
Easier position to play. Kozak down to 30 seconds himself now. Yeah, this is nasty. 25 seconds. He can't find a move.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on.
What does Black do? I mean, you're like that rook on C2 is nice, but what is it doing?
Kozak. Adam.
B7, blundering bishop G5, he blunders a piece.
Oh my goodness!
Will she see it? Bishop
goodness.
takes G5, hitting the rook on D8. Oh my God, it's game over.
She's looking.
No, she misses it.
7. Oh, she missed it.
She missed it. Unbelievable. That was a big miss. And
it.
yeah, White's still better. White could still win this.
Oh man.
Okay, Kozak keeps the pieces on the board. I like it. 8 seconds, flat out time scramble. Okay, H4 maybe?
I feel like Black has a chance because of that miss. How big of a miss it was.
The cosmic balance has shifted in Black's favor,
right,
so
I
feels.
Can feel it. Exactly right. That's the perfect way to say it from the Prophet Danya, right? So, exactly, the cosmic wave here has shifted. You can just, it feels like Black.
That was a bad move. Karina's not finding the way to infiltrate, but 2 seconds for Kozak as he brings his bishop back. Rook A8 would have won. Oh, it was another miss.
It's hard, right? 7 seconds. This not even bullet chess now. F6, right?
F6 mates the king, but she's got to go for it, and she lets Black put the pawn on F6.
Yeah, he saw that.
Don't go Queen A3. Rook C3 with Rook takes F3. 1 second for Kozak.
Queen A5.
And Rook A8. Queen A5.
Only move.
He's got to move. He's going to flag. Oh.
Man, 2 seconds. Rook A8 trade. Anyway,
no, it was a bad move. King F7. Black is okay now.
Wow, and Black is fine.
He might be better soon.
That's true. After Rook B4, check, and Bishop D7. Oh my goodness.
B2, no, that blunders a bishop. Rook B2 is threatened, and Black will win B4 and win the game.
It
feels like
it shifted, right? Like we said, bro. Oh, okay, draw.
Well, Spain leads by 1. Kozak has to win this. Kozak has to go for it here.
Wow, unbelievable.
Bishop H5. Here. Oh, she finds a repetition, I think. Rook D8, Rook G8, just go back and forth. Bishop hit the pawn.
That's it. Oof.
Oh, he goes for it, but no, it was a bad move.
He kind of has to go for it, I guess, huh? Rook here.
But he loses F6, and that F pawn is going to be so far advanced.
Oh, D6.
Takes H6. F6?
Yeah, F6. F6 does it.
That's it. Bishop H5.
So H5 ends it. You can hit the button.
That was
1 second. Gotta move.
Bishop H5. She finds it.
King G8, F7. And Rook
H7.
Oh! Rook H8. Oh, yeah. Frightening.
Kozak can't believe it. He went for it. That was a gutsy call, but he lost that F pawn. He had to go for the draw. That is a huge win for Spain. They win the round 3.5.
Oh,
and they
my
lead
goodness.
7-5. Both
Wow,
matches
good.
are at 7-5. And Yanzi, Hungary and China, they are in trouble as we review this results. Crazy round.
Crazy one. I actually thought China, as we all thought, China's a huge favorite. But hey, in this time format, and people, only so many games here, things can happen. Time trouble happens to us all. As you see, upsets everywhere.
Indeed. And obviously, Azerbaijan would be more than happy with another 2-2 round that would send them through to the finals. It's 7-5 in both of our matches. Or is it 7? No, it's not 7-7. It's 7-5. So Azerbaijan leads, as does Spain, on the heels of a 3.5 round. Will these two teams be able to deliver the win in the final round and move on to face each other in the finals? Well, there is only one way to find out. We will be back with round 4 of the Pro Chess League qualifier in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. You can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
Welcome to the Pro Chess League qualifiers. GM Daniel Naroditsky, FM James Canty, bringing you coverage of the furious fight for the final of the 16 total Pro Chess League spots, 15 of which have been filled, and one of them has been filled by a team captained by a certain James Canty III. Let's have a look at the Golden State Passers and their exciting roster, Canty.
Absolutely. We got lightsabers on hand. Everybody has some upgraded lightsabers as we signed contracts and sent out lightsabers to addresses here. And we have Sam Savian. We got Big Sam I Am, green eggs, and all the ham. That man is a monster. You already know. Then we got Joe Baba, the monster. Absolutely one of my favorites, of course. Joe Baba London himself. Carissa Yip is in there. You got the youngest GM on the team. We got a squad. We got Big Linderman there, of course. And we have Camila De Nova. So, I mean, it's just pretty fire, chat. I'm not going to lie. We have a very nice squad. I'm proud to be, on the team here and hanging with the players here and watching us go to work this year. So,
yeah, Meruert is a very exciting young player from Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan are producing tons of new talent. Obviously, Kazakhstan has some of the strongest female players with Abdu Malik and Sadva Kosova and now Kamali Denova. So what an exciting team. I'm definitely rooting for a certain team that I shall not name. Forget what city that team is from, but hey, if your team gets second, I'll be happy as long as the first spot is reserved for the Charlotte. I was going to say the Charlotte Hornets, but Charlotte Cobras.
Charlotte Cobras, right? The Cobras is part of it.
Let's not talk about how the Hornets are doing this season. Let's pass about that. Let's talk about how our four teams today are doing. Well, Hungary had a miserable round. They lost with only half a point to 3.5. So what a sea change this match has had. Spain now leads by 2. All they need is 8.5. So, James, they need 1.5 points. They could lose this round and still win the match if they can reach 1.5 points, 1 win and 1 draw, or 3 draws gives them the win. Same, by the way, for Azerbaijan, who also leads to the same score.
I think it's really about speed here, about how fast can you get these games winning. How fast can you win your game, right? Because the first at 8.5, that's the match, right? So you got to be there. You got to do it fast, and you have to be quick here and efficient. Opening choices here. Am I risky? How fast do I play? Like, there's too many things here, but it can bounce back in Hungary's favor if the Shrimps are not up to speed.
As an experienced PCL player and commentator, I've seen so many matches where you think it's in the bag. You think, that's a 3-point lead, whatever. I actually was part of one of the most painful matches I've ever played. I used to play for California Unicorns, which will be participating this year. And we had a match against Minnesota where we were up by 3 points going into the final round, and we lost 4-0. Not only, it wasn't even a tie. We lost that match 4-0. All boards lost. I lost. Everybody lost. And we were all just our group chat, there was just stunned silence. Nobody knew what to say. So let me tell you, Spain does not think that this match is in the bag, and Eduardo is going to have to deliver with the white pieces.
Wow, that is a story right there. That's like the what's the comeback with LeBron and the
Oh, no.
Let me not talk about that.
That was the only time I cried after a sports game.
Only time after Game 7, yikes, where they came back from 3-1, which has never happened before. So don't count anybody out.
Well, the Warriors did it against the Thunder, and I think that was the same season. So they got a little bit of their own medicine. But long story short, the PCL has some insane comebacks, and let's see if Spain can bring the hammer down. I like what Eduardo is doing here with the double fianchetto. And a very flexible setup, James. The pawn can go to D3 or to D4. Either is possible. I like D3, though, to keep the bishop open.
I'm a fan of it. Of course, D4 is very committal. It does lock the bishop in there forever, in fact. D3 keeps us an option of playing knight D2, rook E1, E4, E5. Pretty nice. You'll see that a lot. It's almost like a London backwards. But he goes with knight C3. Still flexible. Knight E2, knight 4. Beautiful. As you pointed out there, rook to C1. There's knight E2. Open up the bishop. Swing the knight around. Lots of flexibility.
Generally, if black plays c5, then you want to go d4 and contest the center. Otherwise, you can keep the pawn on d2 for now. And for example, go knight f4, rook c1. Again, when you're talking about rapid and the time control for the PCL is 10 minutes plus 2 seconds, you want to choose openings where you've got a lot of moves. You've got low-hanging fruit, essentially. Maneuvers, easy moves, so you can get out of the opening with a lot of time on the clock.
And that's exactly what he's doing here. I mean, 30 seconds.
Yes.
Like fast. Position's nice, pleasant. Pieces are out. lots of plans and flexibility and options. I think that's a great thing to see in chess is when you have options. Now, of course, sometimes having too many options, you can go wrong because you choose the wrong one. But it is good to have the options here. And you see it give black, your opponent chances to go wrong. So after b5, d4
Ooh, I don't like that move at all.
Yeah, b5, right.
I think that was a very bad move by Magnus, because now if he goes c5, you allow dc, and you're left with an isolated of d-pawns. A very strange decision there by the Hungarian Grandmaster to play b5. This looks very comfortable now for Iturrizaga, who could drop his knight back to d3 and start sinking his teeth into the c5 square.
Absolutely. Something like knight d3, try to dislodge the knight off of e4 by moving our knight. Maybe even an e1, playing f3, and then over to c5 at some point. Now our e3 pawn will be hanging. We don't need to deal with that. We can also play knight e5 at some point. a5, I actually do kind of like.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, you've got to make the most of what you just did there. I mean, so queenside, the only area where black can try to create some, some intrigue, because white's controlling the center squares. I think Eduardo's getting the knight back to d3 and playing knight e5, and he can just try to finish off the match with a win in this game.
Knight d3, put the knight on e5. Now f6 is the annoying part. We do not like. It can be kicked away, but it does create a weakness around the king.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, looks better for Iturrizaga, but plenty of chess left to be played in this game. We've got a couple boards that are started as well. Board 2, Santos Ruiz against Victor Erdos. Let's take a look at the start of that game. Spain has white on this board as well. Another board where Santos definitely does not want to lose this one. And a3. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Never
of
seen that move.
Yeah, it's a strange line. It's a strange sideline, but I mean it's played. You see, he's still thinking like a3, and he just
like
froze.
What WTF face for Victor Erdos here.
He just froze like a3 and like stop. Forgot how to play. Yeah.
What the face? He's spending.
He is
That's
froze.
the thing with moves like that. But it makes sense to play like this in a rapid game because listen, I mean. Black spends 2-3 minutes, and you're already down to almost half your time. So Victor, he lost that previous game against Iturrizaga precisely because he took too long in the opening, didn't have time to figure out the complications in a winning position, and he's doing it again.
a3, and you can just see it on his face here. He is frozen. a3. All right, Chad, this is new meta. 5 moves in. Timing off Sicilian, a3 him. They're not going to know what to do. Wow.
Well, I think a6 and queen c7 makes sense. I don't think that a3 is such a menacing move.
Correct. I mean, I would just follow timing off principle, right? a6, queen c7, or knight f6, bishop c5, right? These are all the moves that you would usually play here. Timing off.
He's got to wake up.
Yeah, got him do something.
He's taking too long on this move. It's move 5, and he feels that this is an important moment to really figure out what to do. He plays a6, and perhaps white. Okay, this is actually Miguel's idea to go c4 and create the line in the center. Delay knight c3. That's the point.
Yeah, that was nice. This was now a con. Yeah, that was very nice. Now it's a con. Some type of con by transposition. Knight e7. That feels wrong, but I guess it's not.
Well, he wants knight takes d4, knight c6. I think that's a common type of restructuring, but usually white's better in the resulting positions.
Yeah, definitely. d5. You not play d5? That probably was his idea. Is that his idea? Can he just play d5?
It's definitely possible. Maybe just trade everything, because the draw is more than satisfactory, I think, for Santos Ruiz here. But he doesn't. He goes knight g6. Now I think bishop e3 is to be expected, and then bishop e2.
Yeah, you just got yourself a Maroczy bind here, where you can play really against any Sicilian.
Great position for white.
Absolutely. Bishop e2, rook d1 castles, and pressure the d pawn. Knight to c2, d6 is weak.
Yeah. Bishop d7. I mean, it's a little bit passive. Obviously, black is also very solid. Rook c8, bishop, but you see the eval bar really is having none of what Victor Erdos is doing here. It's almost +2.
Right.
Well, I think that's an exaggeration to be honest. I don't think this is +2.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Practical chances everywhere still. But of course, if we look at standpoint, white just has all the very good prospects, I think. Castling, queen d2.
Easy play.
Easy play, right? Queen d4 is a move. Whatever you want.
Easy play. Queen d2, b4, f3, f4. Like, it's just carte blanche. White can get anything off the menu, and this is exactly what you want to go for. In a rapid game, Victor is going to have to react to whatever white does. He plays f4. He's going to have to react to that. White plays b4. Black's going to have to think about that, and he does. This is looking real promising in the early going for Team Spain.
Playing on both sides of the board. Spain is trying to punch the ticket. 8.5. We need 1.5 points here. Not even 2 points. That's crazy. Like out of 4, all you need 1.5. That's tough. But of course, Hungary is hungry. They're hunters, and they can bounce back too as well.
They need a big comeback. They need at least 3-1 in the final round to tie the match. Notice that in the final round, board 1 plays board 1, etc. That always is by design in the Pro Chess League to raise the intrigue. So in the final round, you play whoever is the equivalent. And look at Victor Erdo. She says, I'm not going down without a fight. F5 and knight h4.
Oof.
Attacking g2.
And f5.
Recapture with a knight. And okay, white can play f3. It's still solid, I think.
I'm always a fan of, testing the limits, taking on e6, but I guess he goes bishop g2. Yeah, knight g2, I had b5 there.
Keep the bishop under Miguel.
Yeah, bishop f2, tuck and roll. And we have hanging pawns. E1, D1, but I put the rooks on the 1 squares. E and D. Easy game.
Yeah, easy money. Still a good position for white, and 2 minutes up on the clock. This is promising. Let's take a look at the third board between Adam Kozak for Hungary and Carlos Jerez Ibarra.
What is this?
Oh, I know this line, actually. I've analyzed this. This is very popular. So let me read the line really, really quickly. This was in English, and there's this gambit, E4 and C6, which has gotten really, really popular now in OTB chess. It's been known in blitz circles for a while. Black sacks the center pawn, but gets a big initiative on both sides of the board, center and king side.
Get out of here.
H5, H4, and man, Black's position looks juicy here with the bishop coming out to F5.
Wow, you have some initiative here. I have never seen that. That's a cool line. Very cool. Take note of that.
Mm-hmm. That's up your alley.
Oh, I like that type of chess. Let me see. Bishop f5 and knight b4. Joe Bava-ish. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. That's nice. One idea. One can go to d4 at some point.
D4. Yeah, that's a lot here.
I mean, cramped. White's position super. White wants to go d4, get the knight out, get the bishop out, but that takes a long time. And let's see if Ibarra can really figure out a way to stick the hammer on white before he manages to consolidate. That's always the question when you play a gambit.
Yeah, how fast can you do it? It needs to be quick and now. Or else you just down the pawn.
Yeah. He's thinking.
Is it knight b4 now? Knight c3, bishop f5, d3. No. Yeah, you can just go knight c3. Chill, right?
Also maybe knight d4 in response.
d4. Right, even better.
Yeah, bishop f5 looks very natural to me. I'm curious what his other candidate moves here. Maybe he is thinking about going for the immediate d4.
d4, yeah. You'll see this in there's a Scotch gambit line like this, I think. It goes like this from the white side where you end up playing, you double the pawn. You're still down a pawn, but he has a backward d pawn, which in this case would be the same, just in reverse. Backward d pawn, piece is undeveloped. And I have, again, some initiative. In fact, where does white actually put his king? But where do I put mine? I could go kingside, actually. Maybe I could go queen, but...
Yeah, the pawn is pretty well protected on h4, so definitely kingside castle not out of the question. But Ibarra continues to ponder his next move. Spain is knocking on the door of making their way to the finals, where they will face the winner of our other match. So let's check into that match, starting with board 1 between Liu Shanglei and Suleimanli. And China basically has to do what Hungary has to do. Come back.
This is a Scotch gambit.
Round.
Oh, man, this is crazy. I know this inside and out. This is crazy. So this is I don't know what line he played. I think he played the bishop c5 gambit line, actually. Yeah. So we got on c6. This castles by, is it Black's move now? So Black can take on b2, obviously. That's the main move. It's taking on b2.
But he's taking his time. He's down to 3 minutes and 45 sequends after only 12 moves.
He did spend a lot of time there. Wow. Now the move here is queen d5 or knight c3. There's also a knight a3 here as well.
Queen to e7. Queen d5, rook d8, I guess, is his idea, right?
Rook d8 and queen f3. This is the main thing. And then sometimes they go knight e6. You end up playing c3, knight a3, knight c4. You went knight c3. Very playable. But
It looks pretty pleasant for white.
I can take a 5. It's a little different.
So queen e5 is likely. And then he might throw in rook e1. But the queen has the nice d6 square.
We take down. You're right, actually. But we can actually take on d5 there, strangely enough, because of the 97 fork. Just keep the bishop there. And it's kind of strange.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
It's funny. It's a funny line.
Huh. Tough situation here for Soleimani. And he's down 3 minutes. And he definitely played a line that he doesn't know too well. He's trying to figure things out.
Yeah. Not looking the best.
He went into the lion's den here against Liu Shanglei.
What they good? Was this e4? He played d4, ed4, knight f3, and bishop c4. Wow. He just like move ordered them. Queen e5 on the board. Very nice.
Mm-hmm. Rook e1 is likely. Knight takes d5 immediately, also possible. Rook e1 on the board. Shanglei continues to play pretty quickly. And queen d6. You pointed out knight takes d5. Bishop is untouchable because of the fork. But knight d5, bishop e6. Yeah, I'm still solid for black, I think.
Yeah, definitely right. The problem here is black. The tricks don't always work here for white. It's the huge problem. So bishop takes. Let's move bishop e6, queen f3. Follow. See what happens. And 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
He's going to keep thinking. We're going to keep moving around the horn. On board 2, Yu Yangyi against Vasif Durarbaili. They are already 26 moves in.
Whoa.
And Yu Yangyi, is he up a pawn? He is up a pawn. And he's got a big center.
Let's say big center.
Black's got that Benoni compensation with the knight potentially coming to d3.
Yeah, knight to d3 definitely is very annoying. Shoot. Very annoying there. Got some construction going on outside. Rook g1, double rooks. Rook g1, definitely rook g1. Knight d3, e5, take. And there's nothing. Okay, all right, nothing.
Immediate e5 is possible, as is, by the way, b6. There is a passed b pawn. That is the extra pawn. That passed b pawn, he can push it. He pushes e5. Here we go. Buckle in.
I understand. Like, you just feel like that's right. But Engine was like, psych.
Engine didn't like it. Is it because of bishop e5 or is it because of knight d3, which is also possible? Can't take the bishop because the rook hangs.
Ooh, knight d3.
That's what Yu Yangyi missed.
Boy, yeah, he might have missed that one. Knight d3 now is definitely a move.
Queen b7 also.
Queen b7's annoying. Queen b7 too, yeah. Wow.
Bailey is a beast in these types of positions, actually.
Very strong. Very, very strong. Bishop takes e5. I saw that, and I guess his idea is after bishop f4, you just take. Like, nothing.
I wonder what Yu Yangyi's idea actually is. Like, he calls his bluff. Rook e1, there's always knight d3. Takes bishop f4, rook e2. Yeah. b6, queen d6 doesn't seem all that scary. That pawn is safely contained.
Yeah.
I think this might look good for Durarbaili.
Right. You are definitely right there. He's not losing, but he definitely is not winning. White here. Knight g5 is possible. Just goes g6. I'm gonna create a weakness. That's it. My king's weak too. Weaker probably. G1.
Burning into his clock.
Doubling does knight d3, b6. Yikes! What do you actually do? Wow. Yeah, you're eating up clock. I understand. This is a critical moment here. Very critical.
Well, e5 was a big mistake for Yu Yangyi. I think he just got impatient, and he assumed that something would present itself, but nothing is to be found. He's now down a minute, and this win, if Durarbaili can win this game with black, I mean, I do not see Azerbaijan going 3-0 on the other boards, even though Soleimani is obviously in trouble, but they have the white pieces on 2 more boards. Queen f5, hitting the bishop, preparing some knight g5 action.
That's nice.
I think bishop d6 is possible. Knight g5, g6, queen defends f7.
Yeah, and I think if bishop f6, there's a d6 option. That's probably why bishop d6 is definitely much better. So bishop d6, you don't have any tricks. Wow, nothing. That's crazy. We're g2.
I think, yeah, you got to pile up on the g file and hope for the best. Hope that black misses the tactic. Ooh, g6, spicy move there. Tossing the queen away.
I like it. Tempo.
He is in control of this game right now, is Durarbaili.
He's swinging, bringing the pieces in. I might have to get rid of that bishop, bro. Hold on, brother. Take that.
Yeah.
Play rook.
Don't move the rook, though. Knight f2 is a fork.
Right. Rook where? Jeez. Rook g2 once again. h4. I mean, you could definitely see durability come back in this game and actually win this, especially with the time constraint.
Totally.
Yangi is under right now. A lot of pressure. Feel the movement here.
I think Evalor gives close to equality, but practically it almost seems close to lost for white just because of how weak his king is and how weak these pawns are. Black can go after the d pawn. Well, probably not queen d7, but definitely queen d6 is an idea. Okay, you can give pushes. Queen d7, obviously. Hitting d5. Ooh. Queen g2.
That's some... Dang, bro, what you doing? Whoa. That is...
Well, he's defending against queen takes d5 because then knight takes e5 forces the queen trade, which allows the b pawn to get too dangerous.
That's sick.
But maybe move the bishop if you're Basif.
Right. And then d5 is hanging. Still, you gotta be careful, but maybe even bishop b8. Yeah, bishop d6.
Yeah, black's in control here. No ideas here for white. No way to push the bishop f4. Very good move as well.
Get rid
Probably
of the
the
bishop.
best move.
Yeah, because of the b7 and bishop f4 ideas. Just get rid of it. You can't even take it. It's knight f4. Oof.
Completely falling apart here for Yu Yangi, and there go their chances, I think. Now, I want to look at the Vugar Rasulov game, but perhaps we should stick to this game for a little while because this is important. I mean, if Black wins this game, then I think Azerbaijan will handle it on the other boards. Spain is looking really good as well. Miguel Ruiz has a good position with white, so they seem to have things under control as well. Yu Yangi with 45 seconds.
Yeah, he's under a minute here. Trades.
That ain't going to help.
Yeah, it didn't really help. It didn't really do much for us. Now d5 is weak. Queen has to defend it, stay around it. Shoot, man, what do you even play? Knight d4 and hope for the best. That hangs.
30 seconds.
Pick on f4, that hangs too. I don't even think you have a move, bro. Like, really, you don't have a move.
D6, I agree, is the only try, but no, there's no way this works.
Yikes. And what's the kill shot? The kill shot. Bishop d2? Is that just GG? Oh, bishop d6.
Just
okay.
Takes it.
That's right.
Oh, knight f2, knight e4. What a maneuver. And bishop c5 is going to end it. He's going to win that second pawn. No, this is resign time.
Combos
just collapsing
everywhere.
On all sides.
That was a great sequence.
What a game. And let's see if he finishes this, but 15 seconds. Okay, last breaths for Yu Yangi. We've seen crazier stuff happen, but Duer Bailey is just in control of this game right now. Bishop c5 looks good.
Control, good form.
I like bishop c5. Hit the knight, put some more pressure on the center.
I like his time management too. He's like, I don't have to rush. I got a minute more than you at least. Yeah, I like that. Very good time management.
Okay, well, let's wait for Duer Bailey's move. It's rook a8. He is infiltrating to a1. He's playing perfectly.
Right, he is thinking. Like, he really using the brain
rook
power here. I like that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, GG. Rook a2, rook d1.
Maybe still rook e1 after rook a2.
Oh my goodness.
Hit the knight. Yeah, this is
such a good
another great move.
Bishop e3.
What's the kill shot as you put it?
Guess this right, knight c3. No, knight c3 takes the queen, and that doesn't work. Bishop d4, no. Sheesh. Queen's hanging. Wow. That was a good move.
Yeah, it's just not. Good. He just needs one or two more good moves, and he's found it. Rook a6, just win the pawn. Okay, knight f5. Still trying. Is Yu Yangi. These 2700s, they don't die.
Yeah, right.
They never die. It's never over.
Exactly
now he's
right
under
now.
A minute. The match is decided right here. If he wins this game, it's basically over. Iturizaga, by the way, out for Team Spain. He's drawn his game, and it looks like Miguel Sanchez is not going to lose, so that is looking good as well. Okay, he just takes it. Oh, yeah.
And then we just trade everything down. Now, this one, no tricks. All your tricks are gone. Stuff is coming off. F5's hanging.
Flags. It's over.
Hanging. It's a wrap.
And I'd like to go to the other match, if we can, to Miguel Sanchez Ruiz's game, because he can end the Spain match with a win. He finishes it. Now, Azerbaijan technically hasn't won yet. They have 8 points they need to have. They need one more draw out of the remaining 3 games. Spain can win with Bishop E5. That's it. Bishop E5 is the match.
That's it. Bishop E5. King H2, and what do you do? Hit the button.
Just too low on the clock.
Yeah, that was a good move, huh?
What's the win here? Is it King G3?
Ricky 7. No, but he has Ricky 7.
I think you can start with King G3. That doesn't hurt.
And chill, right? Yeah. But he went Ricky 7, which I understand, but like.
Yep.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, it doesn't work. So now King G3 or Ricky. Yeah, King G3 is beautiful. Yeah, just King G3.
Just unpin. Don't play with fire here if you're Sanchez. Again, a win in this game. They've already drawn on board 1. So all they need is another point. And they've gotten it with mate. That's it. Spain makes its way to the finals.
They going to the finals. We going to the ship.
The other games are irrelevant. That is it. They've gotten what they need. And let's go to our other match, because this one's decided. We'll let the match finish. But let's go to the Rasulov-Su game to see if Azerbaijan can top it off with at least a draw in this game.
Okay. Who's moving here? Black to move. Okay. Hedgehog type. Yeah, I don't really have the spring loads I'm looking for, like E5, D5, F5. No pawn breaks.
Now, I will say that this game is important because it looks like Suleimanli is going to lose. So that leaves Azerbaijan with 2 boards on which all they need is 1 draw. And looks like Rasulov has this position under control with white.
Absolutely. And up on time, too. A minute, please. Looks good. Things look great. 95. Rook C2 defend.
C7. Bring some stuff out.
What about F4, right? We just go for it here? F4, F5? F4, F5, but then E5. But then 96, that's too much. Too much work. It's doing too much.
Oh, it does look reasonable. I like the look of B5 also to create a pass pawn on the queen side.
Yeah.
Potentially. Maybe not immediately. Maybe start with a neutral move like Rook B1. Again, a draw satisfies you with white, so you don't really need to go crazy here at the same time. There's B5.
Here it is. B5, beautiful. Yeah, we don't have to just go for the kill. It's not that. B5 is a nice space grabbing. You know what time here. Vucar in the camera, as you can see here, chat. He is inside his camera right now. Very close to the screen, but we all get that close. When you're that serious, you see the face, they like Bishop D8. What was that? He did not expect that. He didn't think that was a move at all.
It's a weird move. I mean, he wants to get the trade and get the dark squares on the queen side, but I like the look of Bishop to B4 for Vugar to aim at the D6 pawn, which is, of course, Black's weakest pawn, and he plays it. And he's up a minute on the clock. That just feels like so much time for Mughal Rasulov.
So much time. So much time.
B6, good move. Su Yinglu not going down to that fight. Maybe takes a knight B5.
Beautiful.
No, but then knight takes C4 gets complicated.
And knight D6 there?
Yeah, maybe.
No, but then knight D6, that's too much. You're right.
Okay.
Takes C2, C8's hanging, bro. What is going on? There's too many pieces. Knight C6. Whoa.
Okay, that is a move to liquidate. He is trying to force pieces off the board. Knight takes C6. He wants to first take the pawn on D6, hitting the queen, and then recapture the knight. I don't think he's going to lose this.
You know what he means.
I mean, 50 seconds out. He keeps that minute advantage on the clock. Su Yinglu is going to not only have to win this game, but he's going to have to do it from what I think is a worse position down a minute against an incredible blitz player.
Chat's like stare. Of course, Vucar with the stare. Yeah, it's like you can just tell the level of focus there from him is next level.
Board 4, Mamadova is also still playing, so Azerbaijan can still win with a draw on that board. But let's stay on this game and see if Vugar can finish this and make sure that Azerbaijan is the one who faces Team Spain, who has already secured the win in the finals. Pieces going off the board. E5 might be coming next, James, and if the bishops disappear, I think winning that is going to be insanely hard for Black.
Absolutely.
Although wait a second. He's let the pawn get to a4.
All right. Okay. He's in White's territory. White's half
He's
of
nervous.
the board. Half of the board.
Mamadova has won. That's it.
That's it. Yep. Yeah. If I'm watching the match score, I'm like, oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. I'm out. I'm out. I'm gonna just resign. No. Keep playing.
Yeah.
Play it out, obviously, but this is good to see. Very good to see. He was going to the finals. Ferocious tacticians have made it to the final.
Gulnar Mamadova has delivered on board 4, defeating her board 4 counterpart. And this game is purely academic at this point, but we will stay on it. Of course, the games are going to finish, and then we will recap the matches. But the finals opponents are clear. It will be the ferocious tacticians from Azerbaijan and the Spanish shrimps. Manic shrimps, not just any shrimps.
Haha. Yeah. Double up the rooks. Yeah, Black definitely got to lead with this A pawn. Rook A7.
Yeah, it's a shame because Lu Shengli won, and if Su Yinglun wins this game, then Yu Yangyi is going to be kicking himself because he had White against Dora Bailey. He lost with White to Vugar Rasulov, so that was the X factor. The top board for China just not performing today, and yeah, Bishop D3 still looks pretty solid for White.
Absolutely. Maybe some Rook G4. Okay, stops me. I wanted to go Bishop B1 to keep that pawn under lock and key. Bishop B1. There it is. Chill. And just don't worry about it. Wow, Engine did not like it, but it's a practical choice for sure.
Rook D6. It's going to be a very...
That's not mate, though. Yes, G6. I mean, I like it, but, like, just go to G6. Wow, -3?
Bad move. Because you're allowing Rook B2.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that was Queen D3 was very impulsive.
It felt great too, right? But then we see G6 and then Queen back to E3 and King H7. Rook H4. We got chances still. Hold up. Rook B2 anyway. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Anyway.
Yeah, no, now this looks winning for Black. And I mean, Vugar might not be aware that the match is in the bag, so he's still trying as though this game is important.
Right.
Which it would have been.
Team.
He's great. I mean, he beat Yu Yangyi with Black. He did what he had to do.
Right. He came in.
He did his due.
Did what I had to do. Came in. I performed.
Ibarra is still playing Kozak. Ibarra is going to win, by the way, against Kozak and just seal it. But that match is already in the bag. Queen C5. Yeah, this is winning for Black.
Yeah, King C2. Some cool stuff. I was gonna play Rook D8, but he plays Rook D8. That's such a cool move because after take you lose the queen, right? So that's funny. I wanted to play Rook D8, but can't. It's finishing up in style here, but it's not gonna count.
Bishop D1. Wow.
Wow.
Forcing the Rook into a tough spot, and Bishop C2 just seals it because Black's gonna go Rook B1 next.
Yeah.
So what? I mean, it's crazy. They needed Gulnar Mamadova and Durar Bailey to deliver. They got it from not necessarily the likeliest sources. Vugar is going to lose, but it doesn't matter because the ferocious tacticians have gotten what they needed. 2 out of 2 is the final round score there, and they win very convincingly with 9 points to 6. And the other matches games have also finished as we review the round scores. Canty, they didn't just get the bare minimum. They made sure that they were going to make it to the finals.
Oh, yeah, they made sure they was going to make it to the finals. I mean, they're ferocious tacticians. It's in the name, right? Don't disrespect them. Check them, right? That's just what it is. Them boys did what they had to do. 9 and 6.5 there. Not only needed 8.5, they got a half a point more than what we needed. Very strong stuff, very strong performance to make it into the finals. And their opponent is going to be who, Daniel?
Well, their opponent, as we saw the final match score there, we now look at the final round in the Spanish Maniac Shrimps against the Hungary Hunters. Their opponent will indeed be the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, who put it in the bag pretty quickly with a nice win by Miguel Santos Ruiz. He gets 3 points out of 4, and Iturizaga 2 big performances. Ibarra and Abertsumova, they're going to have to step it up in the finals if they want to keep the ferocious tacticians at bay. It's going to be an epic showdown. Two teams that played really, really well yesterday, of course, as they made it into the Final Four. And now they make their way into the finals. The finals will have the exact same structure. They will be playing a first to 8.5 match consisting of 4 rounds. In each of those rounds, everybody plays everybody. First team to 8.5 cumulative points wins and secures the final 16th spot in the PCL Canty. I think we're in for a very exciting round.
Of course, they're playing for more here. So you're going to get more because they're playing for more. They're going to play their best chess they ever played right now, because it's not only that, of course, it's not for myself to play, but this is for the team. So when you're playing for the team, when you're playing for more than just yourself, you're going to bring a lot of your best game, at least I think, here in this heavy matchup for the finals.
For sure. Well, before we go on a break and set up our finals matchup, we wanted to remind you that if you missed the first monthly Bullet Brawl Arena last weekend, don't miss the next event on Saturday, February 25th. Your favorite titled streamers will be back, supplying you with your weekend fix of bullet chess and battling it out for their share of a $2,500 prize pool. It's Saturday, February 25th at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern. Use !Brawl in chat for all the detail. We will get a brawl between the ferocious tacticians and the Spanish maniac shrimps to determine who secures that final coveted spot in the Pro Chess League. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the first round of the finals.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dock chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League as we determine which team makes its way to the final and 16th spot in preparation for the regular season alongside FIDE Master James Canty III. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage. 2 teams have made it to the finals. They have defeated their opponents in the semifinals. Let's review the bracket. Spanish Maniac Shrimps and the Ferocious Tacticians, James, have been stellar, but now they got to step it up even further against each other.
Absolutely. Of course, the Shrimps got to show, they aren't really shrimps out here. And, of course, the Tacticians going to have to bring their most ferocious tactics ever. This is going to be it. If you want to go to the PCL, you want to go to basically the big boy land with a roster where everybody, Canada, Charlotte's there, all the players, Hikaru, Magnus is playing. You want to fight these guys, you're going to have to win right now. So this is it, 8.5. Whoever gets it is going to take the match. So you have to bring your best game right now.
Indeed they are. Well, this season in the PCL is going to be an incredibly memorable one. But let's have a look at the actual lineups and the matchups for our first round. We've got names that should be familiar to you by now, as Iturizaga faces board 4, board 1 faces board 4, board 2 faces board 3, GM matchup there, Rasulov and Santos Ruiz Ibarra against Solomonli, and Durar Bailey, the board 1 for the Ferocious Tacticians, faces board 4 for the Shrimps, Ambar Sumova, and Durar Bailey, he was the MVP in the semifinals. He achieved 3.5 out of 4. He defeated Yu Yangi in the final round to bag that match, and he will have to repeat that performance if the Ferocious Tacticians are to advance to the regular season.
For real, man, that's that Susan Pogar Webster stuff over there. Of course, it comes from straight from that family. Of course, he was already strong before he went there. But obviously, an MVP for the team right now, of course, and then Eduardo over there is doing his thing. I think the board 1 versus the board 4 is usually a huge matchup there. If there's an upset there, a lot of things, not to say that there is that's a big swing. Board 1 usually will be beating board 4. That's usually what you'll see. But if we do see these board 4s step it up a lot and able to make some changes here or make some upsets, this could be a different kind of match.
It would indeed. And because we only have one match to follow, we will be able to keep a close eye on each of the games as it unfolds. We remind you that the time control is 10 minutes plus 2-second increment. That will also be the time control for the regular 5-week season of the PCL. You mentioned Magnus Carlsen, Ali Reza Faruja, Eric Hansen. You name the Grandmaster, they're probably playing in the PCL. And what I love is, of course, the rating cap, because that just means it's not the team that necessarily has the most super GMs. The team that's going to win is the one that has the strongest rapid players. Obviously, they definitely need at least one top GM to hold off the top board. But, James, it's not necessarily the team that has Magnus that wins the PCL. That's not how it's worked in years past. That's not how it's going to work this year.
It's all about that balance. And, of course, I think what it is more of like a all-star game type of basketball, or like if you see this in football, like you'll see, the all-star lineup is what this really is. You'll see all-stars playing here. Just because they're, all these guys are on one team doesn't mean that they're going to take it. So it is about that well-balance here. It's good to understand that.
Indeed it is. And both of these teams that we're going to watch right now, they are pretty well-balanced with 3 Grandmasters and a very competent player on board 4. Eduardo Iturizaga for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. He had a bit of an up and down semifinal match, so he definitely will have to bring his A game, especially in this first round as he faces the Ferocious Tacticians board 4, Gulnar Mamadova, who won a very important game in that final round to secure victory for the Ferocious Tacticians. The game should start momentarily. The players are ready, and we're just going to strap ourselves in.
Who do you think's, put it on the spot here. Who you got? 8.5, first 8.5. Shrimps or Tacticians?
I feel like the Tacticians are showing the better form in their first match, but I cannot see this being a blowout. Now, technically, you can get to 8.5 points after only 3 rounds. If you go 4-0, 4-0, and then you pull out a draw in the final round, you can do that. But we didn't see that in either of the first semifinal matches. I don't think we're going to see that today. I think we're going to get a close match. But Eduardo, he will have to step it up. Ibarra, another player who will have to show his best game. I think he will need at least 3 out of 4 if the Spanish Maniac Shrimps are to take down their formidable opposition.
It's really fun to see that, actually. I do see Ferocious Tacticians feel like they have a lot of momentum right now for some reason. But Spanish Maniac Shrimps are no joke. Like, they are no shrimps. Fun on the name, right? Like, but they definitely gonna break it today. So I'm waiting. I'm excited to see it, guys. Right? Chat. Let's bring it to the chat here. Who do you have taking it? Who is gonna take it all and take this last spot, number 16 in the PCL? Do you have the Spanish Maniac Shrimps or the Ferocious Tactician? Place your bets now. Oh,
Let's see
C3
the people believe in. Gulnara's white here.
Ooh.
And Eduardo, of course, will play for the win of black. B6.
Yeah, I always go
an old line.
Yeah, I always go knight, bishop d3, and castle because they want bishop a6 sometimes too. But I had a lot of experience in these positions. These are fun, actually.
Yeah, you get the hanging pawn structure here a lot, where black takes on c3 and then goes d6. So if
Yeah.
white's not careful, she can definitely get a pretty crappy pawn structure. White has to play very actively on the king side in order to counterbalance that.
Absolutely. I mean, this is castle, rook e1, automatic moves. Don't even think twice about them, really. Okay, bishop d2, I like rook c1, rook e1, queen e2. This is all the stuff. You see, that's a good move. Long bishop on the diagonal.
D6 is coming next, regardless of what white recaptures with. I would take with the pawn. Get the pawn chain. Yeah, there's d6.
So can you? Oh, she has to take with the. You have to take with the queen, right? Because I have bishop h7 after bishop d6, knight g5, and h5. Does that work?
Oh, there is a Greek gift in the air. Knight c6. That's a slightly weird move. Normally the knight comes out to d7 in these positions. I suppose this makes sense as well.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. Ed queen d6 for sure.
Yeah, ed queen d6. So now we have to do. Well, that's actually pretty good. I don't really want to activate the queen. Maybe rook d1, rook a to d. Problem is, if you don't get the attack, like you are just weak pawns. It's weak stuff. Stuff's just all weak.
Yep. I think rook a d1 is an important way to improve your center.
d5, take d5, no. Take queen e4, take queen e4, g6, bishop h6. It's the usual.
E8.
Very usual. All right, and the chat picked. The chat picked the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, 60-40. All right, chat, 60% say the Shrimps are going to the finals. All right, I hope you didn't bet your house on that, but of course, if you did, you're gonna get another house. If you did,
time to go to Zillow.
Right.
Yeah, that's
go to
it.
Zillow. Right, we'll see.
I'm on the streets.
Careful. See, I'm on the
right.
streets.
Well,
okay, we'll see, chat. We'll see. It's gonna be fun.
4 ED. A lot of candidate moves here for Gulnara. Falls behind on the clock. She's down 2 minutes now. Big decision to be made in the center. And I like the look of rook AD1, but we're going to leave her to her devices here because the next game has begun. Let's have a look at the opening in that one. This is Rasulov with white against Miguel Santos Ruiz with black. We have a Rogozin here. This line, Canty, very fashionable. Bishop f4. We saw this in Tata a couple times.
Absolutely, yeah. The Rogozin is pretty nice. You have lots of flexibility. You see it a lot at the top level because you just have pieces on the board. It's lots of flexibility, things that you can do, and you can actually play for a win with the black pieces in the Queen's Gambit decline. So not something you can actually do a lot in. So pretty good. Rook to c1 here. I mean, this is pretty active. Theory, I'm not the biggest with here. What's the move here? Daniel,
Knight c6, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, knight c6 is the main. He plays pawn c6. That one I don't know. He plays this like it's a Slav. Perhaps setting up some sort of queen a5 ideas. Normally white goes e3, bishop d3, etc.
Natural, very natural moves.
Knight d2 is also possible here. Try to get the knight off of e4.
That's crafty. I actually like that. I actually like that a lot. Knight d2 first. I mean, and then they also have some Jobava f3. Like, why would I do that? Knight d2, take it f3 and e4. Stupid, but definitely fun. E3, bishop d3 is the most natural way to play this. There it is. E3.
Yeah, g5.
G5's a move here? Bro, that's crazy.
It's a move after knight c6, but here g5 white can actually take the knight on b8 and then weaken your king side. So I would play that with a lot of caution. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of c6. I feel like knight c6 there is the more topical line. Here it feels like white's slightly better. Bishop comes out to d3, and the bishop can be misplaced on b4 if black does not make this pressure on the knight happen.
Right.
She's trying.
Queen a5 trying. We have a Carlsen structure here too as well, and trying. See what we can do from the black side. Knight d7, knight f6. Yeah, this is it's equal. Bishop d3, Definitely a move as well. I mean, could give up the pawn, but queen d3 or queen b3, right? Exactly.
I think you should go queen b3. Yeah, giving up a2 here is a little bit iffy.
Too much.
I don't see anything wrong with queen b3. I don't see how black increases the pressure on the knight.
Queen b3, knight d7, and chill. Bishop d3, knight f6, castle, castle.
Castles. And then knight e5. No, this feels like black is in too deep on the queen side, and I think queen b3 just puts everything in order.
Look at the chat.
B3 has begun.
Chat's all like they're using the not like this command because of Bukar, how he has his hands on his head was like.
Yeah, he always, you know, if you just look at him, you might think he's losing all of his games, but you know, some players, their facial reactions and their postures don't necessarily correspond with the eval. But I've flipped on game 3, Ibarra against Suleimanli, another GM matchup. And here we have a very quiet opening for Knight Scotch. And again, this H3 line by Ibarra, which he played in the first match.
He likes this H3 stuff. But he doesn't have the bishops. I think he can probably pay. Yeah, this is, quietly poisonous, right? You know, because bishop b2, and he played bishop g5. Wow, that's interesting. I thought I was going to put the bishop on a long diagonal and have the bishop's point, maybe even a4, bishop c4 back to a2. And just have the bishop's point, play d5 at some point, knight d4 or whatever, and try to go for mate, obviously. Put the bishops on that side of the board. But he chose bishop g5, which was actually interesting to me. I was just thinking he'd go bishop b7 or knight e7. Chill.
Yeah, queen d7 blunders a piece to d5. So I don't see a good spot for the queen. Maybe queen c8 with some sort of bishop takes h3 ideas. Actually, that looks kind of interesting.
I like that. Wow, bishop h3. Yeah, he plays bishop e7, but now I think, can I take on c6 and just say that, hey, I got a better structure than you and beat you there? Bishop takes c6 and take on e7, then rook e1 and knight e5. Play c3, queen f3, rook c1, and just try to play on this doubled pawn. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if bishop e7 was necessary, giving white the option of taking c6. But Suleimanli trying to play very solid with black here, which is part of the overall match strategy. And the position is looking pretty toothless here. A lot of minor pieces are likely to come off the board.
Absolutely toothless right here. This is not going to be one of your most tactical games. But you will have a lot of positional play. You can see lots of grinding in this game. You can learn something from these equal quiet-like positions where maybe there's one or two weaknesses.
There's one more game left to be started. That's Jura Bailey against Amber Sumo. That'll be started any second. We'll watch the opening in that game and then perhaps go back to our top game, Turizaga against... Well, that game's already in an end game, so maybe we can... Well, let's watch the start of Amber Sumova's game and then take a look at that end game. Let's flip on Amber Sumova, who has white.
What happened?
And Zura Bailey, who's been in excellent form.
Oh, no, they okay. D4 and F6, C4, E6. What are we getting? C3 or F3? And we got probably a Nimzo. Whoa. Benoni. Going for it.
Yeah, he wants to win. He wants to win with black.
Benoni.
Knight F3, the quiet line. Of course, D5 enters the main line of the Benoni. Here, black can take on D4 and get a different type of structure, which he does. Bishop B4 here is a move. You can play Knight C6. You can play this like a Sicilian and play A6.
Yeah, this is exactly what this is now. Some type of Sicilian. Some type of con.
Yeah, especially if white plays E4.
Absolutely. And now we have a Sicilian by transpo.
I like the move G3 here. I think that's easier to play. I mean, E4 is not always to the liking of 1d4 players. They might not be familiar with the structure.
You know what? I think there's a line here. E4, bishop B4, E5, knight E4, queen G4. And then you take on G7 and play bishop H6. I forgot what this line was, but there's something like that.
Oh, yeah, the variation type action there, yeah.
Right. Very sharp, very sharp. Very sharp.
Okay, knight C2. And I guess you'll play E4 now to protect the C4 pawn. You don't want to go B3 and walk into B5. Then the knight hangs.
That's going to hurt.
So I guess E4 is going to be the move. It is.
Okay, defending
and again,
C4,
another hedgehog.
Yeah, he likes these. But this is actually Khan's Sicilian theory against the Maroxy bind setups with c4, you do actually play hedgehog structures, and you actually put the knight on h5 after playing g6. It's a very interesting idea to play knight f4 and pawn f5. It's very aggressive actually. Pretty nice. See what happens here. Knight goes to c6, bishop e7, castles rook d8, knight d7. Okay, goes the knight d7 round.
Yeah, this is a very typical hedgehog. I mean, pretty standard piece placement for both sides. But Durabailey's got to be happy. He's gotten his type of preferred structure. The knight could come out c5, hit c4. And rook c1 is a good move to throw in to make sure the minors are protected on the c file.
Absolutely.
But okay, we'll let them continue their development. Let's go back to... Let's check out the top game and see what that end game is all about. Looks like Iturrizaga has good winning chances there. Ooh, this is big trouble for Mamadova, who's down a pawn, and Black has a rook on c2.
Yeah, can't move the king too much without playing. I got to play like g3, get the king out.
And the other is coming out to f5.
Black's definitely better, but practically, right? You know, all rooking games are drawn. Of course, you do have to draw that. You have to work towards it.
Rook f3 is a nice move. I mean, White's going to try to go g3 and king g2.
Right. Get the king out, which is it's bad. It isn't over.
No, far from over. But Iturrizaga still has to demonstrate some technique. He's got bad pawns on the king side.
Right.
I would go king g7. I don't think Black is in a hurry, and then start slowly advancing the queen side pawns.
King g7. There it is. There it is.
Okay, White. There's just nothing she can do. I mean, g3, h4 you could play, and then king g2. But after that, you just kind of have to sit.
Right. Just sit and wait, because that's what's going on right now. Sitting and waiting. Black has all the play. Black has the extra pawn. It is doubled, but we have an extra one. Actually, it's on the other side of the board.
Iturrizaga should win this.
Exactly right. A practical game.
Yeah, I would play even b5 straight away. No need to wait.
A5, A4, A3, A2. Let's push the pawn.
Yeah, if you can get B5, A5, A4, you basically guarantee a win, because then White just has to get too passive. He starts with rook C4, so he's going to milk this for a little while and then eventually start pushing his pawns. He brings the king up. Can go H5 here as well.
No, our piece is the best players.
Yeah. H4. Probably Black will play H5. Yep.
Played H5.
And White has to stay tied down to the pawn on C3, so the rooks are super limited in their mobility.
I wonder if we can bully, or at least try to play rook A3, and if A5, then rook B3.
Yeah, and then maybe get the other rook around.
Correct, and we can just, do the behind defense and keep the king on G2 and just kind of shuffle. It's possible, yeah. If I can get both these pawns, this is a clean draw.
For sure. And even if you can exchange a pair of rooks and then win one of these pawns, with the damaged kingside pawn structure, you have excellent chances. If it's a 3-on-3 versus 1 on the other side, that's what Amber Tumova wants, but Iturrizaga is not going to cooperate. He's not going to voluntarily trade rooks. Okay, king H3. Yeah, and Black just has to find the right setup here, the right spots for the rooks.
That's correct. Yeah, that's the hard part. The practical point is now here. Look at that. It goes back to equal almost.
Yeah, but he's allowed rook B5. That was a mistake, I think.
Oh, because rook F5. Wow.
Although the rook, you could come back to C4 and you're making it to C6 in time.
Yeah, before
she plays it.
That's -2. Sheesh. Why is this so bad, bro? I mean, that's bad. It went from it was a -1 to now -2. I mean, it's the same position virtually. I mean, I guess you get an extra move. It's Black to move now after rook B3.
Yep, but the same problem. Like, how does Black improve? I would not go rook F5 here because of rook C6, and then Black wins the second pawn. Yikes. And if you allow connected passers, the game ends immediately because Black just pushes them. So I think Iturrizaga will win this, just given the time situation and the fact that he can make infinite moves.
Yep.
Let's take this opportunity to look into our second board. Rasulov against Santos. And here we have an extra pawn for black, I think, which Rasulov has clearly sacrificed for the bishop pair. But does he have enough?
Is white the most? Shoot, can I play f3? It's a sharp move, but maybe not. F3 is just too much. Maybe just move the knight.
To f3? You can move it to d3.
Move to d3, yeah, you just move it.
So I guess after the trade, white can develop pressure down the b file with rook b1 because b7 is weak, and black can't play rook b8 because there's a bishop on f4.
Right.
So looks pretty decent for black, but he's got to figure out a way to keep his queen side protected.
It's a good queen's gambit decline here. Yeah, he said to keep it protected, he'd be good. Be up. Got a pawn.
Yeah, which you can push, but then it can become a weakness.
Take push.
A4, rook a1.
And the b7 pawn's very weak. And what you pointed out, I can't really defend it besides queen e7, just defending it now. There's no rook b8. g5 is too much. Yikes. That bishop is so strong on f4. What a bishop.
Yeah, you can move back to h2. You've got plenty of squares in the diagonal.
Keep
the dark squares under control. The more I look at this, the more I think white is pretty comfortable here in a practical game.
Right. Knight
So
to d3. Black to move. What do you do actually? Do we trade? We actually have to move the knight because the pawn's
you can't do nothing because white will take twice. Wait, he does do nothing.
Okay, all right. I guess you do nothing.
So if white takes twice, I guess this idea is that white will not be able to put a rook on b1 because there's a bishop on that square. But this is a clear admission that black is worse. Like, I think, b5, that's the idea. Very clever.
That's strong, boy. That's strong.
Very clever idea.
Oh, he thought about that. He definitely thought that one.
Yeah, and Passant drops the queen.
Sick.
I still think white's doing okay. Bishop c2 and rook a1 maybe.
Mm-hmm. Bishop c, rook a1, yeah. Try to push. Black at least has this pass b pawn, but we do have the light square bishop to help us queen on that square. It's that time.
Rook e1, maybe preparing f3.
Yeah.
Knight g5, trading the bishops. Yeah, it's probably about balanced objectively, but I think white's position has been easier to play for a while. Although black does have a protected passer now in b5.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is pass pawn there. 94 is also a thing too. We got the open file. Okay. Practically speaking, probably just level. Very level.
Things are heating up in the fourth board between Ember Tumova and Dura Bailey.
Let's see it.
Let's go to that game. Dura Bailey has broken through in the center and seems to have a huge initiative. His pieces are positioned perfectly. Now he's just crushing it here.
Man, he's always finding counterplay. Very tactical, as we mentioned before. Ferocious tactician. And he does have the queen on b8 there, eyeing right behind the bishop there on h2. Center's about to open up. Pieces are ideally placed. Look at that. Bishops, the rooks, the knights, the queen. Everything is working together. I think white actually has pretty good chemistry too, though. All the pieces are working together. Seems like
but I think too many weaknesses.
Yeah.
I actually think black is borderline winning. Just too many threats. h3 can also come at an inconvenient moment to break down the king side.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And obviously, these bishops are aiming at all of the squares on the king side. The rook is x-raying the queen. There's pins everywhere. And he's got 7 minutes to white's 3. So this one seems pretty slam dunk to me. Knight takes. You don't even have to rush. You can play h3 here straight away, and then take later.
Yeah, that's a nasty move right now. h3, yikes. It's an excellent move. Look at that move, bro. h3 is so annoying to face. You have to let me take on g2, which I don't even need to do that. You can't push it. Taking allows so much damage to the king. You're going to have to let him take on g2. So maybe play f4. Sheesh. h3, how is this not more than -1? That's crazy. How is this not more than -1? What happens after h3? What do you do? Queen g5?
Yeah, white has no moves.
Right.
Maybe queen g5 to try to get some activity, but then knight takes d3, and there's also bishop f4 for king and queen and the rook.
Come on, right?
Yeah, I like h3.
Very strong.
Yeah, Durabeli's going to win this one. I mean, even the simple knight takes d5 is probably good. He takes the other knight on d3.
Okay.
Trying to force queen takes d3, otherwise bishop f4. And she sees it. And now h3.
It's h3, yeah, he wants h3 now. g3, we open up everything. Open up everything. Knight takes d5. Open up everything you got.
Well, the moment the diagonal is open, the f3 pawn becomes a sitting duck, so white's totally busted here. Just totally busted.
So
Yeah,
crazy.
this one's...
Practical is totally busted. Engine's like, just a pawn.
Yeah, engines can always find ways to hold indefinitely, but when there are this many threats and you're this low on time, a blunder is pretty inevitable. Queen c4, which I like. I think she's trying her best to hold on. And obviously, Durabeli still has some work to do. Can't get lazy. But even a move like b5, then maybe knight takes b5. Okay, trade on g2.
Okay. And now what do we do now? Like, what do we do? Bishop f4. Okay, you also have b5 coming too. Rook e2, rook c2 as straights. Hey, I don't see
b5
it.
hitting the queen.
Yeah. Queen goes back. We can take on d5 now. Well, queen c5. Rook c8. Your queen's trapped almost. Wow, she played it too. Like queen c5. Such an annoying
Rook
move.
c8, I think, is
Rook
interesting
c8
because the rook on c2 is undefended.
I figured we have two there.
Rook e5 also looks very good. Rook left to h5.
Yeah, rook e5 is beautiful. That was a good move.
Maybe queen a7. White should try to force the queens off the... If White can force the queens off the board, then at least she can try to hold on for a little while longer.
Right.
But Durabeli has all the time in the world to figure that out. In the meantime, okay, Terizaga has won. He finished that endgame off. Ibarra and Aiden Suleimanli have, I think, a very balanced rook endgame. This is going to be a draw with a 99% certainty. I mean, Suleimanli is nominally better, and he just declined a draw, but I think he might offer one himself pretty soon.
Check. Rook c8.
And rook c8. Yeah, rook c8 wins back. Okay, this is a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so that leaves us with Rasulov against Santos, which might be the most interesting game right now. Let's go to that game. And it looks like Rasulov is taking over the advantage.
Whoa, bishop e5.
In fact, he's totally winning.
Yeah, knight f6. What happens? Queen something. Bishop takes then queen move.
Queen e1 g3 looks pretty good.
Beautiful, right? Beautiful.
Yeah, queen e1 I think is just killing. And he takes like a millisecond on that move.
Right. Not even. King f8, rook c7. King f8, bishop d6, something like that. Yeah,
no moves, just queen g3 coming, and then bishop takes f6, queen g7. This is over 20 seconds for Miguel, but the Spanish Grandmaster is going to have to admit defeat here. Rasulov is just a beast.
Ferocious tactician. Absolutely.
He's one of the most underrated players in general, period.
Yeah, yep. I've seen that. I have seen that, and I've felt that. I've seen it from commentary and seen him playing the different events that you play in, and the ones that Hikaru are into. I've seen a lot of that. Queen g6 here?
Yeah, queen g6, I don't know, 1-0. Literally. He's going to resign in this position.
So nothing like rook e8 and queen
h5.
h5.
Defended. Yeah, 2 seconds, 1 second, and he's going to let his time run out. Okay, Durabeli continues to attack. Let's go to Durabeli's game because the Ibarra game is basically a guaranteed draw at this point.
Ooh, they're just still thinking, like, yeah, this is over. This is over. It's White's move. What was the last move? Bishop c8 hitting h3.
Yep.
Yeah, that's nothing I can do. I don't have a move. I don't have a move, do I?
It's resignable at this point. Just because bishop takes h3, you can essentially pre-move. That pawn cannot be defended, and then the king is going to get checkmated there by the rook. Okay, Karina trying last attempt at muddying the waters, but even here black can play bishop h3 because the queen defends the rook.
Bishop h3 anyway, which play, take the bishop, take the pawn.
No, it's over.
I'll take those.
Yeah, it's game. Rook G3.
Rook G3, King F1.
And even Rook takes F3 and take the knight on C3.
Yeah, yikes. King F2,
Sometimes just
Queen 8,
taking
Queen
all the
D6.
material is easier.
Yeah, than doing anything else. Queen C8 here is nice. Rook F3 again. Rook H3, Rook G3, repeat first.
Literally anything wins. Queen C8, Rook D7, Rook F3.
Rook
Just
E8.
like name a move. Yeah, Rook E8. He's enjoying himself right now.
Yeah.
Is Zura Bailey.
So that's a fun position to have.
Yeah, White just has no counterplay and no threats.
I like how he uses his time though, and he always looks for the best. Right now, he was looking for the absolute number one on the every engine move right now, or at least the sequence of moves, which I like from him. He does use his time.
He was doing this against Yu Yangi. Now, obviously, that was a more double-edged position, but still, he sees no reason to rush. He's got 4 minutes, eternity of time in this time control.
Knows the position is winning. He's like, just take the pawn. Couldn't find anything. I'm hitting C3. Good enough.
I actually think that's the most clinical move. Okay, Queen B back to B4. And what's the killer?
Is nice. Well, I mean, Queen C8. Yeah, Queen C8.
To H3. Nice move.
Yeah, hit C3 and H3. And then obviously the bishop defends the H2 square.
I think Karina might resign in this position because Queen H3 is just totally crushing with Rook F1 there being a mating idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, this is over. Okay, so 30 seconds. Karina will resign very shortly. In our other game, Aiden Suleimanli has almost no time. He's declined a draw, and now he's playing with some serious fire. We need to go to that game because this game's over. There's nothing to watch here. This other game, Suleimanli is trying really hard to lose this endgame. I don't think he's going to manage. I think he's going to pull out the draw, but he got this. He's in trouble suddenly. G5 is coming. This is losable.
Ooh, exactly.
G5, he's going to lose.
He finds a way.
I told you.
There it is.
He should have taken the draw. He was totally, off his wall to try to win this, and now he's going to get punished for it.
G6 and
that's
F6.
A big King H7 resigns.
Oh, wow.
Or, well, not yet, because Rook C5, maybe you can still try to win one of the pawns. Obviously, it's winning for White. No, it's just totally winning. That's it.
GG.
Rook D4. Just Rook D4, Rook H4, Rook H8, anything.
Easy.
But I would take that pawn on D4. I would not.
All right, don't play around here.
Rook D4, yeah. Rook C1, F7, yeah.
Winning. And
F7.
Does
That's
it?
Rookie.
Wow, unbelievable.
Mate on E8.
Woo-wee.
Incredible.
Wow.
He lost this end. Look at this position. I mean, it's hard to believe that Black loses this, but when you overpress, you can lose anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's tough. That's a tough one to lose. Look at this game.
I mean, it was literally a Rook endgame 2-on-2, but the problem is White has this connected pawns that he's pushing, and it's actually easy to lose these types of endgames when you've got no time.
Yeah, he can push. And they're connected. You have to be more accurate here, and he just was not able to convert the draw there. That is tough. Makes it 2-2.
Yep.
They're frustrated. Absolutely. Definitely understandable.
Our score after round 1 is, in fact, 2-2. A big win by Ibarra to tie the match after only the first round. First team to 8.5 wins. Iturizaga wins his game. Vasif Durarbeli, nice win of the black pieces in the Hedgehog. And Vugar Rasulov continues to beast to give Azerbaijan the second point. Here are the round 2 lineups that you have to look forward to after the break. We see Turizaga. No, that's... I think that's the wrong team, but we will get you those. We will get you the accurate matchup after the break. So first and foremost, folks, we are going to buckle our seatbelts because this match is tied. We are definitely going to get a very close match. This is going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to the last round. Azerbaijan and Spain are contesting the final spot in the Pro Chess League. We will be back with round 2 in just a couple of minutes.
What is this? This is Duck Chess, guys. This is a new variant. It's called Duck Chess.
3 seconds. To make a move.
Excited to announce the Champions Chess Tour 2023. With Chess.com and Play Magnus Group officially coming together, we are bringing you a chess tour like no other, with the biggest prize pool the chess world has ever seen, $2 million. Your reigning CCT and CGC champs, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, are locked into play. And tomorrow, February 3rd, we host the Air Things Masters play-ins to determine who will join them. We are expecting countless top grandmasters to play. Don't miss a thing right here at twitch.tv/chess. Exclaim CCT in chat for more. Do not miss tomorrow's plan that I'll be covering alongside Danny Rentroll. I'm covering the Pro Chess League qualifiers alongside FIDE Master James Canty. James, we are in the midst of the finals between the Ferocious Tacticians and the Spanish, man, it's such a mouth, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. I feel like that, it just doesn't, there's something about it that doesn't roll off the tongue. What does roll off the tongue is the fact that we are one round in, it's 2-2, and we are in for an epic final.
Absolutely. Epic final it is. I mean, it's tied up. You don't know what's going to happen. In fact, it's all about just really the matchups. Is who can get who based off of what board you on and what you might think I might play or what I can catch you in. Prep-wise, maybe not. 10 minutes, 2-second increment. Anything is up. And running here, the Ferocious Tacticians are very ferocious, but the Shrimps are not Shrimps. In fact, they are definitely playing some big, big chess here. As you see, to tie it up, and whoever gets 8.5 is punching their ticket to the PCL.
Indeed, they are. And we had a very bloody first round. Jose Ibarra Jerez on the Spanish side winning a 2-on-2 rook endgame against Aiden Suleimanli to tie up the match. We remind you that the time control in the PCL 10+2, so it's right that cross, that sweet spot between rapid and blitz. And in this qualifier, the first team to reach 8.5 cumulative points, they win the final, that 16th coveted PCL spot, where they will compete with the likes of the Canada Chess Bros. I keep wanting to say the Golden State Passers. It's the Garden State Passers. Golden State. Let's not talk about Golden State after they blew another 20-point lead yesterday. A certain James Canty captains that team, but what an opportunity this will be, Canty, for whichever team is able to pull through here.
Absolutely. Of course, it's going to be it's going to feel great when it's over. All the pressure is off, and you can finally just breathe as a player because there's so much on the line right now. It's not just you. You're fighting for your team as well, and you want to play your absolute best chess against these monsters under the bed that came out today. So, of course, let's see what happens here.
Iturizaga versus Vugar Rasulov starts us off in round 2. Iturizaga has the white pieces, and he is an English player through and through, has been for his whole life. And 1c4 here as well as he delays the move d4. I know this is very fashionable. I don't play this with either side, but I know Shakira Mamedyarov is one of the founders of this idea where white goes queen c2 and sends the g-pawn down the board very early. So this can get incredibly sharp.
I actually have seen those files. In fact, correct. Queen c2 and g4 is always a thing, especially with the bishop going to d3 as well, which you do have to watch out in this case for knight to c5. So he does go d4, but yeah, bishop d3.
That's old school.
And
that's very old school. That is so old school. Bishop e2 castles played positionally.
Yeah.
We won't get any Mamedyarov shenanigans with g4. We are going to get a positional struggle as Vugar deploys his other bishop on b7. Black just feels so solid to me here, and you often see black going c5 and creating the pawn cube.
Yeah, that's nice. Very nice. A nice little pawn cube. Queen to e7. Pieces look very nice. I can play e5. I can play c5. Rooks go to e8, d8, c8, anything 8. If rooks look really nice here. And we just have a nice position. We can even put the knight on e4 in some cases. Maybe even go for an f5 and knight f6. And just try to solidify
White can also strike with e4, but if you mistime it, then you won't be able to handle the consequence. Black often trades on e4 and goes the knight d7 to f6 and then c5 to open up the light squared bishop. So you have to be careful what you wish for. If you're white here, you want to open the center, but you want to find the right moment for it. So you often see players going like bishop d3 and 8, bishop f1. So very kind of slow, Capablanca would enjoy this kind of position.
Right. That's funny. I actually saw an old Capablanca. What was I reading? I don't remember. Something. Actually, it's Capablanca in-game book. But he was it was a game where he was absolutely losing the end game, right? It was just king pawns versus king pawns. It was like 7 pawns too, like that kind of boring. You know what I mean? How you have king pawn and king 7 pawns, guys, 7. He was losing, but ended up, winning the game somehow. Boring game. You can learn from the classics. Definitely a one that I never forgot.
Absolutely. But Vugar is so confident. He doesn't care who he's playing. He's beaten Hikaru many times. He's beaten, he's beaten everybody.
Everybody,
and
yeah.
He is one of the strongest and most consistent online rapid and blitz players. And to have like someone like that on your team is just huge, which is why it's not all about who's got the higher rated players. It's about who's got the better rapid players and the players with the more proven track record online.
And you have Durabali too, of course. And you got the young phenom, Sulamali there. You got a stacked team. Both teams are absolutely stacked there. Of course, and we just know Vugar playing in all of the events, how underrated he is.
Super underrated. He was below 2,500 feet recently. That's ridiculous. The guy is incredibly talented. Speaking of talented, let's go to the second game between Miguel Santos Ruiz with the white pieces against board 4 for the Ferocious Tacticians, Gulnar Mamadova. And this is a French. It's a classic Tarrasch structure. Mamadova probably is going to bring her knight out to e7 here. This looks like a pretty solid position for black in the early going.
C4 attacking the pawn chain there. A lot of times this reminds me of gives me the Milner-Berry get vibes, where of course you can go knight g5, and after knight g5 if h6 you actually go queen h5, and you literally don't care about him playing anything. You play queen h3, king h1, you go f4, and you literally just go for mate, and you make some concessions on black's king side by him making moves like g6 and h6. C4 was played though instead. I am just not the biggest fan of this move here. I think black is actually
I've tried to play these positions with black. I hate them partially because of the abundance of traps and zaps and tactics that you can fall into. For example, obviously if you castle, there's actually not one but 2 different things you can walk into. The big thing is the Greek gift, which just wins on the spot. But even in the absence of the Greek gift, another thing I've fallen for on the black side of these French positions is like this tactic with queen c2, queen takes c5. So there's like all across the board, you've got problems with black here. And I flat out think that the French is just not a good opening for, parentheses for rapid.
For rapid, right. Yeah, you gotta be very careful.
But great decision there by Mamadova. Fantastic decision to trade queens. This gives black a much easier game than if she would have tried to force their way to castling. I think now knight c5. Black is a little bit worse, obviously, because of the bad pawns, but very much playable position for black. Wise decision.
Wise, yeah, very wise, absolutely. Of course, we have moves like bishop g5 here, rook to c1. Definitely have the pressure on the position, but yeah, I think black should be fine here. It should be okay. Yeah, but
this is like a French dream to get a slightly worse endgame. So
French dream.
I've got no love. I'm not holding back on that opening.
That is funny.
Yeah. Tough sledding here for Mamadova.
That's right. What's your go-to against e4 and d4 for the chat? E4 and d4 OTB. What you going for? They go e4. What you putting on the board?
Well, I think probably statistically most people in the chat are e4, e5 flare. I'm a lifelong knight or flare.
Okay.
I would call myself a Najdorf. My soul is with the Najdorf, but unfortunately, the practical necessities of OTB play have forced me to diversify. And now I find myself playing the Caro and 1e5. But at my heart, I'm a Najdorf and King's Indian player.
Ooh, that's the same. I'm actually the same with that. I believe that's the same thing.
We have the same style.
You're right. We play the same stuff. In fact, actually, I just picked up Caro Khan and e5 myself. It's kind of crazy. We play the same stuff all the way.
Yeah, I don't play with white. Right, you actually probably have the most similar repertoire to me, like anybody.
Correct. Joe Baba London occasionally, and a lot of people but e4 for sure.
Okay, let's go to our third game between the beasting Durabali and Jose Carlos Ibarra Jerez, JC Ibarra on Twitch and chess.com, and a modern by Ibarra playing for a win with black here for sure.
Actually, in fact, it came out as a Nimzovich. You played e4, knight c6, which I think you've played something similar. I've seen you play
I've played this a lot. And this is often transposing into a perk because you do end up playing d6 and g6. Durabali playing an interesting setup with the two bishops like this.
I didn't find that this wasn't that good for white. I don't know why. I never had good positions with this. It feels good, but like it feels like black can always push and have counter chances everywhere. E5, they move the knight, they go F5. Maybe you just have to sit and wait. We're gonna see what Third really has here, but I do know, statistically speaking, this did not feel the greatest. I feel like there was more to do than what we can get from what we have right now with these pieces. Yeah, they're developed, but like we need to do something now. And it is black's moves. Let's see what black does first, and then we'll see what happens.
Well, b4 seems pretty much forced. You don't want to give... Yeah, now knight d5 is interesting. Knight e2 and knight g3 is more typical.
We might have a
but
G4
the engine...
here.
Yeah, you can kind of, if you're white, you can play this in two different ways. You can castle kingside and just play it positionally and go for a small edge, or you could go, bishop h6, g4, all guns blazing. But you can lose that really quickly if you're white. If you misplay that and you allow d5 or e5, your position can collapse really quickly.
Right.
So I think Vasif is going for the more measured approach, and now Ibarra has to decide if he's striking in the center, and if so, with what pawn. d5 is possible. e5 is the more typical move, but then you might have to give up the b4 pawn. Are you okay with doing that, or do you make a move like a5? So lots of options here for both sides.
That's actually very interesting. Yeah. Do you play a5? Because b4, that's a real threat. d5 taking on b4. So you want to deal with that, but that gives me some initiative where I can even play e5 and then e6 if knight d7. So he plays a5, but he's going to go knight d5. He's not going to play knight d7 after e5. Wait, maybe hold on. Knight e5, bishop e4, e6. I guess you're good. You're good. He's okay.
Yeah, black's solid there. But I think Vasif is going to castle kings. Okay, knight g3, yeah.
Okay.
Keeping himself flexible, but I think he is going to castle and go c3 and just enjoy his life, because white is slightly better in these positions, just better central control, better pieces. So it is a popular approach for black to play the perk for the win, but you have to often suffer through a slightly worse position for a long time. e5 by Ibarra.
Yeah, e5, and this is where I think practice, at least for me, was not the greatest here with the white pieces, because if you play d5, you have problems. So you might have to go c3. I mean, d5, I think, gives black what they want. You have almost a king's Indian, basically, with just strange pieces for white. For like your knight.
Yeah, I like d.
d3, yeah. So you have to do something else. d, knight takes bishop c5. I mean, even there, black's okay. I don't know.
But on the black side, I'm always much more annoyed when people take on e5 and then go for these squares that are weakened on the king side. You mentioned bishop c5. But yeah, c3 is also possible to keep the tension in the center. Black could strike there with d5. That leads to some chaos. Probably doesn't work, though, for black. A little bit premature. But a big decision here to be made for Jura Bailey. And as he makes it, let's take a look at our final game, board 4, between Suleimanli and Karina Ambertsumova. This is another Carlsbad structure. Suleimanli has white here, and I think he's going to try to prepare after e4.
And I actually have some stuff from the chat here. So openings for white for chat. Chat says e4 voted 63% for e4. Shout out to you, chat. Best by test, e4 for every score. Absolutely. That's lovely. Of course, d4 is nice, but you scored an e4. And the openings as black against e4, Najdorf is second, believe it or not. Number 1 is Carol Khan, 56%. Shout out to you, chat. I see you guys. I see you. So e4 and Carol Khan players, a lot of you in the chat. Welcome.
Knight f4 in the meantime. Yeah, lots of diversity in the openings. Always good to see. So many interesting things to play. But you got to find something that fits your style. And knight f4 is a stylish move, accepting the doubled pawns, but getting control of the e-file.
Take on, oh, wow. You just give me the e-file like that? This got to be okay. Obviously, GG is too much. But the initiative that comes with me giving the e-file now is immense. It's huge. Rook takes e8. I go
Take
rook
rook
e1.
e1,
You
f5,
can't block with
f6.
anything. Exactly. Right?
But
immediately.
But if black can get the bishop out, and if black can trade the second pair of rooks, then Karina might even be better. I mean, black has the better pawn structure. So it's all about whether Aiden can really step on the gas pedal. Maybe f5 immediately merits consideration, and then go queen f4. Try to squeeze f6 through. But black is
That
pretty
good.
solid for now.
Like, it's definitely solid. Like, a very good point. Rook takes c8, takes. Maybe I just move queen back over to f8. Let you get f5 in. Okay, f6. I develop the bishop. And then I go rook e8 at the right moment. Obviously, able to get that going. Maybe queen d6 or queen d7, d6. No, queen d7 is gonna be bad. Queen f8. That's a crazy move. Let's see what he goes with. f5. Yeah. Wow. Worst place piece is the knight. c3.
All right, so Manley, let's see some action in this game. I want to see f5.
f5, baby boy.
He really, I mean, if you're board 1, board 2, if you're a GM, you really do need to win these games against board 4s. The thing is, Amber Tsumova is a super strong player. I mean, I've seen her do well in Title Tuesday, so it's not like you just waltz in, oh, I'm playing at 2300, it's an easy win. None of these games are easy. And, we saw Amber Tsumova destroy, who was it in the previous match? Kozak.
Oh, yeah.
Missing some opportunities, but keeping her composure. So anybody can beat anybody in the PCL. That's just right. Rapid play.
You're right. Yeah, it's rapid play. 10 minutes, 2-second increment. Anything can happen. You mess up, that could be over, right? And you don't have enough time to come back from it at all. There should be 7 on the board here. What do we do? Yeah, that f5, you got to play that. Like, you just have to take that in. And if rook e8, rook e5, but he's still going to play f6.
Yeah, you can stick a rook here and provoke f6 and weaken some of these light squares. Yeah, so that's one option.
Trading that rook is not the greatest for me either. I don't really want to trade that rook.
Bishop c2, but this is very meh. I mean, even if you play queen d3, black just goes g6. You don't have enough gas in the tank here to get things started on the. I think Aiden has misplayed this, and I think after rook e8, I would prefer black.
Karina pushing tight, guys. Karina's swinging,
and up on time.
Karina is swinging. Okay, fighting.
Yeah. No, this is promising for the Shrimps. Okay, we have action in the Turizaga game. We have a crazy position. Let's go back to our top board. Between.
Oh,
Vugar.
Rook d3. Rook d3
has crashed and burned. He's down a piece. No, Vugar's down a piece.
Oh, he's down a whole piece.
He's down a bishop.
Bro. Oh, wow. Well, I was just wondering
rook
d3 because of queen of 7, but wow, he's out the piece.
Oh, look at this line, Kanzi. You like this? Rook d3.
Rook d3.
Queen f7. You called it.
Yeah, baby.
Mate.
I mean, it's from Puzzle Rush because we do Puzzle Rush every day.
Vugar would check him. So this is what Eduardo is calculating. But he can go king g3.
Yeah.
Check. Here. Check. Here. Who cares? The king is so safe here. I mean, black can give a bunch of checks, but the issue isn't even the down a piece because black has 2 pawns for it. It's just the pressure on f7 is so immense. And white's control over the open files is going to win them the game. So, back to the live board. He's gone queen e3, so he's delaying rook d3. I've lost so many winning positions against Vugar. The guy is just weaselly beyond belief. Trust me on this.
You're right. I've seen that.
Totally lost positions.
I have seen that.
He's like Hikaru in that way.
You're right. I have seen and I've commentated on things where I was like, I can't believe he did that. Then he's done it to someone very strong like you or Hikaru or something like that. And it's unbelievable. Don't count him out, but he's definitely down a whole piece right now. The whole thing and nothing but right.
Okay, but this is too much, I think. Rook takes d3. Yeah. There's only so much you can do when you've got no minor pieces left.
Rook's trying to hold. I mean, there's nothing. He's gonna try.
White's plan is rook takes d3, move the queen, just pile up on the f7 pawn, and make sure that you're not allowing any back rank checks because White's king is a little bit exposed. So, but Eduardo should win this with room to spare. Takes rook d8. Queen e4.
This feels like something out of it feels like some Puzzle Rush here. You can feel it. You can smell the Puzzle Rush on this.
Eduardo is just like, I'm not allowing an iota. Not even a check on c1. Just nothing. And he's going to go rook f1 with crushing threats against f7. No, this is too much. He's got too much time. If White had 30 seconds here, perhaps Vugar could whip something up, but this is too straightforward for the Venezuelan.
Look at him sip the water. You understand? Got the water. Let me get my water real quick. Sip on him. Yep. Lean back. Lean back.
Okay.
This is for the team.
Well, I think we can trust Eduardo with the winning process here. This is going to be a big win for Spain, for the Shrimps. Of the games, of the other games, I think an interesting position we have in Durabeli Ibarra. This is a big game. Can Durabeli continue his incredible run in this qualifying round? He has been the MVP without question, alongside Vugar for Azerbaijan.
Correct. Especially yeah, definitely. I love seeing Durabeli's play here. What's going on, Daniel? What is this?
Intuitively, I feel like white's better, but the eval bar disagrees. We have a classic structure where black has this weak pawn on d6, and there's a weak pawn on a5 that can be later attacked with bishop b6 in some endgame. No, I think Durabeli practically is better here.
That's crazy.
Unless black can
I believe
5 e5. No, I don't like black's position here.
Yeah, even though he's up a pawn, right? 3-6, 3. Oh no, he's not up a pawn. Oh, for some reason I thought he was up a pawn. It's the same amount. Wow, I just felt like black was up a pawn here, but white, very bad knight on g3. But other than that, I mean, we do have activity, I think, and we have good moves, good prospects. We can double on the c file. d6 is weak, as you pointed. We have a very strong bishop in the center of the board here. Yeah, I think that d6 pawn can really call it. Even a5 can be weak in many cases. You're not going to just sit and wait for black. Like at least you shouldn't, right? So lots of things you can do for whites, and you're up on time. Look at that, queen e6 play.
Good move.
One hitting the pawn, huh? He will take it. He will.
So f3 here is weakening, and Ibarra accompanies this move with a draw offer.
Oh, offer. You want
a reasonable decision to offer a draw here, I think, because a draw with black against Durabeli is a good result, right, especially given Iturizaga's success. Let's see what Durabeli does. I think he'll decline it with rook e1.
He's been playing so well. He up time here too. Maybe not a lot actually now.
I would take a draw here probably in an OTB game, but with the clock situation, I'd go rook e1. I would keep playing with rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1, rook d1. Looks like he's about to click. Yep. I saw that. He clicked. You saw him click.
GMs think alike.
Rook e1 and then rook d1. And he, f4, f5 is spicy, but that's too much. Bishop g7, rook d1. Is this easy? Hold up.
Yeah, but then knight c5. And the thing is, like, if you go into some endgame, you do not want to give a 2-on-1 on the queen side.
He did go for that fast, which is very important. Yeah. He went for that.
He might offer a draw here.
Hey, bro, you want a draw? Right.
I think there's if he thinks like I do, I mean, there's a high probability that he's like, you know what? Knight c5's coming. This isn't as good as I thought it was. Let's make that draw. But no, he goes f4, all full steam ahead. Very risky move. You could lose this, but I like the way he's playing. He's playing bold.
He wants queen d4 check. Nice. After knight c5.
Yeah. Or queen f3.
Or queen f3, right. Very nice. F5. We have f6. Blocks it. Now rook d1. What did knight c5 anyway steal? Like you said, in-game take. You take on a4. 2 versus 1. Yeah, I'm taking black there.
Ibarra's just playing fantastic here. He's just not. And h5, h4 is a very typical idea to get the knight off of g3. What does that do? Well, that softens up the e4 pawn. How can black attack it with knight c5? So suddenly, it feels like Ibarra's taking over the initiative. I think it's my fault. Durabeli, listen to me. Yeah. They do look alike, don't they? A lot of people in chat saying they do kind of. I definitely see the resemblance.
Long lost brother. Right. Yeah, it's me against you, brother. You know those movies, right?
Brother from another mother.
Brothers fighting each other in the end, right? You know. All right, so
wait, which movie?
There's like there's like movies like that where like the brothers are fighting each other, like they. It's there's one Immortals just like that. Immortals.
Yeah, no, plenty of historical examples of that happening.
Exactly, of that happening, right? Fighting each other. I liked e5 here, but a5 is queen f4.
We also should go to the Miguel game if that's okay, because there's a sort of a lot of tension on that board there.
White to move. Wow, you can just take on f7. Engine like, so what? Yeah. Take on f7,
yeah, takes f7, king g8, but Mamadova is holding for now.
That is sick. e5 and a6 hanging.
Huge result if Mamadova can hold the draw here with black.
It is crazy.
Okay,
That's
but
our
I don't.
game.
Oh, he's going after the pawns.
Crazy. I think white would be much better here, but it is not possible.
I would
maybe
go
it is
F4.
possible. You go F4 here? F4. Oh, that's
Yeah, I
nice.
would go F4.
Very strong. Yeah, that's reading the position very well. F4 was very strong.
This looks good too. Knight E4 is coming, and black is dropping a bunch of these weak
Pawn
pawns.
schemes. He's dropping, and then we go walk the king up. We could use G4 H4. Yeah, rook 6 now. Now we have to
Very
check.
nice. Knight C4 loses to rook E8. Otherwise, it might even win. Rook A1, no, but now Mamadova's losing control. She's going to lose her other pawn on G5.
King G2.
Or not.
Right,
no, you shouldn't take it because of Knight E1 winning for black.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! King
that would
H7
hurt.
there. Oh, don't take on G5, Miguel. He blunders. All
see if
he
he
had
takes
to
it.
do,
He
Canty,
didn't
was go
take it.
King F3. Just go
Yeah.
out. I think he forgot he can't take because of Knight E1 and Knight F3. Black wins the rook. It's still a game.
See if he sees this, obviously. So he's trying to figure out what to do because that check's annoying. So maybe, you can't even go G4. Wow. Wait,
91.
now 91. I guess you go King F1 there.
Still
Yeah,
impossible to defend this with black in time pressure, unfortunately.
That's true. 19 seconds.
I don't see. Oh, rook C6 91 might be some sort of weird perpetual because you cannot go through E to E2 because of a fork. So Santos doing a good job of getting his rook on the right square. King E2, go for it.
Beautiful. King
D3.
D3. Yeah, D3. D3. Everything's defended.
Yeah.
It's hard to do stuff when everything's defended. It's very tough. You see that from the strongest players. Things are always defended. Everything all defended. You don't have threats. King, what?
I would
Check.
go
Mhm.
rook C6 looks good. I mean,
Yeah.
if you can win one of these two pawns, you win the game. Another option is rook D7, rook E7, trying to dislodge the knight. Ooh.
B5,
King
same.
C4.
Come on, no checks.
Don't go King B5.
Oof, that was a close one, too. King C2, and we're good. Rook C2, that's a nice move. Rook F5. That's not necessary. I mean,
don't love that. I don't understand. That was totally unnecessary. But it might still be winning.
Yeah, I guess it's just winning somehow.
How
How right now?
But why?
Yeah,
I mean,
take
black
the
has
pawn.
19 seconds. You
can't.
just keep the knights on the board. Now it's hard to win this King C4, Rook C1. And if you take the pawn,
Exactly.
you lose the other pawn. This might actually go the other way. Rook F3.
It was. What that was.
A.
How are you winning that? I don't understand what the move was. He didn't have time
Oh my
either.
gosh. He might still win this. He gets the king around Rook C5.
He's good. He's good.
It's close. It's close. I don't know what the objective eval is. This might be a win, but this is probably a draw objectively. It's just so hard to defend this with no time. H5.
Right.
Push that pawn.
King H3, H5, King H3, H4.
G4.
And we go, oh yeah, G4 is way better.
I even keep putting the king on G4, using the pawns for shelter is good. Yeah, it's winning. King G5, G4.
King G5 and G4, yeah.
The problem is black can never move the rook away with check, and black can never move the rook away and win one of white's pawns because they're always going to be protected.
Right. H6. Played.
Oh, Dura Bailey's game, by the way, is getting crazy too.
Oh yeah, this is definitely probably win for white. We
Okay,
can go
this is
that.
over. Let's go to the Dura Bailey game because this we know is gonna end in a win for.
Whoa.
There's the Spanish
Whoa.
Grandmaster. Watch this.
Whose move is it? Okay, it's black's
Black
move.
to
He's
play.
down on time.
20 seconds for Dura Bailey, but he's got the
Wow.
pawn on F6 and mating threats.
Yeah, definitely. Huge stuff here. There's like rook H5, sack on H7 almost, queen H4, H6, if possible. Okay, knight
Knight
E4,
F5.
nothing? Yeah, knight F5.
I would go knight F5 instantly here. Try to
I'm gonna
keep
go
some
knight
time to
E7.
calculate. Queen G5, knight E7 drops the queen.
Beautiful. You have to go queen something strange, right? E3. You have to go
But
strange.
you don't want to abandon your king. That looks terrifying. Like white's got the lobster pincer made ideas.
Right. Oh my goodness, queen H4 immediately takes it, and queen H6, and that's it.
This is so hard to defend. Maybe you should even play knight f6 and just give up the piece. At least get it into an endgame. No, he goes queen c3.
Oh, he moved that boy instantly, too. Instant. He didn't look. I mean, of course, makes sense. 24 seconds, knight h6.
But what now?
Rook a5? No. Rook a5, queen d7 was not a possibility. That was close. a5. D7.
I have no idea what to do here. Queen c4 maybe to go after both rooks, but of course, if the knight moves, white threatens the mate in 2 with queen h6, queen g7, rook e5 Ibarra.
Knight f5?
Knight g8. No.
Something like
that. 5 I
right?
like. Similar idea.
It's similar, right? It's close. It's one
But
of them, something like that.
Black can take the rook, I think, and run the king to the center.
Yeah.
Oh, queen g8 takes f7. Oh, Durabé's going to win this. He wins the rook in the end.
Take the rook. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, and that f1's going to promote.
Tactinos.
Black has one check, and that's it. The king just dips back to g1, and there are no more checks. And Black's king is screwed.
Wow. He said, get your puzzle rush up, my guy.
Guess what, Canty? Declining the draw. Those decisions, they always seem to pay off.
Right. That's very beautiful.
By the way, Miguel Sanchez has won. Aiden Suleimanli is about to win his game as well. And so a huge round. A huge 2 games there as Azerbaijan, the ferocious tacticians, they managed to right the ship after Vulgar Rasulov gets crushed by Turizaga. And Mamadova loses as well. This might be another 2-2 round if Durarbeli can finish this off.
Gotta finish. 2 seconds here. 4.
Not over yet. Knight f1.
F1. He didn't play it. I mean, this really isn't over yet, though. We do have to
Don't
finish.
go f7.
Oh, queen g3. Oh, my goodness. Gotta check him.
Rook c1. 6 seconds.
You gotta move.
4 seconds.
Check. He likes
rook c1.
Oh,
is he gonna make a draw here?
He might.
No.
Oh, he didn't. He did. Queen a5 was
a there.
Yeah, queen a5.
Wins
check
on
again.
the spot.
Queen a5.
Queen a5 just ends it.
Come on. All right. Perfect. Either way, right?
I don't know. King b7 gets out of the checks.
Oh, my goodness.
King b7 gets out of the checks. Ibarra misses at 95. No, he blunders the queen. Oh my god, this is insane. 95 won the queen. King b7 for Black got out of the checks.
Time trouble makes.
But this is uncharacteristically bad for Ibarra.
95.
He blundered that like 7 times.
Now. Yeah, look at him. Put his hands up. What am I doing? I can't believe this. Oh my goodness. And he flags. You see the emotion there.
No, but this is insane. He had the golden opportunity. King b7. White has no more checks. Yeah. And if you trade queens, guess what?
Winning, right?
Black's probably already back here practically. The pawn's running. You're stopping f7. Ibarra panicked. He went king c6. Durarbeli misses the fork the first time. But he sees it the second time. And he steals the win. What a round, James. This is the PCL in a nutshell.
It's another one. Of course, 4-4. There is nobody's breaking ground here. Nobody's breaking ground. And it's going to come down, like you said, to the last game. I mean, to the last match. In fact, everybody is swinging here and bringing their best games as we thought they would here. And the entertainment is right up to par as we thought it would be.
It is indeed. And the best part is still ahead. The score is 4-4. They are playing for the final 16th spot in the Pro Chess League. 15 spots already taken by the likes of the Chess Bras and the Passers and the Cobras. Who will make that final spot? We don't know yet because the score is tied at 4-4. The first team to reach 8.5 points wins that final spot. We are actually guaranteed to get at least, well, we're guaranteed to get all 4 rounds because no team can reach 8.5 after the next round. And we will be back, ladies and gentlemen, with round 3 of this scintillating PCL qualifier final in just a couple minutes.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Log In. Scroll down and click continue with chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League Qualifier Finals. We have two teams that have survived the previous 2 days. They are now facing each other for the 16th and final spot in the Pro Chess League regular season, which is back after a 4-year hiatus, and it will feature a jam-packed roster. Every team is strong, and one of the new teams that I am honored and privileged to be a part of are the Charlotte Cobras. Carolina used to have a U.S. Chess League team many years ago, but it's never participated in the Pro Chess League until now. Pretty good roster. I'm so excited to be a part of it.
Wow.
Canty. I mean, any team can win the PCL this season.
Wow.
It's the Wild West.
It is, man. It's lots of players, of course, and you know you're gonna be playing, so we're gonna see you play. It's gonna be great to see. You got a stacked lineup. I love Charlotte too, man. Charlotte's the place to be if you haven't been. Charlotte's a great place to be. It's good that you have a team now. So, congrats to you, bro, being on the team and you know being a team captain and everything going on in Charlotte.
For sure. And I played for California teams my whole life. I love the 10+2 format, and you know I've played well the last couple of years, so I've got my fingers crossed. But man, some of those teams, the Chess Bras, St. Louis, I mean, those teams are ridiculously stacked. So with it, whatever team wins is just going to have the most players in ridiculously good form.
Correct. Right. As we see players in good form today, I mean, you got to be in your best form right now to finish up this match with the Shrimps, you know, versus the Tacticians. So pretty strong stuff, even match so far. And they're going to start very soon here. So we can see who's going to punch the ticket. 8.5. That's all you need to get to PCL.
It's all you need. 2 more rounds to go. We are all tied up with a match score of 4-4. Both rounds have been all tied, and we have Aiden Suleimanli and Eduardo Iturrizaga on camera there. We will start with their game. And as usual, we will go around the horn and look at all 4 of these fascinating matchups. Eduardo, big win in the last round. Just crushing Mugar Rasulov.
Yeah. Right. Let's see what we have actually the roster-wise. Who's playing who next? Iturrizaga. Oh, yeah. And Hikaru. Okay, it's going to be strong. It's very nice. Yeah, 4.5. So we need 4.5 from both sides. 8.5. Okay. It could be like 2 rounds. Maybe 3. There's only 2 rounds left, right?
There's 2 rounds left. In the event of a tie, they continue playing each other in the same format as the last round. Board 1 will play board 1. Board 2 plays board 2. But let's not worry about that right now. We will cross that bridge if we get there. We didn't have any ties in the semifinals. And, you know, in my experience in the PCL, ties are actually incredibly uncommon. Generally speaking, somebody comes through clutch. Somebody chokes away the tie. Crazy stuff always tends to happen. And speaking of crazy stuff, we got Suleimanli versus Iturrizaga as our first game.
C4, C5. Going with the symmetrical here. Yeah, he likes these positions. He also plays it from the white side. So he must know a thing or two here. I get in reverse, put a tempo down.
Very well-known line here. Knight F6 is standard. Bishop G7 is slightly less popular, but also very possible. Eduardo's probably deciding between those 2 moves right now. Yeah, it's Bishop G. The point of Knight F6 is that if white plays D4, you're able to quickly counter-strike with D5.
Right.
If Bishop G7, you have to accept like a King's Indian structure.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm playing art or some type of banana.
Okay. Wake up, Eduardo.
Yeah, he's there. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's not frozen. The zoom camera's still working.
No, he's having a hard time deciding.
What does he want?
The problem is that it stacks up, right? You take a minute here, a minute there, and in a 10-minute time control, when you get into the middle game, you need every second you can get. So Suleimanli right now is watching Black's clock tick down, and he is getting excited. Over a minute. Spend and Knight F6 is the call.
Exactly. D4 takes, then D5. Did it very quickly. And this is now a pan-off, in fact, with G6 due to transposition. So in these lines, usually but this is the pan-off G6. So you take and play Bishop C4, Queen B3. I forgot what the theory is, but I think it's Queen B3.
Well, there's a crazy line that if you see this for the first time, you're like, what are the crazy? What is this? But Queen B3, Knight takes C3, and then Bishop to C4 as an intermezzo to hit F7. It's not actually that crazy. You're just hitting F7, and you're forcing Black to give the Knight back up. So this is where Suleimanli now has a choice, and there we go. Bishop C4 on the board.
And we're here, and we're into this position, and you actually take with the Queen a lot of time. Actually, in different positions, we have Bishop B4 in this situation, but a lot of times you take with the Queen, play D5 in C3 Sicilian type positions. Those are nice. Here, pawn takes, Knight A5, Queen A4, Bishop D7, Bishop B5, I assume.
Yep, that's a line. I don't like these positions for Black because the king is uncastled. Bishop G7, Bishop A3 is annoying.
What about Queen B5, Queen E5? Oh, Bishop B5. Oh, that means the same thing.
Queen A4 is your move. I like it. A6 would drop a piece, and Eduardo brings the knight back. Castle. Or maybe even D5 is in our style.
Really nice. Yeah, exactly right. You know how we play, right? Aggressive. D5, castles.
And
I
just
like
castle
it.
rookie 1. I would
That's
play that in a
very
blitz
strong.
game in 5 seconds. Just sack
You're
the
right.
pawn, open the e-file.
Beautiful.
You know,
Initiative
step on
is
it.
there. Yeah, D5 takes castles. A6 check, bishop E7. Take, queen D4, and you like lost after bishop G5.
It's to me, I think it actually is the best move in the position. And D5 is one of those moves someone like Magnus plays in like 10 seconds. And this is where Suleimanli has been lacking a little bit. I feel like in these moments he's been a little bit too conservative. White's probably still slightly better, but this has to be a relief for Eduardo.
That was nasty. Yeah, D5 was such a sick line, bro.
It was the
so
best
much
move.
play there.
I checked.
Oh, you checked? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like plus minus. D5 is actually borderline
That's
winning.
A sick move, bro. Chad, hopefully if you play this, you know, I'm a pan-off player myself. I do like to pan off, but
still D5.
It's a sick line. D5.
Oh, guess what? Look at this line. D5.
Okay, knight A5.
Knight A5. D.
Oh my goodness! Get it off the screen.
And if you take the queen, white just takes everything.
Wait, you also have
but if Fe queen E6 is also important.
And then bishop E7.
Knight E5.
Oh my! Knight E5. Stop it.
Bang bang. Oops.
Knight
nope,
E5.
not like that.
That's some also. Don't do that, chat. Queen F7, mate. Oh man.
Yeah, and if you take the queen, just to show that a little bit more directly.
I love it. I love it. King E7. What happens?
You can probably just even take the knight or something, like, or bishop A3. I mean, there's just so many options here. But even this should be good for white. Yeah. Okay, maybe not the best, but still.
Take. You could take under promote to a knight, take the knight, and then after takes, you can go king E2.
Great eye.
And then take.
Bang.
Oh my goodness.
Winning the queen, that's crucial. But all of that is going to remain behind the scenes, Canty, because Suleimanli, once again, not going for the direct option, going more positional, bishop G5. And instead, they're starting to repeat moves here. And is Suleimanli going to take the draw?
Take a little draw scheme.
They're repeating with bishop G5, E7, H6, F8. I feel like white's frittered away his advantage. I mean, probably already at this point, you should repeat.
Yeah, that's true, though.
That was a big chance for Azerbaijan. I don't think Suleimanli realized how good his position was.
Yeah, I mean, that's something to really understand. That's a cool position. I like those positions myself, so that's amazing to see it there at D5 moves. Very sharp.
Well, if you call yourself a ferocious tactician, you better see moves like that. And that was disappointing.
Ferocious. Like this.
Okay, but as he decides, and he decides not to repeat, bishop F4, go for it. Good stuff for Suleimanli. He's going to keep playing with white. We have a couple other games that we should take a look at. Durabeli against Santos on board 2. And Vasif with a crazy win over Ibarra. Can he continue his MVP run with another important win?
I like 93 here, automatic. I mean, it goes to D5 or F5. Something's getting played somewhere. Maybe you have knight F6, though. That's the idea. But then D4 is tempting.
Or bishop H4.
Bishop H4, yeah. And then G5, sack it, and don't care about life.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, I think that's a nice idea. But I mean, you can play queen something, queen anything.
Alternatively, knight H4 is another typical maneuver. Knight H4, F5. Also preparing a potential F4.
Yeah.
No, I think it's comfortable for Durabeli. He's got a slight edge here.
Yeah, definitely.
And we also have Ibarra against Gulnar Mamadova. Let's check into that game as well.
Okay.
As we go around the horn. Oh, this one's exciting.
Ooh, D5. This is a French. This is a French with knight, bishop takes, G takes F6, knight back to C3. Roman Gingias really files. This is nice. This is very strong. Very cool. You ever played this variation?
Not. I played this with black once. I'm a knight D2 player with white, so
knight D2 with
too
white.
much theory in knight C3.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, Ibarra was like, "Hey, Suleimanli, you're not going to play D5. I'm going to play it."
Right.
And he just has played it.
Right.
But it might not be as impressive as it seems because black is actually incredibly solid here.
Exactly. You're actually right, bro. I mean, it's so funny that, like, you think d5 is there. That's not the right plan. But the right plan, at least from Roman's idea, is bishop e2 and try to get the bishop to h5 after, like, a knight e5. Because d5 doesn't work the way that you think it is at the right time. But, I mean, practically speaking, I think he has good chances. Still, I mean, if he can get the rook to e1, he has some time.
Before that, he has to decide where to put his queen and how to get it out of the bishop's
Exactly.
torture.
What about queen g3? Oh, bishop d6. Queen g7? There's some tempi, right? And bishop b5, rook e1. Bro, what is that? Hold on, queen g3. You can't go
Wow.
bishop d6, queen g7, rook f8, bishop b5, rook e1.
That's a cool line. And then at the end, you pin the queen.
Nasty.
This alignment is very dangerous. Yeah, queen g3 looks really good. He goes queen f4 back.
But now he can't play queen g7, right? So now you can't play
exactly.
Queen g7. That's the whole idea.
He's definitely not taking the draw. I'll tell you that for sure. I mean, he needs to win this game.
Queen d4.
Queen
Same
d4.
idea. Oh my goodness. Bishop b5. Whoa. It's still there. Oh, he got out the way. Oh man, I forgot you could castle in this game. I forgot you could castle.
And the black king is not the safest on the king side, but it's much safer than it was in the center. b4, maybe time to start counterattacking.
Yeah, you're right. b4, c5. All that stuff. Whoa.
It's easy to miss that after b4, rook e1, there's a check on h6.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, I think
like
black
b4 here.
a lot of times can be better sometimes in these positions. Still like white, but man, I mean, you can only like white for so long until you don't seize it, and then black's better.
I feel like b4 is kind of a slam dunk move. You have a great opportunity to win the a2 pawn, get your attack started. Nothing else seems remotely as appetizing. Maybe you can develop your bishop, but that seems slow.
Oh, that's true actually. b4, queen a2 is on cards here. Right, yeah, the king is weak, but like, I don't have pieces over there yet. I think we could get pieces over there. 92. It's his move though. His move. Or her moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Continues to think. b4. Will we see b4? Will we see c5?
Castles was such a sick move. It's like, get out of there. Like, oh man.
I mean, you can force a queen trade with queen h6 and c5, but a queen trade isn't necessarily all that good for black given how weak her pawns are.
That's pretty good. Good.
c5 played.
c5 on the board and queen h4.
Yep. Forced.
Right. Queen h4.
Bishop e7 now, maybe a check and rook e1. I don't like c5. But still solid for black. Queen g6.
So annoying how solid it is. Queen c7? I'm hitting a lot of pieces, bro.
Oh.
I'm hitting a lot of pieces, my guy. Queen d6.
But then maybe bishop d6.
Wow, you dirty dog. You dirty
And then you actually
dog,
lose the queen.
You lose the queen, you dirty dog. Oh my goodness. When the tactics turn on you. You dirty dog.
So I think, well, first of all, black the bishop is hanging. So maybe bishop e6 makes some sense to bring, because you need to finish your development if you're black. But then there's like bishop takes f5 actually.
Correct. Bishop f5 with rook e7's coming. Oh, bishop e6. Engine's like, you have lost your absolute. What is it? Queen h4? Just don't trade. Chill. How do you hit my queen? I play g4 next. Oh my goodness.
I'm trying to calculate bishop takes f5.
Oh.
It's hard to make heads or tails of that. No.
That?
Oh.
Who calculates that? Bishop f5. Wow, look at that move.
But bishop takes g3 and black takes on f2. I think there. Oh, and the bishop gets trapped. Yeah, no. It's not easy. 95 by Ibarra. That wasn't the move. The move was queen h4. You called it. It was the best move.
Queen h4 is nice because g4, rook g1, you open the whole file. But I mean, that bishop f5 move was like, I didn't even consider that. But I think because I just hate trading queens. So like, I was like, oh, I'm not about to trade. You got to be kidding me. Queen h4.
Yeah, I think white is still much better here. So this is a practical decision by Ibarra. But knight c6, c7, for example. Yeah, no, white is much better here. And we have our fourth game, knight c6 on the board. Very unpleasant position for Mamadova. This is Ambertsumova against Rasulov. Stonewall.
This feels like Zaga playing white. But let's see, we've seen so much of that from him. Queen to c2, black to play here. f4 is tempting. I mean, that is right, but f4 is definitely a tempting move.
All right, good call.
There it is, f4 on the board. Come on, Vulkar. Come on, my guy.
You're on the same wavelength. He's going for mate here.
Yeah, hey, look, that's all we do, right? Joe Baba London's, e4, King's Indians, Nightdorfs. These are not positions where we trying to go to the end game and sit here and, grind you out. We're trying to mate you every game. This is what we're doing.
Sure, Queen f6.
Queen f6 or g5. Nice too. G5, Queen h6 type.
Right. And if white goes e3, then black goes f3.
Right.
Black is in good shape.
I like it.
Yeah. I think black is just better objectively here. I mean, bishop is bad. Pawn on d5 is well defended. Okay, knight f3 by Ambertsumova.
Okay. And who? All right, what do we do? Need more pieces. Maybe queen e8. Queen f6, right?
Or queen e8, queen h5. I like that too.
Some more Dutch-like type. Bishop f5. Stops the e4.
I think he's getting his bishop around to e4, yeah.
Ah, that's sick. I like that idea.
Yeah, black seems to be in pretty good shape here. All right, I'm kind of looking around to see where we have the most exciting action. Ooh, the Suleimanli game has taken an unexpected turn. I think he might be much better. Let's go back to Suleimanli against Ituri Zaga, where he's up in exchange, but black has a pawn and pressure on f2.
Whoa. First off, where do I go? Knight g4 is annoying. So maybe 8. Okay, well, something. Yeah, bishop e2. Same idea. I was trying to play h3. Bishop e2 stops knight g4. Is it temporarily? Oh, rook d1 too. Yeah.
Yeah, rook d1 is a big threat. Black should try to keep the rooks.
Threatening my bishop. Gotta move that boy somewhere. Maybe just bishop f3. Hold it down.
Rook d2, queen c8.
Whoa. Yeah, rook d2, queen c8, right? Queen 5.
Yeah. 1 minute, 20 seconds, though, for Suleimanli.
Oh, you ain't got no time, brother. You got to move. The kid got to move.
Yeah, bishop f3 looks pretty natural and pretty safe. You can then go g3, fianchetto if you want to keep your king safe. You need to keep your king safe in time pressure. But he's really in the tank here.
Right, he definitely taking out. Bishop f3 is such a natural move. You also maybe could play rook d1 or something, like as a counter-attacking move. But I mean, bishop f3 is probably one of the safest. Maybe queen b5. Maybe he's looking at that. g3. What? Whoa! Oh, he's giving up the bishop for the other bishop. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, queen e2, rook c5.
Makes sense.
He's trying to play without risk. He wants to trade as many pieces as possible. And bishop f3 now, maybe? I'm worried for white's position. With 40 seconds, rook d2 is coming. This could get super hard to defend. This could get out of control pretty quickly for white.
Things are pretty well defended for black, too. That knight on h6 is an excellent defender of the f7 square. And I have king g7 where I can tuck and roll. You don't have any dark square pieces, really. I mean, the queen, obviously, but you can't. I have that diagonal under control with my queen. This is, it could turn in the other direction, even being down in exchange.
Yeah, for sure. Turizaga trying to make the most of it. He goes king g7 first to avoid the check on the 8th rank. Queen e4, maybe?
Queen e4. Queen, sheesh. B2. Can't give you, yes, there it is. I ain't really trying to trade queens.
Yeah, black is going to keep the queens on the board, obviously.
A lot of time. I mean, he's up so much time. 4 minutes? Like, he barely thought this game. He got so
That's a
much
huge
time.
problem.
Huge.
By the way, Bailey is much worse, which is kind of surprising. So it's crucial for Aiden to, at the very least, hold a draw here. If he loses this with white, it looks like the ferocious tacticians might be in trouble. 8 seconds. He's let himself. This could get out of control. He's got to move the bishop. He's got 3 seconds.
3, 2. Oh, man. With 2 seconds on the clock, plays rook to d1, tries to trade.
Knight d4, maybe? Wait, what's wrong with knight d4? I guess just rook c1.
Very strong. Very strong. Okay, rook c1.
Nah, he's already worse.
Yeah, I just take on 8. No, you have oh, yeah, knight d4.
Yeah, queen a2.
Take on a2.
For sure, why not?
Take it, right? Take on a2.
And already black has 2
There it
pawns,
is.
but no whites.
Now there's some tactics, brother. Hold on, my guy. There's nothing? I guess not. Queen f2. I mean, you obviously everybody's eyeing f2 here, but
yeah,
you
the
just
king
have
is h3.
to sit up for a little bit. Yeah, he can run. He can run away. f5. That's too much. That's too much. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. I mean, you could though. f5, queen e5, king h6, and I'm about to play e5 and e4, and I don't know who's getting mated there. So maybe that's too much. This is too much. This check's annoying. What a game. Rook d5. Controlling the
good move,
check.
time pressure.
What a move. Whoa, that was sick. That was a great move. Great move. Okay, so now I can play f5, bro. 5's a move.
Mm-hmm. Queen h4, I suppose. Trying to go queen e7, get a perpetual.
Knight f3, rook f3. Dang.
Still holding.
Right. Right. Still holding. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Knight f3. Queen 7, rook f3. Sheesh. It's not winning. It's not winning.
Yeah. Zaga is tapping into his time reserves. He's down to 3 minutes.
g5. But what can white do after this g5?
G5 just take away the squares.
Correct. Just take away the squares because now I can play f5, which was the whole idea. Because if you go f5, queen h4. So if I go g5, then you can't go queen h4.
It's a great move, and it's the kind of move you want to play in your opponent's time pressure. It's an open-ended move that forces white to make a decision. That's what you want. You don't want forcing moves because then white's going to respond quickly and gain a little time.
Wow.
He continues to think.
See what he comes up with. Zaga.
And Bertsumova is in trouble against Rasulov in the meantime. So that's not going well. And Bailey, that might be the concerning game for the tacticians. This one as well, of course. Bailey is clearly worse with white. But I want to stick to this game because we're going to get a time scramble within a minute.
Correct. Zaga in the zone. That man thought about it. He played queen b2. Then he took on f3.
Rook f5.
Rook f5. Rook f5.
D2. Rook d2.
Oh,
he has to play rook d2.
And wait a second. How are we not winning?
Queen f6?
Queen f6.
Queen f6 wins the
Queen
pawn on
h2.
f2.
Oh, yeah, rook f2.
But rook takes f2.
Anyway. And you get 2 for the rook. 2 rooks. Whoa, that's not it. Okay, yeah, you're right.
It's far from over. I mean, black has 3 pawns now, but still not over.
You have to continue to finish this off. Now what do we do? How do we advance? Wow. I thought queen f6 and try to advance the pawns.
I would play h5.
H5 is a beautiful move. Gain some space.
a5 also. Push that other pawn. But then you go rook b1, and the bishop loses support. So, okay, he repeats once. He's obviously not taking the draw here. Black has to be winning objectively. There's h5.
There it is. H5. He finds a good move. Queen f. Oh, he's in check. What?
Yeah, back to e4.
Right. Okay. So
queen f4. Maybe queen f4 is worth playing. Trade the queens. I think Zaga missed that.
This pawn's weak though, right? On f4. And we have, okay, black can push. Definitely you can push. You can take, play king f5. Obviously get the king to f5. G7, king f6, and king f5. Play bishop c7. Oh, bishop b3 first.
Rook d7. No, he goes rook f1, so he goes for the passive defense, which I think is the right move. You have to keep the pawn on f4 alive.
Yeah, he's keeping
5
it.
and
Bishop
a3.
4. Correct.
Okay.
Rook
Bishop
D1,
E2.
Bishop F, Bishop G. Oh, Bishop E2, right? Yeah, Bishop E2. Wow. King C7. Push.
A3. And now try to do something on the king side because the rook is tied down to the pawn.
So what do we even do? I can't push. H4? No, he has H3. Ha! That's funny. How do we do anything? If we push the F
the
pawn,
rook's...
exactly. We're never getting out of there.
The rook's cutting off the king. This actually might be drawable for white at this point. 50 seconds for Eduardo. He's now dwindling on the clock.
Wait, where did he run his king the other way?
I would go back to the center. I would not go to the queen side. Bishop C1. What is he doing?
Wow.
That was a horrible move. King F6,
Wow.
King F5.
Wow. In game. Tough, man. That's tough.
Wait.
That's
Not
tough.
yet.
Wait a second.
You might get lucky here with King D3.
Oh, he does have King D3. Yeah, Bishop F. And he's okay. Man, chess is hard.
Maybe E5. He's
Take,
there was
take.
no point in leaving the center. Now he's given black all sorts of ideas on the king side.
Yeah, correct. C5. I take on A3. I take H2. I got 3 versus the rook. That's a wrap.
Dora Bailey has officially lost. I mean, he hasn't resigned yet, but it's over. Yes, now he's resigned.
Lost. It's like his first AO.
It looks like Ibarra is going to win as well. H4 by Turizaga. I'm not sure why you put that pawn on a...
He's trying to get a tempo move, I guess, but he wants some time. King F6. Correct.
He's not making progress. Rook back to A5, cutting off the king. This might be a draw.
Yeah, he might just take it. Get up out of there, man.
They need Soleimani to save this, because if he loses, they're going to go down 3-1. Ibarra is going to win almost certainly. He's still trying. Can he hold it with no time?
That's a great move, actually. Great move.
I think he's holding.
That's
G4 breakthrough.
Exactly. I got a
G4 wins. G4, he blundered it.
Oh my goodness. G4 takes. Push.
H3.
He can't
too many
get back.
pawns.
He can't get back.
You can't stop both pawns.
Wow. What an end game.
Now H2. Wait, it's still not over. And King E7. I think. Or wait, how do you win this?
I mean, they both are right. We just take the pawn. We take the
and
pawn,
Bishop D6. Defend both pawns.
And go get the other one. And you can't. Yeah, you can't
go around. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But how?
The slow route here.
Oh, like this. And the pawn is the right color. It's very important because. Yeah.
I can't even move my king away from the bishop that you were attacking.
Doesn't matter. You can't take the bishop because
white. We can't take it. Yeah, that's it. Can't even
take the pawn.
The
Huge win.
Huge
win for Turizaga.
That's tough. Turizaga is strong, bro. He is very strong. He's
right. Won. We go to the Ibarra game.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, clip it. Man, y'all better clip that. Put that on the front page. Right? Of the Spanish Maniac.
Yeah.
There's a man. Hype.
Ibarra is winning, but can he finish this off? To give Spain the Shrimps the third win of this round, and Ambartsumova hasn't lost yet. So potentially this just could be a blowout round. Rasulov has to win against Ambartsumova to at least give the tacticians a point, which he might not, by the way. That might be a draw as well. Oh my gosh.
Wait, why is it? I mean, this is. Oh yeah, that's over. Before.
Let's go to the Ambartsumova game because this one's over. This is a win for Ibarra.
Yeah, that's it.
Can Ambartsumova hold against Rasulov?
Difficult task, but wow, looks like you have it. How's the king? You have your king on lock. Also, if you try to push, I'm gonna take C6, B5, E6. I'm gonna take everything. Oh, he's going for it. Okay. All right, check. What is this? Here we go. Game strike.
He has to go for it.
Rook H7 take. Rook H5. Hey, maybe king U.
Oh, D4 or D4. I mean, it's hard to play for black too.
Yeah.
Oh, she's lost control of the game.
Should have been probably rook h5 or something. So
Yeah, no, now it's winning.
Maybe it was h4 there. Oh my goodness. h4 was probably winning when the rook was on h7 and then played g5. Yeah.
Now just king e3.
Yikes. Tough game. Yeah, it's over. It's a good game. It's right. For tacticians.
Yeah, it's over. And a big win for the tacticians. The only win, as it turns out, because Jose Ibarra is still converting that endgame, but he's up 3 pawns. He is going to finish it off. And that is going to be a 2-point lead for the Maniac Shrimps, which means that all they need in the final round is 1.5 points. And they are in the PCL.
1.5 points, Chad. It is very close. But again, don't count out those tacticians. They are ferocious. Yes, it is in the name. But also, they've made it to the finals for a reason. So let's see.
Santos Ruiz, that was a huge win against Aurora Bailey with black. As you pointed out, the first loss of the tournament for Vasif.
Yep.
This one's over. Queen by Rasulov. Okay, we go back to the Ibarra game, which is still going on, but it's not going on for much longer. In fact, it's going to end right now. And Jose Ibarra wins the 3rd game for the Shrimp Maniacs. And what a round. What a round for the Maniac Shrimps. They lead 7-5. And Kenty, they are that close to making it to the finals in the next round.
Man, if I'm them right now, look, I'm just going to have to take a glass of water or a glass of anything just to make sure you calm those nerves. You need to calm the nerves and you need to breathe. And understand that this is it. You are very close. You and the team are 1.5 points away. Of course, just go in there and play regular chess. Don't put any pressure on yourself, because if you do that, you can actually play, under pressure, which isn't the greatest thing to do sometimes. So, of course, go in here with the same energy, and maybe we can pull this out. Ferocious tacticians, we got to bring everything at this point.
They've definitely got the talent. They've got the tactics. If Gerard Bailey can deliver, I've seen crazy things happen in this situation. They can still win the match if they go 4-0 or 3.5 halves. So nothing is decided yet. We will have a final round for you. But first, we wanted to remind you of something important. Jay Severson, the guy who created a little app called Chess.com, is at it again. Jay has officially launched his new app, Landover, inspired by Settlers of Catan and resource-gathering games, but with some transformative innovations tailored to player experience. Landover is available for iOS, Android, and web browsers. If you're still not convinced, check out a trailer that we're going to play and see what this game is all about. We'll be back with more chess in a bit.
Welcome to Landover, a Catan-inspired hexagon resource game for up to 4 players. Use the feature-rich map builder to create unique and creative maps. Host or join custom games where you can play live or daily games with friends, other Landover community members, or even solo games against the Landover bots. Choose your initial settlements wisely, and then outwit your opponents to expand your empire. More villages and cities means more resources for you to build outward and upward. Use Landover's unique trade to build UI to quickly and easily build whatever you can afford. Race up the culture tech tree to gain additional abilities, collect death cards, and grab the all-powerful Metropolis. Don't forget to upgrade your military to defend against the impending barbarian attacks and launch raids against other players. Prove yourself in rated games to earn promotions and climb to the top of the ladder. Download Landover for free at landover.io. Available on Android, iPhone, and browsers.
Welcome back to the PCL qualifier. We are almost at the end of the finals, where one team will get that final 16 spot for the PCL regular season, where they will face the likes of the Canada Chess Bras, one of the most prominent teams in the PCL this year. Of course, they feature Magnus Carlsen, Giri Tari, Sarish Ryoto. Is that enough GMs for you, Yancy?
That's a lot. They got a stacked team right there. They got big Magnus. You got Anish Giri fresh off the Tata still. Aryan. You got Ivan Sari. That's a beast there. I'm not familiar with Ryoto there. Sean Lemoy just had the greatest performance in Charlotte ever. In fact, winning 9 out of 9 games in winning tournaments. Then, not familiar with the WGM there. And Jennifer Yu, we all know. I think that's the women's champion. I think she's a current and very strong, obviously. So this is a nasty team. They always have a nasty team every year. Every year the team is stacked, right? So it's good to see.
They've got a huge fan base, and now the question is, who will they face? Who will be the 16th team? Well, the finals are at round 4. The Spanish Maniac Shrimps lead the Ferocious Tacticians with a score of 7-5 on the strength of an incredible performance in that last round where they won 3-1. Gerard Bailey losing with the white pieces. So all Maniac Shrimps need is 1.5 points. To be clear, they can lose the round and they can still win the match, because the first team to 8.5 points gets into the PCL. So all they need is 1.5 points, but all they need is pretty misleading, James, because 1.5 points is not easy to get against an angry, Ferocious Tacticians team.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. I mean, all they need is 3 wins. Well, 3.5 out of 4. That's a lot. Jeez, that's a lot. Like you can't lose anything, in fact, at this point. But of course, they know what's there. Only talk about it so much. They know what they need to do. And of course, they're going to try to deliver that right now.
Well, Iturrizaga is not at his computer yet, but we assume he will be shortly. In this final round, the board 1, they face each other. Board 2s face each other, and that is by design to raise the hype level. So Gerard Bailey, Iturrizaga is going to be a fascinating matchup. And if you're Ferocious Tacticians, you don't need to go crazy on all of the boards, because you've got a little bit of breathing room, right? You can give up a draw. You can even give up 2 draws and still tie the match, but you basically need to be perfect.
Yeah, easier said than done. Like, hey, chat, what's the game plan? Be perfect. Okay, cool. Got it. And then you go out there and you play the best that you actually can. That's all they can do. That's all we can ask for at the end of the day, too, as well. But as we see a very focused Gerard Bailey there in the zone, knows what he has to do. Thinking about, what am I to do? How am I to do it? I got to do this. This is for the team, right? But, of course, a lot of nerves, controlling yourself, trying to stay calm and get it together.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
No, I mean, they know what's at stake here. They know that the destiny is in their hands. And, Azerbaijan, the game has started. Iturrizaga, and he's...
not at the board. Hold on, bro. Hey, they're not about to just give you the time.
He is helping himself to too long of a break here.
Calling, chat. Hey, who got his number?
1-800 Eduardo.
He at the call a dentist's office. That's where he at. You can tell in the background. Call a dentist's office. Your game started, bro. Your game started. There it is.
There he is. 45 seconds is what he's lost.
Bro.
That ain't good. He needs to go, and he's played C4. Iturrizaga is an English player. Let's see what Gerard Bailey has in store for him. G3. And very graciously, we have decided, Chesscom has decided to give Eduardo the time back, which I think is totally reasonable. Sometimes you get caught up.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Gerard Bailey does not mind. So his time has been restored.
That's cool. Because if it was me, I'd be like, no, he wasn't here. He wasn't here. Like, run his clock, please. Because we need every point we can get. But at the same time, you're right. Shout out to Chess.com for that. Oh, this is a nice... what's the theory here? I forgot.
Well, D4 is a move and Knight F3 is a move. This is like a reverse Alapin.
Correct. That's what I was... Yes, here. Yeah, the Knight F3 one. Knight F3 one's nice. And then after D5, I think it's D3 or takes the Knight B3 after Queen B6 or something. This is not bad. I like these situations. I like these positions for white, actually.
I do as well.
I'm actually 1.5 out of 2 OTB with this little English system, the Botvinnik English, though. What do you think of Botvinnik English?
Botvinnik English is what we're seeing here. Is that the proper name for it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very unique positions. You don't get a structure like this often with a pawn like this on e4. That's why white often tries to play d3 and snap that pawn off the board to make sure the bishop gets active.
Yeah, these are right.
So, Eduardo, he can not end the match with a win. They will need one more draw. But let's be real. If Eduardo can score a win in this game, if he can capitalize on Dora Bailey's sudden loss in the previous round, then he puts them in great position.
Now, that move was very advanced, Anya. That was nasty. I mean, exactly. That was sick. That move is just showing a level of strength that Dora Bailey is definitely capable of doing. Anything. But that was really
there
strong.
was an issue there. There was a tactical issue. ED, there was maybe knight takes c6 with a potential fork on the rook and the king. And I don't know. Dora Bailey has to be very careful here. Now, so does Iturrizaga. Queen b3 blunders into knight c5, forking the queen and the pawn with check.
Tactics already.
So not sure exactly what Iturrizaga is supposed to do here. Queen to d2. That's probably the right move.
Yeah, get up out the way. Yeah. Wow. Already very tactical. It's like 10 moves in. Already tactical.
Yeah, Dora Bailey is going to have to create chances here with black. ED. Knight takes c6 is still an option. In fact, not only is it an option, I don't think black should play ED.
Absolutely not. Correct. Knight c6 is such a strong move. So to parry the threat, I mean, what do we actually do? We have bishop c5. He just went knight c5.
That's what I thought he would play, but the eval bar didn't like it.
Didn't like it too much. I think it calibrates a little bit. And it goes back to like, okay, equal. So obviously,
so DE,
we have to, right? And then what's
94.
94.
94, 94. But if you move the queen there, the bishop comes out with check. So perhaps white should take once and then move the queen right away.
Whoa.
Or castle. Wow.
Just get up out of there.
94 is a cool idea.
Don't care about nothing. And then if you take, I still take on c6. Iturrizaga. Yo, who is this guy, right? Who is this?
Yeah, he smells blood. I mean, he's dropped off a little bit, but he used to be one of the strongest blitz players on the internet chess club back in the day. So he definitely, you know, he's really good in these tricky positions. And right now, I'm already not liking the way this has started for Dora Bailey. It seems like he's on the verge of losing control in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, especially
that's a nasty move.
You know exactly, and you know the water bottle sip, like you know that as a sign of body language. You know what I mean? Like when you're playing chess, and if they sip the bottle of water, then like you might be in trouble sometimes, or they're confident. You know, they're actually confident in a game, especially as tense as this is right here. You know, he plays castles and he unscrews the bottle of water, drinks it, and says, "I feel good. This is pretty good." The black's gonna have to come up with something very nice here, I think, especially with all the pressure on the e4 pawn. White can do something like his usual b3, bishop b2 stuff he likes as well. Takes and queen c2 is also an option. You can also even play stuff like f4, bro. f4 or even f3, depending on what happens, whose move it is.
Pretty bad news for Dora Bailey. He's already a minute down. He's trying to figure out a way to keep the situation under control in the center. But again, knight takes d3, knight takes e4, undermining the knight, and the bishop comes alive. And black's queen is vulnerable, so all sorts of tactics here in the early going. I mean, Dora Bailey cannot afford to just give this game away, and he's going to have to dig deep and roll up his sleeves and figure something out here, but he doesn't have much time to do it in. Let's have a look at some of the other games because they have started. On board 2, we have Santos Ruiz against Suleimanli, and Suleimanli playing a French, obviously trying to generate winning chances with black.
That was just funny because you said French and like winning chances with black in the same sentence. So I was just laughing.
Right, and losing chances.
And right, it was definitely, that was funny. But white to move and knight g5, queen h5 looks like some ideas. Knight g5, well, h4, wow. That's crazy. But he goes king f7. Black to move though. So what is he going to do? Rook b8. Okay, so now what do we do? h4?
Well, yeah, h4 comes to mind.
Easy h4. It's always a thing.
Yeah, you can play a slow move like bishop c3 also, for example.
So c3, very possible.
Or you can get your king to safety. You can't castle, obviously. You also probably shouldn't castle queenside because then black can send the c-pawn down the board.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I mean, position is about equal. I think this is a pretty decent outcome of the opening for Suleimanli, though. He's kept all the pieces on the board.
That's true.
He's got this idea of moving the bishop back and pushing the c-pawn and trying to, trying to open the board up a little bit and exploit the king safety. The lack of king safety.
Right. Lack of it. Lack of. I was also trying to get g4 in at some point, but this is very difficult with the knight on g6. I did want to play h4 and just try to, question the knight. I wanted to play h4, but h5, I can't get the queen in there, which is the thing. How do I get everything in there? Knight g5, h6, queen h5, takes h6, queen h5. It should be e8. No, knight e6. Okay, so what happens on knight g5?
I can play h6, queen h5, and then move the knight away.
Move the knight away. Okay, so you just move the knight. Wow. G4 doesn't work. H4 doesn't work? That's just too much. This press is probably way too much. H4 take, bishop e8. Yeah, that's just crazy now. Check. Getting out of here. Bro, it just feels like something. That's why he's thinking. I understand. Like, you just feel like you can mayhem, but you can't do it. Not right now.
No, you just got to be conservative here. If you're Santos, I would just go king f1 and keep some time on the clock. And maybe knight d4 is also interesting, but what he can't do is take another 5 minutes and find nothing and then play the move you would play anyway. Yeah. That would not be wise. Okay, pretty encouraging situation on this board at least for the tacticians. Let's check out boards 3 and 4. Ugh. This is also
what is this?
This is a horrible start for Ibarra.
How is this Queen's Gambit decline? Where? Like, where is the Queen's Gambit decline? That's crazy. I would never think that from this. But that's wow, very.
That's what it was.
Crazy position.
Is this just terrible for black, or am I missing something? Like, yeah, black is up a pawn, but look at how many weaknesses he's got.
Oh, he's up a pawn. Like, right? Where? Right? Where's the pawn he's up?
Yeah, it's not even felt.
Yeah, where's the pawn? E3? The E3 or bishop E2? Did we sack another one? That's probably too much, bro. Let's play E3. The pawn is hanging for sure.
Should be 2?
Should be 2. He's giving it up. We need 4 is the idea, maybe.
Yeah, knight d4, queen e4, e5, knight e5.
Yeah.
I'll show that line on the board.
Yeah.
Here. I mean, there is knight c2, but knight c2, I can do a bunch of things. And if e5, then knight takes e5. Takes. Fork against the king and the knight. White recaptures the knight. Black can't even castle because he gets mated. The bishop's terrible. Ibarra, I mean, he's misplayed this pretty terribly. And now, I don't know what he plays.
Excuse me. Sorry, drink the water too fast.
Good.
We good, chat. Make sure you hydrate now. Drink water. Drink more water, please. Okay, bishop b2. Yeah, and he's in a think tank, obviously, so I guess we just move around. Kind of wait for that.
b7. Probably the best that he can do is develop his pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
And hope for the best. At least try to castle, because if your king gets stuck in the center, you're also going to get mated there.
Yikes. E4, knight d4, knight f4. Wow, pressure. Yeah, how to even defend it? Do you have to go like queen d7, queen e4 there, though? That'd be possible.
Yeah, horrible position. I mean, you can see the EVR +3.
Oh,
it's just lost. It's not even. We're not even talking like, practical advantage, but you can defend. It's actually just objectively lost. So this is actually not a great start, I should say, for Spain for the Shrimps.
Oh, it's because it's queen h5 too. You forget about that one. It's so crazy.
Yeah, this is 96 is hanging. I mean, everything is collapsing.
Oh, nice.
Oh, undeveloping his bishop. Queen h5 looks good.
Right. Queen H5 looks great. King D7.
Yeah, and then maybe even some sort of tactics with knight
Oh
takes
my
e6.
goodness, knight E6, just disrespectful. And then bishop H3, G6.
E4 also. Yeah.
Yeah, E4.
Does give that check. And Ibarra just uncharacteristically, I mean, he's usually very solid in the opening, but not this time. He just misplays the Slav. Oh gosh. Now knight G6 is possible to win the exchange, but I wouldn't necessarily rush with that. If I'm Rasulov, I would be considering a slower move, like rook to D1 followed by E4.
Right. D1, yeah, that's nice. Because I mean, many people would just go knight G6, but you don't need the exchange. Like, you have a better position. Knight G6 and the engine goes down. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a great call. Good call. It just wasn't necessary.
Yeah, probably not, because black does have a couple pawns, and I definitely would not trade queens. I think that would give, well, he does, but I guess he just says the endgame is also winning, but now I think black at least can fight a little bit.
Yeah, at least there, a lot of resistance that black can put up.
So, still a game. Not over yet, but obviously winning position for Rasulov. Let's look at board 4. Mamadova against Ambratsumova.
Whoa, I like it. Bishop on G5. Okay, F6 happened. Oh, this is just like equal.
But down on time. Ambratsumova 3 minutes down already.
That is a 3-minute time edge. And that, yeah, I'll use that for sure. Definitely use a 3-minute time edge. Bishop to E3, backing up. They have lots of moves here for white. I mean, B4, A4, expanding, gaining some space. You do need to worry about the bishop. Oh, we can take on C6, though. That is coming up. So what are you going to do about that? Bishop E3, black to move.
Yeah, king H8 can be played. Just getting the king out of the A2, G8 diagonal, which could be vulnerable in the event of a check. But this is not a position you want to stumble into with black if you don't know the typical ideas. And it does seem like Karina isn't too comfortable with this structure, just given her time expenditure.
E3, that's good. A6, you just take. You have to take, right? Wait, can I take on B6, though? It's possible. I mean, which one's better? Take on B6 or C6? C6 is automatic damage, but also taking on B6. Both of them give automatic damage. The question is which bishop?
Yeah, I think take on C6 makes more sense to me, at least. And then maybe even go for a move like C4 to restrict the knight.
I love it. I love it. And play C5 too. C5's coming. C4, C5.
Yeah, C4 I've seen before in these types of positions.
Love it.
Okay, probably a small, tiny little pull for white here, but black does have the bishop pair. If you take the bishop, then you correct the pawn structure. You allow black to take, although queen B3 check there. Yeah, there's knight D5, so that works out. That works out. Okay. Well, the most concerning game for... Oh, Iturizaga already drew.
Oh.
Iturizaga has made a draw.
See that.
So this is going to be close because both Sanchez and, well, definitely Ibarra is essentially lost. Let's check back into the Sanchez game. So all the Shrimps need is a win. If they win on any board, the match is over. But this game is getting wild. He has just gone G4. And Miguel Sanchez just wants to end the match in this game.
Oh, this is, yeah, this was that French. Yeah, that's
Santos. Apologize.
Yeah. We want this all day. This is a fan. I'm a fan of it. I mean, you're a fan of it too. We play Joe Bravo Londons with G4. So G4 is the wave here. You love it. Love to see this.
Good for white.
Absolutely.
You have G knight G5, I guess, is the idea, and then you're just going to leave the knight on G5. Even if H6, you don't care.
Sack everything, mate.
Yeah, I have G knight G5. This practically is looking very difficult for Suleimanli, who hasn't been comfortable with some of these tactical positions that he's gotten. Perhaps knight G6 can be considered, but white has many ways to defend F4. Even bishop C1 is a nice way to do it, I think.
Really strong, because king G3 brings in the bishop E3. Yeah, then bishop C1, knight F4. So sick. But then you have queen E3. Whoa, there's a lot of stuff there. A lot of stuff. But yeah, bishop C1 just deals with everything. After knight G6, I'm also H5 on tap coming. Definitely like white here all day.
This is getting really concerning. On the clock as well, he's a minute down. 2.5 minutes. Suleimanli is not finding a move that he likes. I'm not seeing a move that I like. I mean, G6
yeah, that's the
allows
only
white to open up the king side, and that looks terrible.
Terrible. G6 was like
this
the
is
only
not
one.
gonna
I was
cut
like,
it.
I don't know, play G6? That's really rough. But you don't want to play that as a human. Even if the engine says G6 is best move, you don't want to play that. I guess that's not it. What does the engine say? I see it says knight G6. Rook
Well,
B4.
the engine says a crazy rook b4 is
B4, wow.
essentially the best move. Wow.
Hey, kid, swinging.
But the move you have to find is after white plays bishop c1, which is likely. We might also see king g3, knight g6, king g3.
Correct.
And then there's this sack on e4 that black might have to find.
Bro, get out of here. Take knight g5? I'm like looking at you crazy. What does that even do? That is insane.
He takes on f5, does Ruiz, and that is why Soleimani should have started with knight g6, the other move order.
Yeah, of course. It's hard to find the engine moves sometimes. Back to back to back to back.
f6. F6 and white is borderline winning. Will he find it?
That's a nasty move. F6 is very strong. Keeps the bishop on g7 still terrible too. I mean, but taking a knight g5 feels good too, but also rook f2 is immediate rook f2. So
yeah, I mean, I think f6 is simple. It keeps the position closed, and the rook on f4 just isn't effective when it operates alone. You should go f6. I mean, this is a findable move, and it puts the Shrimps on the brink of winning. If Santos wins this game, they are into the PCL.
That's it. Beautiful.
King g3.
Oh, that ended a lot.
That wasn't the way, apparently.
I wonder what the move is now.
I'm shocked he didn't go f6. That move was really natural. But this also looks very natural. Attack the rook.
Wow. That's a good move, though. King g3 is actually a nice move.
It's a really cool looking move. Rook takes f5, might be forced, but I think what he wants is to take and then go e6. That looks winning for white. I mean, apparently black has some computer defense, but with a minute left now for Soleimani, I would be shocked if he figures out a way to navigate these complications.
Yeah, of course, especially with so many things going on, and the clock too as well. There's no way, human-wise, you figure this out.
1 minute.
No chances for white.
On the clock, yeah. He is not taking on f5. I don't think he sees a response after e6, nor do I. I don't know what the move is there. And if you don't take on f5, the rook doesn't have good squares. He moves it back to b4. Doesn't decide on it.
I can actually take on e6, h7, and then knight g5. I mean, I already have that on tap, but I also have f6 as well.
You do. f6 looks safe. fe looks tempting, and then maybe also immediately knight g5.
Right, beautiful.
Could have a queen sack there.
Beautiful.
Santos looks very calm. I think he knows he's in control of the situation. Total control of the situation. Maybe immediately knight g5 should be considered as well.
Oh, immediate knight g5. Bishop c3.
But he kicks the rook again. Good move. Oh.
e6.
Take the rook first is what he does. And e6 coming next.
e6, rook e8, take on d7.
He has kept that advantage of a minute, which could be huge as this gets down to the wire and gets crazy, which it will if white plays e6, which I think he will, and he does.
There it is, e6 on the board there, on the board. Queen c7, king g2, rook e8. Bishop f5, though.
Maybe queen c7 and queen f... No, that doesn't work. The king has f1. 30 seconds for Soleimani. This is looking really grim. King back.
King g2.
Even king h3 looks good, but I wouldn't experiment with it. I would go king g2.
Yeah, right. King g2, rook e8, bishop f5.
Knight g6 might be the only chance here. Knight g6, knight f4. Try to get the knight into the game, but does he see it with 20 seconds?
Spicy. Knight g6, queen e5. Wow, that's some good stuff. 17 seconds. And counting. Counting down. So many tactics here. Like
10 seconds. The only move that doesn't lose on the spot is knight g6. He doesn't see it. He's down to 4 seconds. He brings the bishop back.
Bishop f5. Simple route.
Take that pawn. Then he's going to go knight g6. Now, still not over. Still some chances. I mean, as long as the king is weak, we know what can happen in these time scrambles.
So
how quickly the game can turn around.
Right. You just push it, h5. Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Okay, Vugar is up a piece. So Vugar is going to win officially. Like, that's
nice.
Certainty.
That's nice.
Now the ball is in the court of Miguel Santos Ruiz, and Karina, who's got a decent position, takes. Ooh, that was in the move. Takes the pawn. I would just take that f5 pawn.
F5.
Bishop g6, queen g4.
Easy work. Easy work.
Queen g4.
Easy work.
Easy.
Easy work, baby. H5.
So Lamonli. Yeah, H5 looks good. Rook E1, it looks simple. Rook F1, I mean, he's playing. It's safe.
Careful, bro. Where's your queen go? Relax.
I mean, it still takes a knight G6. I mean, if you're Lamonli, you have to get your pieces into the game in order to get even a chance at some sort of a tactic. But H5 here pushes the knight away, I think. And you've also got the passed A pawn, which you could start pushing.
H5 rook F. Is it rook F3? No, it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. 2 seconds. Knight E7 forced. Or knight F8. Knight G5 looks good here.
Beautiful move, knight G5.
He's completely winning, but he's down.
Whoa. Oh,
what?
That was you. You did that.
Oh, I that was my bad. Sorry. That was my bad. He did not do that. He played knight G5.
He played knight G5.
I clicked on that square. Yeah, my bad.
It was about to.
That.
Oh, man.
I didn't even. Yeah, I clicked on the square. I was like, because that doesn't even look like a mouse. So queen G4 would be a blunder too. 20 seconds though, Canty. This is not over.
Yeah,
this is not over. He's down to 16 seconds. Knight F7 looks like the move here, but I don't know if he'll play it.
Knight F7 he does. He goes for, but that's not the move.
Oh, it was a blunder.
Completely
he blundered.
Oh my goodness. Knight D6, queen
G5.
Oh, give me the queen. Give me the queen.
Oh my God, so Lamonli's gonna win this. No way.
Get him
no
off the
way.
board.
It's
unbelievable. I'm about to.
He choked it.
I'm knocking everything off the table in front of me.
This is freaking believable. And it's down.
I'm knocking
if Mamadova wins this game, Azerbaijan, the ferocious fighters, are going to win. Suleimanli can't believe it.
He can't even look at him.
We go directly to our other game. This is what's going to decide the match. This is insane. Oh, Mamadova might be better here. Oh my gosh. If Mamadova wins this will be one of the most insane PCL turnarounds that we've ever seen. I talked about that 4-0 loss. Okay, but let's not jump the gun here. Ambertsumova is still pretty solid. If she draws, then we go to overtime.
Yeah. Wow. Draws overtime. Wait.
I jinxed him with that queen F5 move, didn't I? Because right after I made that move, whoops, sorry.
He blundered.
That was me again.
He was like, yeah, it's in the air. I can just feel
He blundered his queen right after that.
He blundered immediately after.
Unbelievable.
Wow. That is insane.
It is in the hands of Karina Ambertsumova. She's down to a minute. She's under pressure on the king side. This looks pretty sweet for Mamadova as she has that light square control.
But you can't call anything, right? We just looked at that. We was like, oh yeah, he doing great. He crushing, right? Look at this G4 on the board, loses, lost. What happened, right? But of course, there's a good time edge too.
Whoa! Oh my God!
What happened?
No way!
No.
Look at the position.
What is this?
Vugar Rasulov choked it.
How? What?
How did this happen? He was up a piece.
Oh
no
my
way!
goodness.
He had this
He was up a
position.
piece? Stop it.
Literally, look at this position. He
Stop
lost
it.
this with white.
Oh my goodness, Chad.
Oh, he resigned. It's over. No.
What
Wait,
happened?
how did this happen?
What did he do? What did he do?
He let the pawn promote. He simply
was
let the
mating.
pawn promote. No, he
thought he
missed rook b1. He missed this trick, and black mates him.
And you get mated. Chess is a hard game.
This is the most ridiculous. Why did he allow any of this? Just go anything except what he did. Oh, he can't believe it. And if Mamadova wins, this is all due to this choke. Just rook a8 and rook a7. He's grabbing his head. e5, anything. And black resigns. Anything except what he did. Let's go back to our last game. Oh, Mamadova's I think, gonna win this too.
Wow, chat. What I want you to know is
the face says it all.
Anything is possible, chat, in your own life after that game. I want that to motivate you. Wow.
That is two of the most insane turnarounds that you will ever see.
Man, that's tough. Nerves. Yeah, we talk that up to nerves there. Unbelievable.
The most insane swindle I've ever seen.
Yeah, right. Right, unless it's done, you're playing 30 seconds.
Well, it's official, folks. We are watching their last game, but it doesn't matter because Ibarra has swindled in ridiculous fashion. Martsumo actually might win this too, but the upshot is that the Shrimps have won. The Spanish Maniac Shrimps have won the finals. They have qualified into the PCL, and they are our 16th and final PCL participant. What an incredible match.
Vámonos! Vámonos! In the chat. Let's go. Let's go. And they've made it. They've made it. They played very strong chess and made it to where they were supposed to the finals, and also punching their ticket to the PCL chat. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, they have to be counting their lucky stars. They were resilient. They were in good form. Ibarra was an absolute hero, not just in the last game, but obviously throughout the tournament as well. Let's not forget that they also made their way yesterday into the Final Four because there were 16 teams that were vying for that spot. So the path to the 16th spot was an incredibly difficult one as we look at the bracket there. But the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they survive. They make it through, and they are in the finals. And the thing is, Canty, when you survive a road like this, they're going to try to make their time in the PCL count now.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Especially as I made it this far, right? You know, they call it, I think that was just a play on words. They're like Spanish Maniac Shrimps because they want you to look at them as little shrimps. Like, that's harmless. But they are not harmless at all. In fact, they are very strong, and they're a very underrated team. And they came in here and took down a lot of players today, showing that they belong in the PCL. So I can't wait to see what they actually do.
Yeah, I cannot wait either. They're a very exciting team. They're a well-rounded team, and they've got several players who are experienced at Blitz who can score a lot of upsets. Their PCL has a rating cap per team, so you can't play everybody, all of your top players, in a match, which is what makes the PCL so exciting. It's the fact that again and again, I have to repeat this, it's not necessarily the team that has the highest rated players per se that is the favorite. It's the team that is the strongest rapid players, the best team chemistry, etc., etc., etc. So we are set for an incredible PCL season. But before we wrap up the show, we are going to have an interview with one of the members of the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. Grandmaster Miguel Santos is going to be joining us for an interview, and we are going to set him up and ask him about his experience. Despite that shocking last round loss, he was still very solid and an integral part of their run to that final 16 spot. Okay, folks, it's official. The final spot has been secured, and we will have Miguel Santos for you with an interview, and we will wrap up the show on the other side of this break.
Welcome to Landover, a Catan-inspired hexagon resource game for up to 4 players. Use the feature-rich map builder to create unique and creative maps. Host or join custom games where you can play live or daily games with friends, other Landover community members, or even solo games against the Landover bots. Choose your initial settlements wisely, and then outwit your opponents to expand your empire. More villages and cities means more resources for you to build outward and upward. Use Landover's unique Trade to Build UI to quickly and easily build whatever you can afford. Race up the culture tech tree to gain additional abilities, collect F cards, and grab the all-powerful Metropolis. Don't forget to upgrade your military to defend against the impending barbarian attacks, and launch raids against other players. Prove yourself in rated games to earn promotions and climb to the top of the ladder. Download Landover for free at landover.io. Available on Android, iPhone, and browsers.
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League qualifier. We have Grandmaster Miguel Santos Ruiz, part of the Shrimps, the Maniac Shrimps, which have just qualified to the PCL regular season. They will be the final of the 16 teams. Miguel, congratulations to you. First question, it's been a super long day. How are you feeling, and what are your overall thoughts on how today went?
Thank you very much. Well, definitely we cannot complain because, everything went as perfect as possible for us. We had a really crazy match at first where we were losing the first, let's say the first 2 matches. But we have a really, really good third match. And actually this happened not only in this one, but also in the next one. And after that, we were kind of happy about the result, and in last round we only needed 1.5 points in both matches. But yeah, of course, it's 2 days already playing over 5 hours, so it's a lot.
Definitely a lot there, Miguel. Congratulations, actually, for making it to PCL. Now, my question here is actually, what kind of training as a team do you guys have, or what you're going to do planning wise as team training for the PCL?
Well, to be honest, we decided to create the team like 4 or 5 days ago maximum. Literally, we didn't know whether to play or not. But at the end, we decided to do it also because I think it will help. Some of us are also working for Chess.com in Spanish, and I think it's an incredible tournament also to create some content. Definitely we will talk more not between the round, but before the rounds to prepare everything. But for now, it was all a bit crazy and a bit without preparation, to be honest.
Wow, beautiful.
Got it. Well, Miguel, we got a couple of feature chat questions, but before we get there, for those less familiar with you as a chess player, could you tell us a little bit about when you became a grandmaster and whether you are a professional chess player and what your sort of chess life currently looks like?
So I became grandmaster with about 18 years old. I actually studied in Spanish and just dedicated fully to chess already for 7 or 8 years. But after Corona, I started actually streaming a lot and doing some video courses. And in the last 2 years, I've been working for Chess.com. So actually, I would say I'm more a streamer and a content creator than a player. But still, I try to play. Sometimes just to not get way too slow, right?
Yeah, right. Keep playing, stay active. Absolutely, of course. So you guys might be an underdog, but what do you think, or do you think you guys can pull off some big upsets in the PCL? Even though you're underdog, right? Played your way in here. Do you think you guys can pull off some big upsets in this PCL?
Definitely there is really, really, really strong thing as every year in the Pro Chess League. But in general, I feel like our team is quite solid. Iturizaga has been playing amazing chess. Also, Ibarra and Karina have been doing really well. So we definitely have our hopes, but we know it's going to be definitely really, really hard to win the whole competition. But we are going to try, that's for sure.
Very good. Try as well. All we can do. Very good.
Got it. Miguel, another feature chat from Pud and Snack. 3, where does the name Maniac Shrimps come from? Who invented that, and is there a backstory to it?
Well, to be honest, we were, as I said, we were creating the team 4 or 5 days ago. And when our manager was doing it, he wrote in the WhatsApp group, how should we call the group? I was actually doing some really important paperwork at the time. I just took the phone and some randomly thing came to my mind. I just wrote it and that's the name. That's the whole reason. I know everyone is called tigers, dragon, wherever, krakens, all very incredible things. And we thought that it would be just funny to name the team like Shrimp, just to do, let's say, the opposite.
It's hilarious. That's hilarious, Chai. You hear that? It's just random, right? Maniac Shrimps comes up. That's pretty good. Well, Tommy Rejoined says, which country team would you consider the strongest threat?
Sorry? Which
country team do you consider the strongest threat?
Well, to be honest, I didn't really check the other teams yet. First, it's a step like stake like Atletico de Madrid. We already got there. Now we're going to check for next step. But I mean, we haven't really checked because, as I said, this was planned in the last week, literally. So we didn't have time to check anything, to be honest.
Got it. Miguel, it's been a long day. Before we let you go, final question from Stevens5. You had that unfortunate end to your last game. Were you aware of the incredible swindle that Ibarra pulled off? And how quickly did you check those results? And were you aware of them as you were playing?
Well, I mean, I was definitely having a really, really complicated game. I played some random G4 and then something, I mean, everything started to go totally mad. And yeah, I just finished my game and then I went to Ibarra. And when I checked his game, he was already won. So I was like, okay, like it was actually just after Bishop F1 and B2, just the mistake when I checked his game. And I said, okay, easy game for him. Then I go one move back and I check and he's just pieced down for nothing, basically. So that was lucky. But at the end, also, Karina won the game. But yeah, definitely we were really lucky in the last game.
Fantastic. Well, Miguel, congratulations on the win. Good luck in the PCL. Thank you for joining us for an interview. We'll let you get some rest. And we look forward to seeing the Shrimps in the regular season.
We hope so. Thank you for having me here. Goodbye.
Bye. That's all she wrote. The 16 spots, James, have been reserved. No more tables left. That's it. We got the teams. We got the schedule there in front of you. The season begins very shortly. 2 weeks from now or so. 14th of February, Tuesday. 2023 PCL is back.
Chat, I mean, are you guys, who's excited? Can we get some hype in the chat for the PCL? We just got the 16th spot there. There's all the legends are playing. Everybody that you know in streams is most likely playing in the PCL. Let's just get some hype and some love for that. Look at that. St. Louis, the Archbishops, the Chess Bras, the Blitz, the Unicorns. There's so many other teams, and you can just see the names up there, right? Any names pop out to you? Big Magnus Carlsen, wonder who that guy is.
Yeah.
Sam Shanklin, right? Little Fabiano Caruana. Okay, yeah, I heard about that guy. Nemo, I thought that was a movie, right? Okay, we have Eric Hansen here, right? It's so many people here. Lots of strong players, and of course, it's going to be fun. So I hope you're excited for the BCL.
It is indeed. Those are the first 4 teams. I mean, every team has its own unique signature character. There are the next 4 team, Brazil, captained by Krikor Mehitarian. I know the Capybaras have a lot of fans. They've done well in the past. I'm excited to be playing for Charlotte. It's going to be our first year in the PCL. We've got some exciting players. Brandon Jacobson's on our team. Irina Krush, of course, U.S. Women's Champion, many-time U.S. Women's Champion. The Indian Yogis. I mean, any team from India is just going to be ridiculously dangerous. Those are just 8 teams. I mean, we've got 8 more. We'll show you the next batch. Gotham Knights. Canty, I know so many are excited to see the Gotham Knights in action.
Look at Hikaru. You have Hikaru on the team. Hikaru and Levy on one team there is just the content creators like dream. They're like, oh, Hikaru and Levy on the same team. Oh my goodness. Like, right, like take everything, right? So it's amazing we have that, and you have a Jedi spotted in Garden State Passage, which is myself there. And Rudolph, you also have Salim there. He's very strong. You have the big Greek route, Berlin Bears. That's a nice team with Anton Korobov there. So pretty strong everywhere, all around.
For sure, yeah. Norway Gnomes trying to put together some Salem witch trials there. And our final 4 teams. Of course, you know what the Spanish Maniac Shrimps roster is from today. We got Lebedov Chess with Alexander Kosteng, Mamid Yarov, Wei Yi. Part of a very strong Chinese team, the Shanghai Tigers, and Croatia Bulldogs. Don't sleep on them. They've got a couple solid players as well. And, of course, the captain is a very, very familiar name. And that, ladies and gentlemen, are our 16 Pro Chess League teams. And today we found out that the Spanish Maniac Shrimps are going to be the 16th spot. They withstood an incredibly trying journey. It wasn't easy, but they got it done. And we really look forward to seeing them in the PCL. What can we say, James? The stage is set, and I thought it was set in a very nice way today.
Oh, definitely. Of course, lots of entertainment, lots of excellent games, lots of fun, upsets, swindles. We didn't know what was going to happen here, but we do know who's going to play in the PCL, all 16 teams. And chat, you were here the whole time watching with us. So shout out to all of you at home watching and taking us all in with us as we start our PCL on February 14th.
Absolutely. Well, thank you to you, James. This was a lot of fun. It was a super, super long day. It was exhausting, but it was a pleasure to cover the games with you. We want to remind you that the show goes on, not in PCL, but there's another small little event called the Air Things Masters. And the Air Things Masters play-in, where a just ton of Grandmasters will participate to try to secure a spot in the Air Things Masters. That will be happening and coming your way tomorrow, Friday, February 3rd. And the start time is 8 a.m. Pacific, same as today, 11 a.m. Eastern. I'll be bringing you that with Danny Wrench. It'll be incredibly exciting, unmissable action as we decide the roster for the Air Things Masters. Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So have already secured their spots. Who is going to join them? We will find that out tomorrow. We'd like to thank everybody in the chat. We'd like to thank our production team working so hard behind the scenes. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set for the Pro Chess League. It'll be weeks and weeks of nonstop action, but for now, we wish you a great rest of your day. And for Day Master James Canty, I'm Grandmaster Daniel Nerdisky. We will see you later with more action. Bye.
See you guys.